Wow, what a pain in the ass. Some bullshit, man. I don't know why. I didn't change anything, but for some reason, my OBS was not connecting to the internet. Like I just had to restart twice and do it a different way. I thought I was going to have to use a completely different program. I hate that shit. Like I started getting on or getting ready like over 30 minutes ago. Anyhow, good everything came on. So, and lately, I've been taking way less of my medication, the subs, toxin, and like it's like a noticeable difference in how I feel, and I hate that shit because then I think of imagine or how much it may have changed my life or how much of an effect it has. I hate that, and honestly, I'm starting to feel like I'm just gonna stop, you know, because I actually feel a lot better when I don't when I take as little as possible. Or like if I go more than a couple days without taking it, I feel like energized and I like awake. Whereas, and I've noticed this too, when I start taking it regularly again, uh, I feel tired all the time, sleepy. I'm constantly falling asleep, taking naps and shit. Uh, and it makes me a more depressed personality. It just gives me a more depressed personality. Not depressed in like I'm sad, but depressed as in not lively, not awake. Because I honestly, and it's only when I stop taking it or don't take it for a couple days or go without it that I realize how big of a difference it makes. Because I'm actually a really outgoing, charismatic person and funny and stuff. Like I've always been kind of the life of the party, and I feel like almost all my adult life I've pretty much suppressed that, which is depressing. So that's depressing in a sad way. At least for me, it is. Oh, shit, I forgot it. The camera's not on. My bad. Fuck. Shit. My bad. Yeah, but I stopped. Well, I did take Clonopin for a little while, or clonazepam. I took that for a little while, and I thought it was going to be hard to to wean off it. I thought it would be hard, and it kind of bothered me because that shit does brain damage and stuff, especially if you abuse it. Which I never abused it. I never liked it. But I took it for a while, and then and I just stopped taking it. Honestly, not because I thought about it, but I would take it every day before bed, like as like a. It got to the point where I was only taking like half of 1 milli. It was like 0.5 milligrams a day or something. And I've had I've had some trouble. Like I had withdrawal symptoms from it one time where I think I had a seizure at the drop off window for prescriptions, and so I have been physically dependent on it before, but just there's no I didn't there's no point in taking it. I don't like feeling. I don't need it. I don't have anxiety anymore or anything like that, and so I just kind of forgot about it and like stopped taking it, and I never even noticed. And I'm wondering, I know opiate withdrawals, they ain't the same, but I'm just sort of kind of wondering if maybe, I've just been blowing it out of proportion all these years. Maybe it isn't as bad as I think it's going to be. Although I know it's bad because I've had withdrawals before, but I never not weaned off of anything. But I'm getting tired of paying for this shit. Getting tired of fucking just being tired all the damn time. Falling asleep and shit. Like I've noticed the last couple of days that I was just much more talkative and much better mood. Like seriously, and I've always known this. I've always known the difference. Like, and I know it is a depressant, and I just it's easy. Or I've found myself not or forgetting how much it changes me or how much of an effect it has on me. Every time I do realize how oh man, I forgot how different I am when I don't take it. I lament it. I'm like, fuck, and like, how many friends might I have if I hadn't been taking this shit? Because, like I said, it's like a depressant, as in it slows me down or slows how fast I talk down, how fast. Another thing too is not only am I more awake and stuff, but I actually think a lot more. Like my mind is just racing when when I don't take that shit. Oh, what's wrong with the audio? Did not sound right. Oh, okay. I have two mics on. That's what it is. My bad. I had two mics on, my dude. I didn't even realize that. I was messing with the mics before because one of them stopped working on me. It was a software glitch, and I went in and finally fixed it a few minutes ago. And I forgot to turn the old one off. My bad. Yeah, it will be nice to have that to not have that expense anymore. What's fucked up about it is, I used to get the maximum amount, and it was almost the same price for 3 times as much medication. I take third as much now, and it costs damn near the exact same. And it's like, it's, it was a total scam. It was a total evil business, uh, an evil business plan or something. I mean, this is true chicanery. I don't think it's a coincidence that all this shit, opiates were really, all of a sudden, they flooded the streets with opiates. Because it wasn't like that before OxyContin. It changed after that, and all of a sudden, probably millions of people my age were killed. Oh, it's low. Hmm. Hang on one sec. See if I can try and sort it out. You sure it's low? Is that better? Oh, that sounds weird. How about, oh, what the? I don't know why that sounds like that. What the fuck? Hang on, let me look at the filters right quick. What shit is this? Didn't touch any of this stuff, but huh? I don't know. It does sound weird, right? I'm not the only one that thinks this. It sounds like metallic, at least to me, anyway. I mean, of course, doing me dirt. Check. Trying to hear it better. I don't know, whatever. Whatever. I'm not gonna keep fucking with it. And I don't know why, but I've just been going hard in the paint on X the last couple days. Just seriously hard. Okay, good. Yeah, I got rid of the other mic, the second mic. I was thinking about this earlier that the whole idea of life, whole point of it is the experience, but it's also reproduction. But the experience is definitely a part of it, right? I mean, I think everybody would agree that the experience of life is part of the but it's not just that, or we wouldn't even reproduce. But the fact, I mean, life itself is the point, but like reproduction is also the point, because at the end of people's lives, you have, what have you accomplished? Okay, you've lived your natural life and you've reproduced. Those are basically the only two things that really matter. And the whole idea, like, and because I was thinking about things in their simplest terms earlier, like the whole reason why we work is so that we can take care of a family. I mean, that's the whole point. That's the whole ball of wax. If you don't have a family, you don't work, or you don't work hard, you don't work extra, you work just enough, of course. The only reason why anybody would go the extra mile, is more or less for kids. I mean, there's no, I guess if you want to buy more shit, there's that. You can always buy more shit. But the whole point of it is to provide for a kid. And women's lives, the whole point of it is to have children and take care of your kids. Like, that's like a woman's job. Is, the man's job is to provide for his wife and kids or his family. The woman's job is to take care of the children. Those are responsibilities. So, and it strikes me that women going to work is totally superfluous. Like, it's not a good thing. Women going to work, like, they're not going to work to take care of their children. They're going to work to buy more shit. Because if you wanted to take care of your kids, you would take care of them. You would watch them with your own two eyes. You wouldn't hire some Mexican to do it. You would do it with your own eyes. I mean, kids, I would feel like they're that important. I mean, to my mind, they are. But it's like women forego taking care of their own children so that they can pay somebody else to take care of their children while they earn a little bit of money to buy bullshit. Like, that just seems like getting the cart before the horse there. Like, how does that make sense? Like, oh, men work for a living and this, that, they have careers. Women, they should do the same. Why? The only reason that the guy does that is because he has mouths to feed. He has children. Men don't do that shit because it's fun. They do it because they have to. Because they don't have breasts. They can't stay at home with the kid. And vice versa with women. They don't go out and work because they're the really the only one that can properly take care of a kid. Like, if there wasn't companies that made formula today, that a man would not be able to take care of an infant by himself. It would not be possible. What's up, GQ? Maybe if they use cow's milk, I guess. I don't know. What I'm getting at is a lot of this is, this isn't, whose idea was this stuff? Like, this wasn't a natural idea that human beings had. The natural way is like, yeah, the guy goes out, rounds up, scratches up something to eat, firewood and such, while his woman stays at home and cares for the children. Because really, as far as men or fathers are concerned, when it comes to them, they don't give fuck all about their own personal, like, a lot of guys, I'm sure, well, certainly this anyway, like, they would sacrifice their own life to their children. Certainly, that's the case. If they had to, they would certainly do that. And and with insurance, people work their asses off to make sure that their family's provided for when they're gone. And I'm sure, there's circumstances where if men, if by their death they could secure security for their children, they would give them, you know what I mean, if they could secure that their kids would live their natural life. A lot of men in the past or in the present probably would take that, that trade. So it's not about the guy being happy, obviously, because he would sacrifice his own life for his children. And but that's not the case when it comes to women, though. That's what's so askew. That's what's so wrong and so off. Instead of women sacrificing their lives for their children, no, they sacrifice their children for their lives. Ah, there we go. Oh, it becomes clearer now. Like, that's crazy. And like, and this isn't women's fault, or like, this was like this has been laundered into their psyche. They don't see it this way. They don't ever think of it this way. They just think of it as in, oh, I got to have a good job. I got to do this. I got to do that. Or, I'm nobody if I'm not doing this. I'm nobody if I'm doing this. It's that kind of a thing. It's a peer pressure thing. But like, the peer pressure is so strong that women sacrifice, like Moloch, like to Moloch, they sacrifice their own children so that they can work. I thought, isn't the whole point of working so that you provide for your children? So, like, why don't we talk about this? Like, this is not right. This is how, like, our society is like so incredibly bad and rotten. Like, just the fact that our incentive and our stuff that we value is just so perverse. It's incredibly perverse. And it doesn't work. Like, it fails us. It's been failing us. Like, I was talking to Grok about this, and Grok will have a conversation with me about it, but it'll say, you're right, but this is totally politically incorrect. Like, what the hell? What the fuck, man? Who cares? Who gives a shit if it's politically correct or not? Is it correct? Is it? Oh, it's like, oh my God. Oh, man, what a mess we've made of things. What a mess. It's like incredible. And nobody talks about this stuff. And I've heard about population collapse or population spirals, where the decline, it gets to the point where you can no longer stop it. There's momentum. And I never really, I just kind of swallowed that. I never really was like, well, why, what makes it spiral? I couldn't really, and I couldn't really think of why it would spiral. So I asked Grok about it, and it explained how it spirals to me, and I was just, it's a vicious circle, of course, and I was thinking to myself, like, fuck, man, like that's definitely a spiral. What happens is a generation, you know, times get tough, the reproducing generation, they hold off on children because times are so tough. But the children that are born, once they become reproductive age, because there's less people as the last generation, times get tougher. So they have less kids. And then that happens in the next generation. Times are tougher. So the next generation has fewer kids. And it just goes down and down and down and down until everybody's gone. Until there's nobody left. And we're like we just started the spiral. Like, isn't that crazy? We just started the spiral because Gen X and basically Gen X, things got harder for them. And the boomers can't have kids anymore. So now all of a sudden, the constraints come in and everything bottlenecks. Like we've just entered into this era. And it may be beyond saving, which is crazy. Totally crazy. And and I was thinking about this too. You know how they had who's it, Paul Ehrlich? The guy who said, "Oh, population explosion, oh, mass famine, starvation." The people in the 60s that said, "Yeah, we're about to experience a bomb," like he wrote the book. The same people that said that are the same people that pushed feminism, that pushed Marxism and all that bullshit in academia, and exactly the opposite of what they predicted was going to happen happened. And somehow we still follow their ideology. These people literally misread the tea leaves so badly that up was down and down was up. And we have not thrown out the rest of their bullshit ideology yet. Is that not fucking incredible? These people predicted a population bomb. We get the exact opposite. And nobody says, "Hey, man, these guys fucked up," or, "Yeah, that stuff didn't work. Maybe we should scrap it." No, we haven't even had that conversation yet. Like, the fact that these people thought, "Oh, we're going to have feminism and this and that," and then we were going to have a population explosion at the same time. Well, the opposite happened. And nobody connects the dots there. Like, hey, maybe it's because people can only do one job in their life. And that goes for women too. Men can be, when it goes for mothers anyway, that's a full-time job. And pretty much anyway, and and taking care of the home, that's a full-time job. Keeping the house in order, raising children, schooling children, shit like that. And how could people have gone along with this? Like, you know what? Our children are, they're just fine. They don't need moms. They don't need moms, Our women, their time would be better spent in an office than raising our children. That's so fucking sexist, that idea, or that ideology, this whole bullshit political ideology. It's so sexist against women and against mothers and work. Like, that shit is work. But it is work. And it was even harder before we had washing machines and shit, when women literally wash clothes on a fucking stone in a river. And somehow, how did people allow anybody to bash that shit and to minimize and be that dismissive of it? Because it doesn't deserve that. And now, mothers, it's like the lowest of the low. You're just a I'm just a homemaker. I'm just a mother, just a mother. That's it's just incredible. As if As if being, it should be, yeah, I'm just a CEO. I'm just a childless, barren CEO. That's what they should say. Mothers shouldn't say that. Because as far as I'm concerned, you know, really most of a woman's value is in producing children. It's certainly not inventing gadgets that improve our lives. It's certainly not science or philosophy. It's not. And I'm not going to fucking parse words and pretend that it is. It isn't. And that's not a bad thing. And that's why I hate about these leftists. They've coded this shit as though it's Neanderthal, barbarian. You've, how quaint. You know, the unwashed masses and their children. What's fucked up is they all have children and families and they're all married. But anybody who's not an elite that gets married, how rudimentary of you, how barbaric. You breastfeed your children? How barbaric. Like, fuck these people. They're villains. They're such villains. These people are fucking super villains. Like, they steal from us. They give it to countries so that those countries can bribe our politics. It's like, oh my God. It's just like this big circular cluster. It's a big circle jerk. That's what it amounts to. It's a big circle jerk of people sniffing each other's farts and shit, you know, like getting hot. Like, seriously though, a lot of the shit that's cool and that people like look down on other people for, and like, I'm cool, you know, I'm a girl boss, this and that. Yeah, and you're also, it just blows my mind how that can be cool. It's like, oh yeah, very cool. You're gonna die alone with a bunch of cats. How cool. You know, oh, you're a girl boss. You know, you get to go to work every day and fucking, you know, and interact with other people at a fucking adult daycare. How cool. You get to have a boss. You get to have deadlines. How cool. You get to fight traffic every day to and from work. How cool. Man, so jealous. Oh, you got it made in the shade, doll. You got it made. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, such primitive, dreadful, barbaric, pitiful people, you know. I mean, it's just like, fuck, man. Could there be anything more wholesome than a stay-at-home mother or a mother breastfeeding her child? Seriously. Or like the picture of a mother as like the kid comes running back up and they're like yelling at the top, mommy, look what I did, you know, and the mom just like puts their hand on the head and they got one other kid in the other arm. Could there be another picture more wholesome than that in the world? You know what? Pumps and pantsuits. Yeah, I could give a fuck if that ever was a thing. Like, straight up. I don't give it. Honestly, let's burn the pantsuits. I could. Big hair and pantsuits and fuck me heels. No, burn that shit like something unclean. Burn it like something unclean. Yes. Stupid ass fucking shoulder pads, fucking pantsuits and shit. My mom used to wear them shits. But it's so awful. Like, women went to work to the detriment of our children, to the detriment of our society, period. Because now our children are less adjusted to life. They have more anxiety. They have a tougher time getting along because they're just passed off from mercenary adult to mercenary adult. None of them that could give fuck all about you as a child. The people that actually love you, yeah, they spend as little of their day as possible with their children. like, golly, we deserve to perish from Earth because of this. I mean, this stuff is awful. You know, and it's funny. It's Grok brought up something interesting, or at least put an interesting idea in my head. Like, because I was talking about, why is it that we don't bring up that the birth rate on Earth is, it's 2.2. It's lower. It's 0.1 above replacement. That's like not good. But I was like saying to Grok, I'm like, why is it that this isn't talked about? Why aren't we like talking about this problem? Instead, we're talking about climate change. Instead, we're talking about equality, and like we're dying off, and yet we're talking about like these luxury politics that aren't going to mean dick in a few years. They're not going to mean anything. Even less once we're gone. But focusing on all this stuff and not pressing that, they kick the can down the road. People talk about it occasionally and it's dismissed. But Grok was saying, people don't talk about it because they're scared. It's politically incorrect and they're scared. And the way that Grok put it, it occurred to me. I'm thinking, something? Are we going to forever live in the shadow of the Holocaust? We're not even allowed to talk about pronatalism, pronatal ideas, getting the birth rate up, having women having more babies without somebody saying, oh, Nazi, eugenics, this Nazi, how dare you, you Nazi. Next, you'll be wanting to burn books and build ovens. It's fucking incredible, though, isn't it? How is it that, like, bro, are we going to forever live in the shadow of this Jew holiday? And you know that it absolutely has to do, like, the reason why that people feel uncomfortable when, and I think that's how he put it, was, it makes people feel uncomfortable when they hear we need to have more babies. And I'm thinking to myself, it's just like with children, where you have to be really careful what you say in front of children, because it can have it can have wild effects. I mean, it can become a complex. Stuff can totally, like a bug, get into their head and give people a complex. And that's how we are, like, as a herd. Oh man, just the whispers of something, like, because of the such a big deal, because we exaggerated and made and really drilled the Holocaust into people. Human beings now have like a permanent complex, literally a permanent complex, Holocaust complex, where anything that can even be it could even remotely be construed as an ideology that the Nazis may have thought about or spoken of in one speech. Oh my God, that becomes verboten. Like, what the fuck, man? It's total bullshit. Like, and it's affecting our civilization. Seriously, people aren't having kids. We can't raise the problem. We can't say, hey, this is a problem, because we're called Nazis for breathing. For Christ's sake, if you're a white band, you're called a Nazi if you breathe loudly. If somebody can hear you breathing, you are a Nazi. You're supposed to be breathing silent, asshole. Don't you understand? How dare you? I mean, it's comical. It's totally comical. And I wish a comic would make this his fucking whole shtick and just go hard in the paint every fucking day over this thing. Get it to the point where the Holocaust is literally a fucking punchline. It's a joke. That's where it needs to get, man. That's where it has to get. And the fact that it is so sacrosanct, it should be ripe for the taking. This shit, like, That's what comedy is. Taking the unsayable and saying it. You know, you say we're able to communicate too freely. I think you're mistaken, my dude. I don't think we're able to communicate freely at all. At all, man. Nobody feels free to say what's on their mind. I have a whole head full of thoughts that I wish I could talk about right here. And they're not, I'm not saying bad thoughts, they're just thoughts that you know, like making you know, the pipe shaped metal tubes that go boom. You know, like you can't talk about that. You know, you can't talk about dick. Because I was thinking about that earlier, and I was like thinking, you know, I kind of want to like kind of talk to my little brother about it. But like we would have to leave our phones inside and go outside and talk because that shit will be totally taken down. That's a fact. And you're telling me that we're able to communicate too freely? Come on, dude. Nobody fucking believes that. Nobody believes that shit, dude. We live in a more censored time than probably any other time, dude. As censored as people were in communist Russia, at least they didn't have to fucking, you know, get out of, you know, get away from their prison like cell phones that feel like a prison to be near them. I mean, yeah, they didn't say stuff in front of their kids, but dude, fuck, man, any bit of electronics you could potentially get hemmed up by talking here. And you know, it occurred to me earlier that, you know, like I've said this before, how communism, or not communism, but the economy is just, is simply every time a business transaction, every time somebody buys a pack of cigarettes, or every time somebody trades goods, you know, barters, okay, you know, I'll trade you, you know, this pound of corn for your pound of wheat. That's the economy. It's, you know, it's not a place, of course. I'm sure everybody knows that. It's not a physical place. It's an idea. And the economy is goods changing hands. And it's something that's organic that happens because like in the whole like, and I was trying, I often try to break things down into their simplest, and I was thinking earlier, like you know, human beings are not equal. They're not born equal. They don't die equal. You know, men and women aren't equal. White people, black people, Asian people aren't equal. None of us are equal. Brothers are not equal. You know, brothers aren't even equal. So nobody is equal. And I feel like the economy, it's almost like human beings, it's almost like their drive to climb hierarchies, their drive to correct their own unequalness. Oh, thank you, Robin. You know what I mean? Like, because we're all unequal, everybody is always trying to raise, you know, they're always trying to make up for their flaws and make up for their peccadillos and their weak points. That, I mean, that's how it feels to me, that everybody's always trying to I mean, that's how I think of the economy. I mean, I was thinking about this earlier, like we're all born unequal, and we work and we trade to try and make up for those, you know, the unequal, you know, the, because we all, I feel a deficit in some ways to other people. Like my cousins were always more athletic than I was, which bothered me. I mean, it did a little bit, you know, but and we all try to make up for it in our own way. And I feel like that's, the economy is like an extension of that almost. Because, and especially like nobody buys shit that they already, you know, like if you if you're strong, you're not buying stuff to make up for that. Like, you know, that's the way I feel. It seems anyway. That's kind of the feeling that I get from it. It's not, doesn't, it's not true, but to a certain degree, it fits. And we all trade, we barter, we buy, sell, and we work, we grow, we grow things, we create things, we build things. We get married, we have children, raise families. And the economy is a byproduct of life. It's a byproduct of living life. And what really blows my mind, though, is, like I said, the economy is something organic. It's not something that you can take control of. And also, you know, when I say you can buy and sell stuff, our own labor is a commodity. You know, your work, your like you going to work, that's your own labor that you're selling to a boss. You're selling your labor to a boss. You know, you have so many labor hours in your life and you sell those, you trade those on the market with a boss. Similar, it's kind of like, you know, you could think of it like time is, you're bartering your time and your effort. But we all we all barter with our labor for to make up for our flaws, to make up for lack. And there are natural inequalities amongst us, but there are also you know, synthetic ones, or ones that come about in, you know, come about through living life. Like, this guy makes more money than that guy. You know, that those kind of inequalities. This guy has more money he makes more money throughout his life than that guy, so he has more materials goods than the other guy. And because, you know, and we're unequal, like I said, you can't really help being unequal. And it strikes me like with communism, can't fix inequality, but and also the economy, the idea of the concept of an economy is just the concept, like I said, the concept of people exchanging goods. And literally communism, like Karl Marx, what a moron. How stupid. How fucking psychopathic can you be? Karl Marx says, it's so unjust that these people are unequal. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to design a government. And you know, like an economy, that's the byproduct of people living life freely and exchanging goods freely. It's something that comes naturally and organically when people live their lives, when they set out, have families, live their lives. And communism says, oh, no, you people are living life too much. And when you guys live life, you know what happens. You get unequal. And we can't, no, children, we can't have inequality, you see. Some of you are living life too differently. Some of you are living life too much better. Too so, some of you are doing too well at life, and others are lagging behind. So what we're going to do is we are going to set up a structure so that we make every single decision for you. We're going to tell you how many toothbrushes you need, how many razor in your entire life. You know, we're going to tell you how many toothbrushes, razor blades, you know, how many shoelaces, how many times you get to wipe your ass, how many times, you know, you get to wipe your nose or blow your nose. And we're going to make it so everything's equal, because, you know, human beings, they all equally want the same things, and they all equally want to live their lives the same way. You know, everybody's the same, you know, nobody has more joie de vivre than others. Nobody lives life more on the edge than others, you know. So what we're going to do is we're going to boil it down to statistics and numbers of widgets. That way, nobody gets to use one more toothbrush than the other. Because that would be unequal. You see, that's the devil. God, who do you think you are that you get to brush your teeth one more time than everybody else in life? Like, does this come off as fucking absurd and insane? Or what? This is insane. Why would anybody trade living life how they want to live life? You would trade that in for a life that is by the numbers and by the fucking bell, as though you're in prison, just so that guy doesn't get to brush his teeth, or that guy doesn't have any extra shoelaces or razors or fucking Q-tip. Like, what? What? This shit is crazy. Human beings are fucking insane. Insane. Like, the idea that you take control of people's lives and you tell them how it's going to be. Like, that to me, like, I would rather die. I mean, I would rather die. I cannot even fucking imagine, like, the gall of people, of anybody, to think that they know how to live life better than, like, it's not that they know how to live life better. They assume that life would be better for everyone if we all had the same shit. And it's like, you know what? I would rather have less than most people than to have the same as everyone. If I'm being honest, I would. Because, the equal to everyone, bro, the only way that you can do that is if you turn people into fucking chicken farm chickens or pig farm pigs or fucking lab rats where they're in individual stalls and there's just a tube that fucking spits out fucking slop and water. You're like a fucking hamster in a cage. No, thank you. No fucking thank you. That's the only way that things can be equal, is if we're like in the Matrix being battery farmed. That's the only possible way that they can do that. And really, essentially what they're talking, like, what that would be is, you have a fucking feeding hose and a breeding hose. They put you in a fucking coffin. I mean, may as well be a coffin, a tube with, a black tube that no light can penetrate. And you just sit in there all your entire life. That's how they can make it equal. That's how things become equal. And machines, they'll bring that about for us if that's what we want. I mean, I'm sure, like, to the morons who, I grant you 3 wishes. Let's make everybody equal. And then a blink of an eye, everybody's in a fucking battery farming tube. Like, there you go. Like, literally the Satan, what is it? What was that movie? Bedazzled. Like, you do a deal with Satan and then boom, everybody is literally in fucking containers with 2 tubes, or 3 tubes, a water tube. Or no, I guess it would just be 2 or 3 tubes. It'd be 2 waste tube, 1 or 2 waste tubes. And then 1. No, it would be 4 tubes. You have a breathing tube, a feeding tube, because I guess most likely they would just get it down to where they fed you with stuff that had enough water in it so that you didn't need to drink. But that's what inequality. I mean, and does anybody think that it's not, if inequality becomes the second most important achievement to humans beyond survival, like having children and continuing on into the future? So, like, if it continues, the second goal on the hierarchy is equality, eventually the logical conclusion of that ideology is that everybody just ends up in a little black box for their entire lives. That's where that goes. Because that is ultimate, that is true equality. Because even if you're in prison and if you're in a cell with, I mean, one person might take more steps than the other person. One person might wash their face more than the other person. That would be unequal, you see. Yeah, the only way that you could do that is you would basically, you would have a veal farm, where they like chain calves to the ground so that they can't move. That's what you would have to do to humans. You would have to basically turn them into, a fucking into a computer, you know, with no in and no stimuli. Basically what a computer is, you know, it's a human being trapped inside a box, and the only stimuli it has is you typing on it. But I mean, that's an abstraction, but that's essentially, that's like radical individualism would be, yeah, everybody's locked in a box, they get a feeding tube, they get an air tube, and they get a waste tube. That's radical. That's radical individualism. But this whole idea of communism, you know, like I said, that the economy, it's just a byproduct of people living and enjoying their lives and making, you know, living them, you know, to their natural conclusion. And communism is like, no, no, we can't let you be free, you see, because you might enjoy life more than that person enjoys life. I mean, essentially, that's what it comes down to is, oh, you're having too much fun. Other people, they're not having that much fun, and that's not fair. No, not yet. And how arrogant of Karl Marx to think that he could solve it. You know, what the hell? Like, what a jackass. You know, of course it's an arrogant Jay, an arrogant fucking prick Jay that thinks he's, oh, I've got it. The answer to life. I mean, he may as well have wrote down 42 for Christ's sake, because he didn't answer anything. He just made life harder for human beings after he died. No, Gen X will get skipped. But you know what I'm saying? That, like, that's what that comes down to. He literally didn't make life better for anybody. He made it harder for the generations that came after him. People ended up dead because of his arrogant J ass. Fucking scumbag. And it's just, you know, it's like a revolt against God. You know, it's like being pissed at God because we're not equal, because some people live longer than other people, some people have more children, some people are better looking, some people are stronger, some people are faster, some people are this, that, the other. You know, like, maybe I'm better at some people in some things, but most people are better than me, are better at something than I am. You know, like, there's like a really small group of a small number of things that I'm better than other people are at. You know, like, on average better than most people, or even better, not even on average maybe, but I have deficits when compared to almost everybody. I think we all do. Everybody has deficits compared to other people. And it is what it is. But you know, like, communism, it's like, you know, and we can't change that. And we can't change that. And it's like, what's the Lord's Prayer? Give me the wisdom to know what I, or the strength to change, uh or is it the, yeah, the strength to change things and the wisdom to know what to change, or that's not it, but that's the gist of it. Well, we can't change that there's inequality, so why the fuck do we bother? It's stupid. Like, this, it doesn't make any sense that we're wasting time on this. We've wasted 50 years. We've wasted over half a century. The American people and the American nation, we wait, that's gone. We sacrifice that at the altar of girl bosses. We literally sacrificed everything good about America so that women could neglect their children and work 8 hours a day at some shitty job. How does that fucking make sense? And you know, like, the only really we can't go back, but the only way to fix it is that people are going to have to struggle. You know, women are just going to have to bite. Men and women are just going to have to, married couples are just going to have to bite the bullet and go on a one income household. And if we just did this generation wide, we could take back single income households. Yeah, the Serenity Prayer. Yeah, exactly. We could take that back. If everybody, if we just endured one generation, or probably not even that long. Like, I hear all like these fucking leftist talking points. No, we need social safety nets. We need affordable daycare, affordable childcare. Fuck, they say it like a broken record all day, every day. You know what's you know what we could do is women just stay home and watch their own fucking children. I'm so sick of affordable childcare. It's like we're willing to just rip our own dicks off so that women can go to work. We will hurt ourselves as a species. We will impoverish ourselves. We will condemn each other to being raped to death by fucking brown people, to being murdered by fucking criminals. We will condemn each other to that rather than adopt a more natural, traditional, tried and true, guaranteed, the only guaranteed way human beings know how to survive. There is no other way. I heard this woman saying on X earlier, the patriarchy has failed women. The patriarchy, feminism has failed women, but the patriarchy has failed us all. I'm like, what is failed? Define fail for me. Because as far as I can see from the data that I have gathered, the only thing that has not failed the human race is the patriarchy, or at least human hierarchy. Literally the only thing that works for human beings. Like, out of everything, there's one thing that we know works. Husbands and wives and children. Women raising children, men working their asses off in the heat and doing their thing. You know, like, seriously, that's the only, we don't know another way. That's the only way that we know. And sure, women, they could be single moms, and there could be single dads that raise their kids, and that works. But that doesn't work at scale, though. If we relied on that, we would be gone very quickly as a species. It doesn't work at all. But the only real at scale, tried and true way to live is, human hierarchy, which I honestly, I almost refuse to say patriarchy now, because I mean, patriarchy is just a way to needle men. When a woman says patriarchy, she's just trying to fuck with men. That simple. Anybody who says patriarchy is just trying to rile men up. Because, first of all, they see problems in society, but calling something a patriarchy, what problem does that solve? What problem does that? It doesn't solve any problem. No, it just pisses men off. Because it makes it sound like they're living like fucking King Croesus. It makes it sound like men are living like kings and women are groveling in the dust at our feet, kissing our dirty bare feet. Like, no. And that's why they say patriarchy, because they know it pisses men off. Because men don't have to live like kings. Men don't expect to live like kings. Men don't even expect people to care that they're struggling or that they sacrifice for other people. What men do care about is that while they're sacrificing and struggling, that some fucking cunt doesn't say, he's got it easy, he runs society, He has his own personal slave of a woman in his wife. That's the one thing that men cannot fucking abide, is ungrateful cunts trying to, while he is fucking breaking his back, struggling, barely able to fucking pay for his own rent so that his kids can fucking eat. Some cunt that says, oh, you're oppressing, you're doing this and that, making it seem like he's some fucking nobleman or something. That's what saying patriarchy does. That's all it does. It's nothing. That's just a grenade that they like. That's their grenade that they lob. I mean, what else does it solve? And it's yeah, you know, I certainly, you know, exaggerating and kind of selling it more or less, but that's essentially what it's doing. Is it's ungrateful, and it's trying to, it's provoking men. It's literally just provoking men. That's all that's doing, is provoking men. And that's why I refuse to say it. And when they do say it, I correct them. I say, yeah, you mean hierarchy. You mean human hierarchy. That's all you mean, human hierarchy. Because, you know, you break it down, you know, if there is a patriarchy, there is a hierarchy and men are at the top of it. But you know something? There's no rule about hierarchies that just because one is at the top of a hierarchy that they benefit from that hierarchy. Because those two don't go together automatically. Just because somebody is or something is at the top of a hierarchy doesn't mean that they benefit from it. Because yeah, maybe there is something, you know, there is a quote unquote patriarchy. I just, you know, that term is bullshit, but there is quote unquote a patriarchy, but men don't benefit from it. Men are sacrificed to it like a god. Literally, it's like a meat grinder that men get sacrificed to. Men don't benefit from that shit. Like, no, I'm not hearing of that shit. And anybody who believes that is a fucking dumbass, because we don't benefit. It's literally sacrifice. Like, it's just a responsibility chart and a responsibility hierarchy. Oh, men have the most responsibility. Does that mean that they live the best lives? Does that mean that they enjoy their lives the most? I doubt it. I doubt it. It just pisses me off. Like, how the whole patriarchy stuff, it's like saying that it's behaving as though responsibility is gold. Responsibility, you know, it doesn't have pros and cons. You know, it's just an unmitigated good thing to have responsibility. And it is a good thing, but it's not an unmitigated good. It's not. And you know, and not only that, but like, basically know that, yeah, just because men are at the top of the hierarchy doesn't mean that they have a better life, because all the statistics don't bear that out. Men don't live as long. Men commit the most suicide. I mean, it's just like statistic after statistic. Life is by far rougher on men than it is on women. Yeah, I like being a man too, but that's not because being a man is the best. It's because we have a lot of testosterone. We literally have hormones in our body that make us prefer busting our asses in the fucking heat, that make us prefer that stuff. If you had estrogen in your body, you would want to be a woman, homeboy. It's literally that shit. The way we feel about our own life is a product of our hormones. We don't even, it's not even that we, you know, we just get used to life and like start, you know, taking a shine to working out and this and that. No, it's because you have a hormone in your body that literally makes it compulsory that you like that stuff. If you took estrogen, you would want to be a woman, and you would be pissed that you were a man. So it's not that it's you that loves being a man. you know, and this is the way it should be. Like, I'm so glad that I have testosterone. You know, I like to be happy in my own skin. That's a good thing, certainly. But it's not because being a man is better than being a woman. It's just not, you know, it just isn't. And women, they prefer being a woman, not because it's better than being a man. It has its drawbacks as well. But, you know, they get a shit ton of estrogen. And then you see women that take testosterone or that have a little bit too high of testosterone, and all of a sudden, you know, they're getting their breasts chopped off and getting crew cuts and shit. So it's and all of this ideology, it's so one-sided. No, and it doesn't look for solutions. What it looks for, or what it does, is it creates a scapegoat. It turns men into a scapegoat. Men are the villains. And you hear women, they live in this bullshit delusion where, if men just didn't exist, we would be living wonderfully. You know, they live in like this fucking la la land where things are so simple. Men just need to die. And it's like, okay, I guess if you're a fucking retard, that's a solution. All right. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But it makes an easily identifiable scapegoat, villain. Because, you know, solving real human problems, that shit is hard. It's fucking hard. Solving real human problems. Nobody wants to solve real human problems. So they come up with ways, tricks and ruses and ideology that gets people to worry about stuff that isn't a real problem. You know, it's a damn shame. Like, wish that so much shit hasn't, like, there's so many fucking perverse incentives though now, because they got their foot into the door, because they were they, you know, they got the Supreme Court to get on their side, like with Roe and stuff. You know, they basically, they took your money, men, of course, and women, but they took your money, men, uh, fellas. They took your tax dollars, and they said, you know what? We're going to take your money and we are going to invest it in things that are going to disadvantage you. We're going to take your money and we're going to leverage it against you in the world, the economy, the job market, and we're going to invest your money against you so that you can struggle for the rest of your life, and so that your son can't get a job when he turns 18. That's what, you know, and it's going to disadvantage your kids and your son and whatnot, but we think that's fair. I mean, you know, what communists did through the front door, America did through the back door, with medications and with ideology, changing rubrics and the fucker. Bro, what the bro, what the fuck just happened? Huh? Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on with my why my internet just is kind of taking a shit. Well, you know, so be it. If it is complaining, so fucking be it. You know, then I'm a complainer. But what, you know, what the Soviet Union did through the front door, we did through the back door, with really underhanded chicanery. A lot of really deep, dark, disgusting thing. Like, that's what they did. They did it through, by far more perverse means. Like, honestly, like, Russia kind of has the last laugh. Like, haha, yeah, you guys beat us, but you had to you had to commit suicide to do it. Haha. Straight up, man. Like, we're the suckers that, you know, just, now we have we literally have a government and a country that is one step removed from fascism. You know, this corporatist ideology, the fact that all these, like, all the subsidies that the government gives to corporations, that's fucking fascism. Fascism is when the government owns businesses. The government is an extension of people. In socialism, you know, the people are in the government and they own the businesses. Businesses they can only operate at the pleasure of the people, at the pleasure of the government. Bro, that's what we have, man. All these big businesses, half their fucking money comes out of the tax pool. Half of the money that these sons of bitches get comes from us. This shit is fascism, dude. It's fascism without the good stuff. What the fuck, man? Just straight up, fascism without the fucking good parts. Fascism where we get fucking replaced by coloreds, man. Like in the Odyssey, fucking Helen of Troy is played by some ugly ass fucking bitch that just come out the motherfucking jungle swinging through that bitch. Like, oh my God, she's so busted. Like, what the fuck, bro? She's like, dude, she looks like a mangy post-apocalyptic version of a human. Straight up, bro, post-apocalyptic. Like, you know, she's just got her fucking little mini fro and shit. Like, golly, bro, why do we have to get these ugly ass people and their shit in these shitty ass movies, these shit ass art shoved down our throat? These ugly ass people, this shitty ass ideology, this garbage fucking way of life. And they've just destroyed it, man. Like, I'll be okay. I know that, but I think to myself, like, you know, what if I wasn't as blessed as I am? I would be fucked. I would be fucked. And that pisses me off. Yeah. Through sheer luck. You know, I'm not in that boat. Like, you know, I was at Costco the other day and I seen these guys. Obviously, they were roommates at college because there was like 4 or 5 or 6 of them. Oh my God, they all had they were all pasty with the pimples, but they had receding hairlines and shit too. And I was just thinking to myself, and some of them were overweight, some were tall, like and lanky, but you know, like just looked stinky and greasy. And I was thinking, holy fuck, man, those guys, like those average guys, like I don't know, I felt kind of bad for him. Like it's just fucked up, man. Like how, like of course it had to be our generation. Like America was so great, its entire historical past, until we get a hold of it. "20 years too late." Well, a lot of this stuff, I don't think people like, you know, we have the benefit of hindsight now, but people didn't know where feminism was leading. They didn't know that all of these things would destroy society. They would destroy all the good stuff about society. And it blows my mind how people it didn't occur to them that, yeah, if we take women out of their central role that literally raised our civilization to the fucking apex of all civilizations that have ever existed, we're going to take them out of their fucking role, their role that they have fulfilled, and through that fulfillment made us the greatest civilization ever. We're going to take them out of that role and we're going to put them in jobs where they won't ever discover anything special. They won't, I mean, and like, I love women. I think they're just as important as everything else, but their discovery, the stuff they have not, there are no groundbreaking discoveries other than Mary Curie. And I literally argued with Grok for like an hour because it was just like, bro, how can you compare that to the fucking toilet? This bitch discovered an element that they used to paint on watch hands so that people could see it in the dark. Radium? Are you fucking joking me? Like, you're going to compare that Honestly, it's only because there's like five reasonably important discoveries by women. You know, there really aren't that many. And I'm not saying that to denigrate them. It's just not their strong point, and that's fine. But like you take them where women are the most valuable, where they really punch above their weight and have true value to everyone, to society. It's at home with their children. We took them out of that spot. Not only did we take them out of that spot, well, and or as a side effect or as a consequence of taking out of that spot, they're not even having children anymore. So not only are they not with the children at home, they're just fucking foregoing that altogether. Okay, you know, I think I'd rather have the old ideology back, where at least we get something. You know, at least it's not just paperwork and HR work for some asshole business owner. The shit is dumb, bro. And it just goes to show you, like, humans, they're so emotional and so. They're just like a big lynch mob, a big herd, man. You could just get them stampeding. It's so fucking easy, man. It's crazy. And you know, for some reason, I've always been a nonconformist. Always. Not with everything, just certain things. Just certain things. I was always a nonconformist. And not necessarily where it counts either, but the whole lynch mob thing, like, you're not even human beings in a mob. Like, human beings, their brains literally like shut off when you're in a stampede or when you're in a lynch mob. People stop thinking, and you turn into like one big animal, where like people, and this is a fact, people, when they get into these crowds like that, all of a sudden they're capable of such evil. They're capable of things that they would never do by themselves, ever. Some awful, like some deep, dark, diabolical shit. People will do it in a group because people kind of feel like, oh, it spreads the blame out. Oh, and nobody can point at me and say that I'm different or I'm a piece of shit because everybody did it. So I'm just like everybody, you know, I'm just we're just doing something humans do. And I've always despised crowds. Always. I think crowds are disgusting. People become cannibals in crowds. They really do. They do despicable shit to each other in crowds. These fucking protesters and shit. Like, when people like talk shit about the cops, like, oh, the cop, this and that, it's like, you have no idea what human beings are capable of in crowds. You think you know what human beings are capable of? No, sir. You have no fucking clue. And people, oh, you know, they used to lynch black people, this and that. Yeah, not individual people. You're talking about groups of people. And that had nothing to do with people being racist and this and that. No, it had everything to do with them being in a crowd. Because if you know, in the old days, white or black, when somebody mentioned, like, if you did something wrong, all it took was somebody saying, hang his ass, and you were hung, man. Oh, you stole a fucking piece of cornbread out of a store? Yo, if there's no law and somebody yells, string him up, you will get hung for stealing a mouthful of fucking corn flour. That's not a joke. It's so scary. Human beings are so fucking scary. Like, you guys should watch this movie called The Hanging Tree with Gary Cooper. Holy fuck, that movie! That movie is human beings are scary. Because, you know, if you're surrounded by a crowd and somebody screams, yells, string him up, it's like seconds before you're dangling, before you're doing the dance. It's not a joke. That shit, people are, man, they're evil in these groups. And it's not even for money, bro. It's not for money, man. I wish it was for money. That would at least make it understandable. No, it has nothing to do with that. People, they get like this bloodlust. They don't care if you're white. They'll hang your ass. I forget what. Oh, man, you remember in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? At the end, when they come back and they have the pardon, them dudes didn't give a shit. They were going to hang their ass right then and there. You know, like, or let's say the KKK, they get a hold of some black guy. If they end up getting a hold of a white guy at the same time, they lynch them both. The white guy doesn't get off because he's white. He gets hung too because he's there. There's another movie called The Defiant Ones with Tony Curtis and Sidney Poitier and Lon Chaney Jr. too. It's in the 50s or the late 50s, early 60s, and they run from a chain gang, and they're chained together, and they escape. And while they're running, they happen through this little mining town that had a company store and stuff, and they broke into the general store to see if they could get something to cut the chain off, and they fell in, and it caused all kinds of commotion, and the people in the town woke up, and when they got a hold of them, they were fixing to hang both their asses. It wasn't until somebody showed up and broke it up with like a gun or something. But that's how that shit works, man. It has nothing to do with skin color. Let's say like you're an outsider, you walk into a small town, kind of an insulated town, and you cause a little bit of trouble. It's so easy. This was something that was known back in the day. People understood how dangerous human beings could be, especially in groups. There's another movie called The Long Hot Summer with Paul Newman where he plays a firebug. And man, barn burners. And small towns like that, people would get lynched regular. And you didn't have to be black. And a lot of times people weren't black. You're just a fucking vagabond like Rambo. And if you don't have, if the law doesn't have a big presence, if it doesn't have things under control, man, lynchings used to happen quite regular. For nothing almost too. They used to hang horse thieves. Although they hung horse thieves because, stealing a guy's horse is basically a death sentence. You basically condemn that person to death when you steal their horse because they may starve or die of thirst. Like especially like, I guess especially in the West, you had to water was hard to come by, in the desert or out in the West, and if you took somebody's horse, you were basically condemning them to death, and that's why they hung horse thieves. Yeah, and we have a really kind of detached point of view of ourselves and human beings. We think we're a lot more refined and civilized than we are. I see it all the time. The lynch mob, the proclivity to devolve into a lynch mob. You see that shit online all the time. You know what I'm saying? When somebody, or it's like when somebody when they make a butch, when they say something politically incorrect, and then the mob, the fucking, the lynch mob comes for them, they come to string their asses up. And if they apologize or show any weakness, it's like blood in the water. It becomes like a feeding frenzy. And that's what I mean is human beings are just really disgusting. And that's why we have the law. That's why we have jury trials and shit. Because without jury trials, human beings, it takes almost nothing for people to put each other to death. Because people are fucking jealous. That's why, like when they talk about how the Holocaust happened and how so many Jays died, you know why that is? Because their neighbors were jealous and bitter and resentful, or at least a lot of it. That's what happened. When they went into Poland, all the Nazis had to do was say, Don't you hate those assholes? They're such greedy fucking scoundrels and this and that. And everybody, it didn't take much. Some people are like, hell yeah, get rid of those motherfuckers. And then they stole all their shit. That's what it was. They stole all their shit. And people are just, and don't let them fool you. Don't let the women fool you, and don't let the liberals fool you. They're just as evil. They're just as disgusting, just as uncivilized. All that shit is just them trying to fool themselves. That's literally, they're not fooling anybody. They're not even fooling themselves, but they get to kind of pretend with themselves that they're not an animal, that they're not a disgusting, murderous animal. And you hear people say that we're like murder apes, humans are just murder apes. And it's kind of true. Sort of. And there ain't shit on. Let me make sure that he didn't send out. Okay, yeah, he hasn't sent out a yay or a nay on tonight. Although this is up, so most likely he's gonna be on. Looks like he'll be on tonight. Oh yeah, that's right. Check this out. That's one of my all-time faves. It's an old pretty dope though, right? Look how young I was. Damn. That was like a decade ago. That was originally played by my Washburn. I mean, it's a folk tune, but the first guy to play it that I was still young and supple. There's a couple more too. Oh, thank you, cousin It. Oh yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up, though. Fuck yeah. I have some other ones too. I forgot about them, but they're on my Facebook. I don't know why I forgot about them. Right? Hell yeah, I remember. That's what's up. Hang on, I'm gonna pull up the other ones that I have. I wish that I had done more because it's like that last one, that wasn't when I was at my best either. Uh, Not really, not even close, but not quite. Here we go. Here we are. Yeah, there's like 4, although some of them kind of suck. Like one of them, it was when I kind of sucked, and I was just kind of impressed. Oh, look at this! I can make noises. Let me switch it over. use another page instead of, I try to use the Facebook app itself. But this is one of my favorites. It's hard. Why is it so low? Oh, wow. That's crazy how. Wait, I don't know why it's so damn low. I didn't have it quite down. Called Shucking the Corn, actually. This one's Cripple Creek. Yeah, I was playing that with a capo on. It's a homemade pen cap capo. Like I just kind of made it, and I was playing it in key of A. That was when I just bought the banjo. This is, I had just started learning this. Before I broke my hand too. I play the harmonica too. Thought I had the harmonica sitting right over there. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, I started playing it. Like, I just picked it up, like, did it for fun by myself in my room, and just, like, that's kind of how I learned banjo too. I don't really try. I could do anything I want, learn anything I want to learn. Kind of cool. It takes a little while to get your lungs in shape for that shit. I'll tell you that much. It's a pain in the ass. But like, I just kind of did that at night, like when I didn't have anything else to do, like the last 8 months or so. Did that with the Jew harp too. I learned that shit too when I was at a friend's house for Thanksgiving. They had one. I spent like 8 hours like trying to figure out how to do it. It's about you're using your mouth as the acoustic resonator. Same thing with harmonicas. It makes the harmonica louder when you open your mouth up. When you close, when you push all the air out of your mouth, it makes the sound uh, not as loud. Yeah, wrong side. I really like harmonica. This is my little brother's too. He got it for like his birthday or some shit one year. I think uh it's a key of C. D. Oh yeah, it is C. Yeah, it says C on the front, of course. I've been thinking about getting one of those really the more complex harmonicas that have uh different keys on them. I think they're yeah, like they're more expensive. They're bigger, some of them. Fun. I've always been into instruments like that though. It just always fascinated, I guess. Fascinated by them and jealous too. Like that's why I quit playing video games and stuff because would see other people that used their time to learn how to do stuff that other people were impressed by. And being good at video games doesn't impress anybody other than other losers that play video games. So I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. And I spent a lot of time learning how to play the banjo. I think it was like 8 months. I played that shit for like 8 hours a day, every single day. Like, I'm not even joking. I put more hours into that shit than a full time job for the first year. Big time. Like, it was probably the hardest that I had ever focused on anything in my life. What's cool about it too is I'd play for a couple hours in the morning and my brain would get kind of, you know, the battery would kind of, batteries would go dead or, I could just feel myself getting, my brain worn down. And if I just stopped or like if I was learning a new song and after like an hour of learning it, my focus would start to slip and I would start picking all the wrong fucking strings and just, I couldn't play anything to save my life. Well, if I just stopped and went inside and did something else for an hour or half an hour, and come back, all of a sudden I would like cement the gains that I made. Like if I had learned how to do something or learned half of a new song, or if I practiced all morning to get some musical phrase down or a lick down or something, if I took a break and then come back, I would have it perfect. It was like the coolest thing that if I practiced something and then took a little bit of a bit of a rest, when I came back, I'd be able to do it. I'd do that 2 or 3 times a day. It was dope. I really enjoyed it. Like I like learning. It's just I get a kick out of it for sure. This one's awful. I forgot that one was like the first time I ever did it. Couldn't do it in front of the camera. Oh, practicing it earlier too. I forgot how to play it until a couple hours ago, and I was like, "Oh, I fucking forgot! This is the dopest lip ever." I love that. I love that lick. It's right when it kind of goes. It's right when it kind of the song breaks, jumps over, and go back up to the top of the neck. Start playing fast there. I don't have a metronome. You time it right there. That's the best part of that song. When he fucking breaks up to the top of the neck. Oh, shit goes so hard. Fucking love that banjo too when I'm playing there. I made the fucking banjo strap. Like, you can buy a banjo strap for like 30-35 bucks. And like an idiot, I bought like $40 in leather, like unused leather, and then like made it myself. And then like, wait a second, this cost more than a ready-made strap. Like, what the fuck? How stupid. I just felt dumb. I felt like an idiot. This shit really cracked me up. But yeah, I mean, I love playing the banjo. I really do. Oh no. Yeah, I went to the Okeechobee Music Fest with my little brother the first year that they did it. Oh, it was fucking sick. So fun. Too sick. Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Hell yeah. It didn't let me play the stupid ass music. Yeah, I think it was Bass Nectar right there. We saw Kendrick Lamar, Bass Nectar. Bunch of good shit with some badass stuff there. Oh yeah, Robert Plant, Hall & Oates. Ooh, what? That shit was dope. Robert Plant and Hall & Oates were so much fun. Such a good show. Hell yeah. That shit was. I never been to another one. That was the only one. I went on a lark. My little brother had planned it for months, and he's like, "Yeah, we're going to Okeechobee," and I'm like, "Word?" I was like, he's like, "Yeah, you can get a ticket if you want. We can go." I ended up driving. I bought a ticket for $200, and like spur of the moment, went and spent the whole weekend. It was so much fun. Dick butt. That shit. That was their totem. Yeah, that's my little brother. When he was like 20. Oh, I was rolling too hard right there. Rolling too hard. Like gritting my teeth and shit. I had a Camelback on. It was off the chain. Yeah, it was a good time though. It was fucking sick. The other ones are just me doing free work. Jeez. Oh no. Fuck. Fucking bullshit. You Facebook and that Jimmy Buffett bullshit. Bastards. Anyway. That's that. You know, and I forgot that I actually had a lot of some cool stuff that you guys haven't seen, that videos that I'd done. I mean, I have a lot of videos from when I was younger, about pipes and stuff. Kind of surprised that nobody like has gone back and looked at it and shit. Cheeseburger in paradise. I like mines with lettuce and tomatoes, big kosher pickles, and a cold draft beer. Goodness. Nothing on. Oh, well, this probably.
Just when you think you got it all figured out, you see trends in progress that seem to contradict each other, and you wouldn't have expected that. Here's one example. So whatever you think of the war with Iran, there is really no arguing the fact it has caused a global energy crisis, maybe the most severe global energy crisis, well, since the...
Oh, here we go.
Torture does not work at all.
Anna Kasparian. I kind of like watching when there's somebody decent on Piers Morgan. I kind of like it.
The use of dogs.
I think it actually is an insult if there are indeed victims.
A claim back.
You know, I've seen somebody on X saying Israel is absolutely justified in what they did to Gaza and what they're doing to Lebanon. And I said, if that's the case, then Germany was absolutely justified in their solution too, motherfucker. That's what they're saying. It's like, oh, well, if you're justified doing that, then we should have just left your ass to, hey, according to your ideas, your opinion, the West should have just let you go. Should have just cut up. Thank you, Germany, for hooking a brother up here. No, instead, you know, like, we rescued them when somebody was saying the same thing, except they were the ones on the shit end of the stick. But when it's somebody else on the shit end of the stick, oh, we're totally just, how dare you, anti-Semite, how dare you question us and our solution? This is our final solution. We're the Jays, don't you know? Fucking bastards.
It's like they wanted to inflict
noise, a lot of anger, a lot of rage, a lot of discrediting. Where do you sit in totality with both of these reports?
I think it's very simple. Sexual violence carried out by any group of people, whether we're talking about IDF soldiers or members of Hamas, is wrong, indecent, immoral, and should be condemned. I don't know why this is such a difficult thing to do. This shouldn't be considered a one-sided thing. Okay, sexual violence is often used during war. Now, in the case of Hamas, I think the argument is whether or not Hamas used rape specifically as a tool of war, and it was a widespread act. And so that's where the debate lies on the Hamas side. On the Israeli side, you know, Christoph was very clear in noting that there's no indication that IDF soldiers are commanded to carry out rape. But what stood out to me about his reporting is that, you know, there were individuals quoted who said that basically no one stops them. Like it's common, it's known that this is happening, it's been happening for a long time, but no one in a position of power in Israel is stopping them from doing it. And so it's just, I mean, it's so wrong. And I don't know how anyone can read the entirety of that Christoph piece and not be brought to tears over the just cruel and unusual punishment of individuals who were never even charged with a crime, by the way. That's the other thing. These are individuals who were arrested soon after October 7th on suspicion of doing something wrong. They were never charged with anything. They never stood trial, yet they were imprisoned and raped in some of the most horrific ways imaginable. So just long story short, rape is wrong, sexual violence is wrong, regardless of who does it.
Okay, Emily Schrader, welcome back to Uncensored to you too. You've posted Nick Christoph should really be fired over this. If such crimes actually occurred, there needs to be a respectable investigation into this behaviour, not an opinion column citing Hamas-affiliated sources. The NYT published an opinion column accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse the night before a major report documenting Hamas October 7th sexual atrocities was released. Not an investigation, but an opinion piece built heavily on claims from Euromed Monitor, whose leadership has documented ties to Hamas networks. If abuse is happening, it should be investigated, but regurgitating absurd claims such as that Israel trained...
I was just looking at a message that Nick sent out on Telegram, and it's this chick doing a TikTok with that Bratz Groiper shirt that got that he got copyright hit on. And she's doing a little dance with the shirt cut in half, and he just has a nice shirt. That's dope. She actually got him before they had to take him down.
Dogs to rape Palestinians does not help victims of sexual violence. It makes a mockery of them. Shame on the New York Times. So my first question is, I presume that you found everything in the... I don't want to speak for you, but you can clarify quickly. Did you find everything in the Hamas report credible and entirely accurate, and you would just take it unquestionably as fact?
We have no way of knowing if every single claim that's made in the Civil Commission's report is accurate. I personally, of course, have no way of knowing that. But what we do know from the Civil Commission report is that it relies on 1,800 hours of footage. It relies on more than 10,000 photos. It relies on forensic evidence that was collected from dead bodies that were there, as well as eyewitness and survivor testimony from the hostages who returned. So there is a lot more evidence that's provided in that report, which I did read in its entirety, 289 pages. In regards to the article by Christoph, my problem with it isn't that such abuses could occur or that there aren't abuses in prisons. I believe that there most certainly are, as I think there are in most countries that have a prison system, especially one involved in a heavy conflict like we see here. I think this might be the first time on Piers Morgan I actually agree with Anna Kasparian. It doesn't matter who did it. If it's happening, it's wrong. It deserves a thorough investigation. And I don't believe that Christoph did them a service in this article. I think it actually is an insult if there are indeed victims, as he described, who have been abused in the ways that he described. There needs to be a much more impartial investigation. And furthermore, the sources that he used, I mean, the way that he didn't disclose the associations between Euromed Monitor and Hamas, between what Rami Abdu has said and stood for, what the chairman of the board, Mazen Kahel, has stated. They have both explicitly supported the actions of October 7th on social media themselves. Euromed itself has been a denier of sexual assault and rape on October 7th by Hamas. So there's a lot of complications and problems that...
I don't like that shit. Like, oh, if you've ever, like, if somebody claims that people have been raped, or if somebody says people have been raped, for some reason, they have to cop to every other rape that's ever happened. They have to believe the women or whatever, or the people saying that rape happened. That's bullshit. What does that have to do with anything? It has nothing to do with anything. These people say that men got raped by dogs. What the fuck does that have to do with Hamas and whether or not women got raped on October whatever? They're turning that into Holocaust round 2, part 2. That's what October 7th is. It's Holocaust part 2. They can literally, they can drive all other humans to extinction because October 7th, you see, October 7th, duh. And why wouldn't people question whether or not this was a false flag, whether or not Netanyahu had something to do with this? Because literally, they're saying that it gives them the right to fucking murder anybody. They can do literally anything on planet Earth that they wish to because a group of men broke into their country and did some terrorist shit. And that justifies them raping men with dogs and just, attacking every other country that they can attack, that they can physically attack. And they're justified. And that country just has to lay down because, hey, Hamas, they attacked Israel. Duh. Didn't you know? You know, that's the obvious consequence when Hamas attacks Israel. Christians in Beirut died. Didn't you know that? How did you not know that? It's obvious. It's such bullshit, man. I fucking hate this group of people, too. They're the only people that do this shit. They're the only people that are constantly looking for excuses as to why they can be evil, murderer, butchers. It's fucking frustrating.
Simply were not disclosed in this piece.
But what is interesting, Emily? Here's what I would say.
It's like they want us to sympathize and empathize and understand what victims they are, to the exclusion of there being any other victims in the world. Like, when they're a victim, everybody must bow down and understand and give due deference. But let somebody else be a victim. They don't give a fuck, man. Matter of fact, they call those people anti-Semites for taking the victim limelight off of Jews. How dare you get genocided by your neighbors, Rwanda? How dare you? You're making Jews less prominent. The anti-Semitism isn't getting as much publicity because of you and your pathetic, pointless. Oh my God! It's like nobody else can be victims as long as the Jews are around. And if people do sympathize with another group more than the Jays, oh well, we need another black flag. They do a little powwow and they say, "Hey guys, some Jews, they're gonna have to die." People, they're not sympathizing with us anymore. They're not letting us murder babies anymore. We've got to kill some Jays. Fucking scum, dude. These people are fucking cockroaches, man.
What is interesting to me is your mindset about these two reports, because on the first one, you conceded immediately that you don't know for sure if it's all accurate. And yet you're not calling for anyone to be fired. You're not throwing rocks at the quality of the reporting. You're just accepting you don't know it's all true, but you 100% support it and endorse it. Whereas with the Christoph report, and again, to remind viewers, this is not just any old journalist. He is one of the most experienced and highly awarded journalists in America. He's won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. He didn't lob this up as a piece of opinion. As he says himself, he defended...
Sure, but the sources he relies he relies on are very different than 1,800 hours of raw footage
but
and
he
photos
himself,
from actual dead bodies.
Okay, but he, as he says, I deeply believe the best opinion journalism...
They are the biggest victims. Hello, she's got evidence. They're the biggest victims. Nobody... Are those pathetic victims? Dogs raped them. We have 1,800 hours of video footage. Yeah, that none of us have seen. None of us have seen the supposed 1,800 hours. None of us have seen the babies being they've decapitated babies. Sure.
Is based on new reporting. So my columns are rooted in travel and reporting. In this case, I saw a story and pursued it. And because I'm a columnist, it ran in the opinion section. What was intriguing to me, and maybe you can shed some light on this, but within minutes, there was this bombardment of people on social media, high profile, Bill Ackman and others piling in to Christoph, denouncing it all as just complete nonsense, fantasy, blood libel, and so on. How could they possibly have known? In the same way that you were open and honest enough to say you don't know if everything in the Hamas report is actually correct, why did you not collectively apply the same view to what Nick Christoph did, given his background as an award-winning journalist?
Because they're fucking crooks.
Because the Civil Commission was based on evidence. It wasn't compiled by a journalist and it wasn't published in an opinion section. In fact, I would probably have been more likely to believe some of the claims that were made by Christoph if it had been done as a news article. And frankly, I think the New York Times has the resources, they have the time, they have the ability to conduct a thorough investigation about this, and they didn't. And I think that actually does a disservice to any of victims who actually have suffered from sexual harassment or abuse in captivity or otherwise. It's a huge problem journalistically.
Anybody getting raped by a dog, honestly, that's worse than a man raping a woman. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. At least there's propriety involved when it's 2 human beings. But when it's a dog and you're getting urinated on, yeah, no, that's not the same. No, that one's worse. That's by far worse. That's so getting raped by another human being is one. I mean, that's rough, but I think I would rather be dead than be raped by a fucking dog and pissed on by I mean, that's so dehumanized. It's just, ugh. And the way that she's like dismissive, you'd think she was talking about speeding ticket or something. Like, oh, this is no big deal. Oh, we withheld a little bit of foreign aid or a little bit of Red Cross food from the Palestinians. That's what she's acting as this, like, as if all they did was, withhold some aid or something. A few people went hungry for a day or two. Not that they've been raping men and probably women too with fucking dogs. and laughing and turning like a little fucking community event out of, or, you know, making a little community event out of a little block party, if you will. And then if people start, you know, talking about or thinking of punishing those guards, the entire nation protests it.
I'm not denying that
it,
something
though?
could
Okay,
have
but
occurred,
Emily, again,
but what?
look,
We don't really know.
I don't want to jump in.
When you're
Again,
using sources that are praising
Emily.
Hamas, that have affiliations with Hamas,
Okay, but
this
Emily,
is incredible.
We all witnessed an IDF gang rape of a Palestinian hostage
No,
in
you
one
didn't.
of these.
You didn't
Yes, we
witness
did.
that,
I
Anna,
watched the
because
video
that's not what the footage shows, and that actually has been investigated in the courts.
I watched the video myself. I watched
Anna,
the video
you
myself.
interrupted me, as a matter of fact, and
We
what
all
you saw
it.
is not
And
what
in
you think you
fact,
saw. This
the
has already been debunked.
The victim. By the way,
It's like,
I just
bro,
want to be clear that this
you wanna
woman is
convince
not a
me?
journalist.
You want to debunk it? Show it to me from the other angle. The angle, because those guards were hiding what they were doing. They were laughing about it and getting behind a shield. It's like, I don't give a fuck if you debunk it. Unless I see what happened behind that shield. I know what happened behind that shield, motherfucker. There's no debunking it, bitch, unless the another angle comes out that we can see exact. You don't get to debunk that by saying, oh, this, and that happened behind the shit. Nah, that ain't debunking. That person got gang raped until you provide footage that disproves that they were gang raped there. And it's not our fault. Those officers, those guards purposely hid that. They made sure that nobody could see what happened behind, so that that's why you just assume that it was rape, because why else would they hide it? Why else would they hide it? And you can't let people get away with thumbing their nose. Oh, well, you can't tell what we did. Okay, well, how about this? How about we set you up in front of a firing squad and we send you to meet your maker? I mean, that's, as far as I'm concerned, when they're flouting the rules like that, they do it, they hide what's happening. This bitch doesn't get to sit here and say that's been debunked unless we've seen that what happened, that we get to see it from both angles. Like that's the only way you can debunk it. If you're just like relying on you spinning it and like lying it away. Oh no, that didn't happen. This is what happened. Blah, blah, blah. Nah, motherfucker. You got to show me that it didn't happen. Otherwise it happened. I don't believe, like, they were trying to hide it. They want to do it, but not be held accountable for doing it. And that's what's up with these Jays. They have no scruples. They would do evil shit. They have no problem with doing evil shit. But what they have a problem with is getting caught, being held to account for that evil shit. And you see, they don't like the Western way. They like it when we hold Germans to account, but they don't like it when we hold these pieces of shit to account.
Is actually a spy who works for the 8200 group within the
By the
IDF.
way, that is
And I
legal
would appreciate
defamation.
if
I have
people
never
knew
worked for
about
the
that.
Israeli government in any
You
capacity,
yourself have
and I
posted
also
about it
have
on
never
X.
served in the Israeli
You
army.
yourself have posted about it on X.
law.
No, I didn't.
I have a
Apparently you have
screenshot.
problems
I have a
reading.
screenshot. I have a screenshot. I'll share it
I have a
immediately after
screenshot
this
too,
interview.
Anna. In
Yeah.
fact, I have a
Okay,
screenshot
great.
of you defaming me on social
Then go
media,
ahead and
calling
sue
me a
me.
traitor
Go
to the
ahead and sue
United
me.
States. When
Sue me then, bitch. Sue me. That's exactly, sue me. Like, she wants to, this woman is trying to say, oh, well, you're victimizing me. I could sue you. Well, then sue me. Sue me. If I'm victimizing you so bad and it's such a grievous transgression, then sue me. You know, it's a free country. Sue me. And she's trying to make some kind of equivalence. She's getting bodied. She's getting body shots right here. The whole Israeli cause is catching body shots when this is happening. And they're like, oh, what procedural bullshit what procedural rules can we hide behind? How can we filibuster? What else, is there any way that we can hide and that's what she's doing. She's like trying to look over here. And at the same time, look at me. I'm a victim. Don't forget, Don't focus on the real victims. Don't focus on how people are, you know, me and the people that I represent rape other human beings with dogs. Focus on the fact that I'm being victimized. This is libel. I mean, these people deserve to be gone. Like, how could the fact that they get away with this shit?
Have no such evidence.
You are a traitor to
so
the
maybe
United States.
stick to the actual conversation here, which is not about my background.
All right,
but about
can we not talk over each other?
People.
All right, don't talk.
Witnessed it.
If you talk over each other,
don't ever
if you
say
talk
that we
over
agree.
each other,
never
no
agree
one can
with
hear.
you.
And let's not get into the tit for tat on who's suing who about what. Let's stick to the story itself.
Can I finish my
the
point?
You're making is what?
The point I'm making is there was a group of IDF soldiers who were caught on surveillance footage. This is a video I watched. This is a video that many people have seen themselves. The gang rape happens, okay? The Palestinian man who suffered that sexual abuse had internal injuries that were so bad that he had to be in the hospital for weeks upon weeks, okay? They used objects to rape him anally. I mean, it was one of the most horrific things I've ever witnessed myself. And you know what happened, Pierce, after there was some indication that maybe, just maybe, these IDF soldiers would suffer some punishment for what they did? There were protests in Israel. There was rage over the notion that they would ever suffer any consequences for what they did. And later, they were made to be television stars. They were brought on interview shows, celebrated.
How can you try to put people in jail for putting down just an insignificant dog, an insignificant Gazan? Who cares? It's just a dog. It's just a Gazan. Who cares that we gang raped him? You don't give a shit about that dirty Muslim. You're Christian.
Sickness in the society right now that needs to be addressed. If you see anyone being raped like that and you think the rapist should be let off with not even a slap on the wrist, there is something wrong with that society.
Okay, let me bring in some of the other guests. So
honestly, I hate how Anna and all these, and I get why they do it, how they equivocate and they say, it's not Jew, it's not the Jays, it's Israel, it's not the Jays or the Netanyahu government. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit. It ain't the government. This is ideology, man. This is the ideology. This is a problem. And like I've said this before, they've managed to trick everybody into believing that shit is a religion. Bro, it's not a religion. It's a fucking, it's a ready-made ideology to prep human beings so that they're comfortable with enslaving and oppressing and tyrannizing and basically comfortable with being a demon or Satan himself in hell. That's what you're talking. That's what these Jews, that's what they have in mind. We're going to create hell on earth for every other human being, and we get to play Satan. That's what they're talking about. Better to rule in hell. Like, they're pissed that they're not gods and that they're not in heaven with God. How could you do this to us? Fine. Fine. We don't want to be a part of your stupid heaven anyway. Oh, man, these people are fucking villains, bro. Super villains. Super villains.
Ben Ephraim, welcome to you to Uncensored. You're a former IDF soldier and whistleblower. I believe you spoke to Nick Christoph as part of the reporting he did for his piece. So give me your view of what he published.
Yeah, so I think it's important to move away from this attempt to compare what Nick Christoph did to this commission, right? Nick Christoph is working in an environment where he can't investigate properly because the authorities aren't letting him.
About 6 minutes.
So he's doing the best he can as a journalist in order to force the authorities to investigate it. That's the whole point here. There have been absolutely no convictions, no serious investigations into any cases of wrongdoing. Not only has no one been imprisoned, but no one's even been removed from their jobs, despite one investigation into a murder and another investigation into a brutal sexual assault. So what Christoph is doing is he's going into an environment where the authorities are in no way willing to cooperate and breaking the lid of silence. And that's not the same as a commission that has the cooperation of the authorities, that has the cooperation of the military that's in control of the area and is able to do that kind of forensic evidence. So, of course, the forensic evidence is much more impressive in that committee. The two are just completely unrelated. Now, what's most striking and amazing about what Christoph did is that he managed to get the survivors of sexual abuse to talk on the record with their faces exposed in some cases in the video, which to me was absolutely incredible. Because you have to keep in mind that in Palestinian culture, if you've experienced sexual abuse, that has a stigma of shame that is far, far greater than in Western society. I mean, we have it too in the West, we have it in Israel, in the United States, but there's no comparison to the Palestinians. And I know that their families are being harmed in their status as a result, but they felt that they needed to speak out despite the incredible damage that this could do to them personally. And the fact that Nick managed to get that done is an absolutely incredible piece of
now, specifically, Shai, the most contentious allegation that's in Nick Christoph's report is this suggestion that Israeli guards used dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners. Now, you, I believe, can corroborate that from your own personal work. So tell me about that side of it.
Yeah. So when I first read about dogs being used to sexually assault victims in these prisons, I didn't believe it. Of course, at the time, I didn't believe that Israel was committing many of the crimes that it later turned out that it was. So I talked to guards in Sde Teiman first time in June 2025. And I didn't even ask about that because that didn't seem realistic to me. But then I kept hearing more and more reports of this. And I talked to someone in Gaza who had been in one of these camps, and they told me that this had occurred. So I asked the two guards that I had talked to if that had actually happened. One of them said he'd heard talk about it, hadn't seen it. The other one said that he had seen it. Now, it has to be said that the guard who said that he had seen it wasn't speaking about penetration or anything like that. They were talking about having the detainee be sort of exposed and having the dog sort of seem like it was about to mount him. So a very disturbing, threatening kind of thing. So all this talk about whether there's been penetration or not, I don't know if there has been or hasn't been. But this guard saw them using a dog in a sexually threatening way. And the other one, it was just hearsay. When Nick was doing the article, he asked me to put him in contact with them. And one of them immediately said no. The other one chickened out in the last minute. So that's why you don't have any corroboration, unfortunately, from guards. But a lot of people in these prisons, both members of the prison service and IDF officers and people who served on the ground there, one of them was just a reserve officer serving there who usually did combat duty, are completely aware of the use of dogs. And, Christoph said that there's no evidence that there's orders from above to do these sorts of things.
But
honestly, I would be shocked if
because they're not discouraging it. That's them accepting it and endorsing it. Imagine if our soldiers were doing this and we did nothing about it. That's the same thing as saying it's okay. And the fact that in a military, you can't do anything without say-so from your superiors. You bet your bottom dollar that their superiors know about that, and their superiors, all the way to the top, they know about this. They would not be allowed. Do you think the IDF just lets people do whatever they want? Like, I mean, they let them do whatever they want to the prisoners because that's what they want. They want these prisoners dead. They want to make them suffer so that they don't continue to fight and that people just leave rather than take the chance of being captured by Israel or living alongside Israel. It's the exact same thing as if you're issuing orders. I mean, they did a whole movie about it, A Few Good Men, with Jack Nicholson, Demi Moore, Tom Cruise, Kevin Bacon. That's what that movie was about. How those code reds, what happens between privates, it comes from the fucking top. Nothing happens unless it's allowed to happen by the superior officers. because they know everything that their guys underneath them are doing. So like we've seen an entire movie that was made about this, and these assholes try and pretend as if they don't know about it and shit.
They weren't getting orders from their immediate superiors. I don't think any of this is coming from Netanyahu, but I'd be shocked if it wasn't coming from their immediate superiors.
All right, let me bring in. Okay, let me bring in our two other guests now. Rob O'Neill, welcome back to you. Always great to have you on Uncensored. You know, I've got a long memory. I remember in the Iraq War in 2003, the Abu Ghraib scandal, where a lot of Iraqi civilians were being abused by American forces in that case, and it turned out quite a few rogue elements of the British armed forces were doing similar things, and some of them got court-martialed. I was personally involved. I lost my job over it for pictures which were alleged to have been faked, but actually, interestingly, regardless of the veracity of the pictures, the reports that we published alongside them were never denied. So clearly, there has been a history of rogue elements of armed forces, both in the US and other countries, including mine, and guards in prisons. We read about this a lot, abusing detainees in some capacity. So when you've seen these two reports, and let's take the New York Times report first, Rob, what is your view about this? Because a lot of people are like, no, none of this happened. Others are like, I believe every word of it. Where do you sit with it?
Well, like anything else, Piers, and thanks for having me. Like anything else, that's the extremes on each side. It didn't happen or everything happened, and somewhere is the truth in the middle. You're going to see with prisoners and guards, there's always going to be, there was a famous test. I should have researched, I didn't know I'd be talking about this, but there were students that were volunteered to be guards, volunteered to be prisoners, and it turned into debauchery after like 12 hours. This happens all the time. I remember when I was in high school, with the first time, well, when Saddam invaded Kuwait, and there were stories of mass rape and all this stuff that turned out to be true or untrue or whatever. It's always happened. I mean, I'm not saying it's always happened. There's always stories of this. Now we're at a place where, well, yeah, I saw a video of it. Well, there's deep fakes everywhere. Everything you hear, most of it's not true. Everyone's got an agenda. They're all doing stuff. I mean, I was happy at first. Emily and Anna were on. Even we all agreed rape is bad. I'm like,
even lies tend to have a kernel of truth. A lot of times, lies, and I've noticed, like, especially in the real world, like, things that turn out to be lies, it's usually where there's smoke, there's fire kind of a thing.
Oh, this is going to be a great Wednesday. We all agree rape is bad. Then you get the human element involved, and you don't know what's happening. You don't know what's true. I mean, okay, we saw it on TV. I saw a tape. Yeah. Well, I also saw weird footage. I wasn't there when they landed on the moon, but somehow it panned up as the thing took off. I saw it on TV. It must be true. The Exorcist, the movie, scared the shit out of me because I saw it on TV. It must be true. Got to take a wrap off and realize not everything's true and everyone does have an agenda.
In a way, Rob, I think everything you just said, I completely agree with. It's becoming increasingly difficult to get to the truth because AI in particular is so sophisticated and will get more so that the fakes are just everywhere. And it's very, very hard to sort the wheat from the chaff. But that's why, actually, I put an even higher premium on journalists like Nick Christoff, who I personally have known a long time, who has won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. If we can't believe the reporting of somebody as good as him and as experienced as him, particularly in the area of sexual violence. And I'll read the statement from the New York Times after all the furore yesterday. They said there's no truth at all to any retraction being published. Nicholas Kristof is a 2-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who's reported on sexual violence for decades and is widely regarded as one of the world's best on-the-ground reporters, documenting and bearing witness to sexual abuse experienced by women and men in war and conflict zones. He traveled to the region to report firsthand on the stories of Palestinians who suffered abuse, and his article collects accounts in the victims' own words, backed by independent studies. You know, he's not a fly-by-night guy. He's not a guy with a litany of big mistakes or fake news or any of these things. And I just think we've got to somehow separate the reporting and journalism of people like Nick Christoff from the kind of stuff you've been talking about.
Well, I'm assuming you heard of Seymour Hersh.
Yeah.
Right? He won a couple of Pulitzers, didn't he? I think so. But he wrote I was there for the bin Laden raid. He wrote a horrible article about how we were cutting up his body and throwing it over the Hindu Kush. 100% bullshit. But hey, it's Seymour Hersh. He wrote a great article in the 60s. He's full of shit. That's it. I mean, guys can lie. Just because they have awards given to them by other guys who write bullshit doesn't mean they were there.
True.
Do you know
Try to-
why?
I mean,
do you know why I like having you
verify.
on? The reason I like having you on Uncensored is because you are the epitome of uncensored, Rob O'Neill. You always say exactly what you're thinking, and I appreciate the candor.
Well, I'm
I
trying to tell the truth as I know it. Is all I'm trying to do. Seriously, and if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. I just think that's the truth.
You're making a valid point based on your own personal experience. So I completely understand the passion that you're making it, and I actually meant what I just said as a compliment.
Oh no, I know. I'm good.
Let me bring in Doran Kempel, former Special Forces commander in the IDF. Doran, what is your view of this? I mean, look, my view of the IDF generally since October the 7th is they've obviously been waging an incredibly difficult war against Hamas. They've obviously had a lot of losses on their side. They've inflicted a lot of losses on the other side, including many civilians. That's been very contentious.
They're fighting a war
it's
on
led to all sorts of global debate about whether the proportionality of Israel's response has been correct or not. We've debated that on this show many, many, many times. But there have been a few things that have popped up which have, to my mind, questioned the constant refrain that the IDF is the most moral army in the world. One very recently of the IDF soldier desecrating a statue of Jesus Christ, for example. That's not the actions of the most moral army in the world. Now, I accept there are rogue elements of any army. Okay, so I'm not pretending for a moment they're not. But I think when you make a claim like that, it can sometimes be used by people as an all-encompassing kind of protective shield.
If you're going to make a claim like that, shit like beating up a Jesus statue, that wouldn't be happening if you were a moral army. Because to make that kind of claim, it's saying, yeah, we're not like every other army. We're special. Nick is going live tonight. He just sent out a message going live soon.
Any legitimate criticism. Similarly, when I see members of the Israeli government, like Ben-Gvir, being given by his wife on his 50th birthday last week a cake with a noose on it, that makes me think, wow, maybe you're just as psychopathic as the people you're going after. So there's a lot of stuff here which I am uncomfortable with, whilst at the same time, as I did many, many times from the start of the war in Gaza, for example, I've always accepted Israel had a right to defend itself. So I'm not one of those people who says everything Israel does is wrong. I have nothing against the country or the people. I have a problem with elements of this government and with the actions that have been going on, particularly in the last year or so.
The ideology.
So in the context of my positioning of that, what is your view here of this series of revelations from Nick Christoph? Do you think, as some people do, that none of it can be true, it's all fantasy, he's made it all up? Or do you think there's a more nuanced way to respond to this?
Thank you for having me, Piers. Let's start with what I think we all agree about, which is that any type of rape, doesn't matter if it's women or men, any type of torture or abuse is bad. We agree on that. Let me add one more thing that I'm sure, Piers, you agree with, and also brother Robert from the SEALs. There is no excellence in an organization without having moral excellence at the core.
Exactly.
The SEALs, and I'm sure that your program, Piers, starts with the fact that there's moral clarity. And from that, let me get to the most important point. The survival of Israel should not be taken for granted, not in the past 50 years and not in the next 50 years. And if Israel wants to survive, it needs to maintain that type of excellence that starts with morality, through intellectual integrity, and then operational excellence, which includes courage. And I'm sure that the Israeli pilots over Iran that are sacrificing their life have this type of courage and has that morality across these three layers. And for that reason, and of course, I don't know what has happened in those prisons, I have no idea, but Israel should investigate this professionally and fairly. And to the extent that anybody is to blame, they should suffer the full extent of the law, or there's going to be no Israel in 50 years. I think those are the core points that I wanted to communicate. I can double click on any of them, Piers.
Yeah, it's interesting because
that dude said it wonderfully. That was perfectly said. If they don't stop this, if they don't show the world that they have a problem with this, and that anybody who does something like this is going to pay through the nose, they're going to suffer the consequences, they're not going to exist. People are not going to stand for this. Propaganda and spin and saying we're the most moral army. It doesn't mean dick if people see it with their eyes what you're doing. And matter of fact, it will just gall people that you're lying straight to their face while doing all that shit. Like, that's a problem. And Israel will suffer the consequences if they don't make the bad actors suffer the consequences. Then there's nothing moral about bombing children. No, I agree with you. What I'm saying is, until, like this guy just said, until they have a clear moral, they have a clear a sense of morality, they would be, nobody would have a problem with them. But it's the fact that they have no morality. They kill civilians for not, like, they lie and say, oh, they had a gun or this and that, and they kill women and children. It's unacceptable. It's just downright unacceptable. Civilized people don't make war on women and children. It's awful.
One of my big problems, for example, with the war on Gaza, one of my big critiques of the Israel position on it and the way it was conducted was, to this day, the Netanyahu government bans international media from going into Gaza, even though there has supposedly been a ceasefire for many months. None of that makes sense to me.
No, it makes perfect sense, Pierce. You just don't want to say so out loud. It makes perfect sense if they butchered, raped, murdered, dismembered. If you've done that, then it makes sense that you're not allowing reporters in. If you haven't done that, then it doesn't make sense. Then it seems absurd. So we know exactly what they did in Gaza. We know exactly what happened in that place. Pure evil, or they wouldn't have a problem with letting, matter of fact, if it wasn't evil, Israel, they would be forcing journalists to go in there. See, look, we didn't do anything. Look, see, we're moral. But the fact that they can't, there's no way, they can't even like dress it up and do, walkthroughs because it's that bad. So, and they just won't allow anybody in. I mean, and the fact that they won't allow anybody in, it basically, it's an indictment of the worst kind. Same thing with those guys, that the guards hiding the guy behind shit. The fact, the attempt to hide it, automatically we have to attach to it the worst possible thing they could be doing, because we have to assume that they're doing inhuman, evil shit. We can't just dismiss it and say, oh, well, they were probably just kicking him. They didn't want anybody to see him getting kicked. Like, nah. If they had just been kicking the guy, they would say, yeah, he was getting unruly or something. No, it's because there's no fucking excuse for what they did. And there's no excuse to hide it either.
If you genuinely have waged this war in the most moral way imaginable, as they keep claiming, then let the international journalists in to do their job, unfettered, untied to government walking around with them, and allow the top journalists in the world to go in and investigate whether those claims are true. And the other part of the Gaza story was that there were repeated allegations of outrages, the killing of innocent journalists. Not all of them, I'm sure, were innocent. Some probably were attached to Hamas. I don't know, because I only know the claims come from IDF, and where there appears to have been some atrocity or some wrongdoing, they immediately announce an investigation. And then some people have gone back and gone, well, what happened to all those investigations? Most of them, we never get any conclusion. And we're seeing a similar pattern, for example, in Iran, with the killing of the school, with the 200 schoolgirls or however many it was who were killed. We still don't know, apparently, who fired that missile. And yet every part of my journalistic gut tells me, of course they know who fired that missile. So why aren't we being told? Similarly, with all the investigations the IDF have done into all the alleged wrongdoing as it was happening in real time, well, where's the results? Where are the published statements about all these things? A lot of them just disappear from public view and public purview. And I have a problem with that. I have a problem with the lack of transparency and the apparent lack of accountability. What would you say to that?
Well, a lot of very important points. I think that all of this should be investigated and published. And again, I believe that no organization or society can survive without a kernel of morality, legality, integrity, etc. And for that reason, all of that should be investigated, and whoever has done something wrong should be suffering the full extent of the law. Having said that, you also said something about allowing journalists everywhere. That's not really possible in the time of war, because war includes a lot of elements that are undercover.
But there's a ceasefire.
And for instance, yes, but you know that the Mossad and the CIA are not on vacation right now in Iran.
No, but where there is a ceasefire, historically in modern times, where there's a ceasefire, journalists are allowed to do their job. And I cannot get a straight answer out of why the Israeli government continues to ban international journalists from doing their job. It makes no sense. It's an infringement of their freedom of speech and expression to do it. It's a failure of accountability, a failure of transparency. And, you know, my message to Prime Minister Netanyahu, if you have nothing to hide, then let the journalists in, let them report. You know, and that's, you know, it's not connected directly to the New York Times reporting.
I agree with
but
that,
if you don't have
Piers.
reporting like Nick Christoph's, I'm not sure where it comes from.
In general, I agree with that. It's part of democracy. The only point that I was making is that if Robert's SEAL team had a journalist with them on their way to bin Laden, it wouldn't have worked in the same way. So there should be some areas
100%.
that are concealed. But when there is
okay, but that's
yes,
a good point. But hang on, but
Doran,
on that point, but journalists did go to the compound afterwards. They were allowed to go and investigate what had happened after it was all over. So that's the analogy I would use. Of course, you don't want to have journalists on the actual missions or during combat operation. I get that. But once it's over, once there's a ceasefire, even if there are, you know, breakouts from that ceasefire, the journalists should. In the end, it's down to the journalists and their bosses to determine the risk assessment. It shouldn't be down to a government to say none of you are coming in. I mean, Emily, let me ask you that question, because you know you're a US-Israeli journalist and commentator. As a journalist, do you feel comfortable that journalists are not allowed into Gaza unless they're taken by the IDF and are perceived to be friendly?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're on the same page. We have been for some time. Even while there was no ceasefire, I argued that international media should be allowed in at their own risk. And I say that with the caveat that I know why the army doesn't want, and it's not because of hiding something or not hiding something.
Cunt.
The equation here
Liar.
is that they consider the risk to be too high, too much operational activity occurring within a very small area.
Well, you know what? Risk is you know, fear and risk is the individual's concern. If people want to go into a war zone as a journalist, Israel would let them if they had nothing to hide. Nobody ever, when there's a war going on, they don't say, no, you can't come in here, it's unsafe. They say, hey, it's unsafe. It's a war zone. Come in here at your own risk. So it's total bullshit. Israel doesn't give a fuck if they kill journalists. They target journalists. So it's total bullshit. The fact is they can't target those journalists because it would be blatant and in everybody's face. And they target them all the time, you know, like they did with that English guy, Sweeney or whatever his name was. They're not letting people in there because they have something to hide. This bullshit spin that this woman is trying to do, I hope nobody's falling for it because it's total horseshit. It makes zero sense. No, the only reason why anybody has ever denied access to something, it's because evil shit or is going on behind or in wherever people aren't allowed.
It's not unheard of for certain zones to be off limits for journalists. We see it in Ukraine with zones that journalists can't enter. That being said, I agree with you. I think that should be up to the journalist to assume that risk, and that's who should be making the ultimate decision. I just want to add one more comment about what you
The only reason why that wouldn't be the case, it's not because you're worried about the journalists getting killed. It's because you're worried about Israel becoming defunct, being a failed state.
With the accountability. I think that's the case in many countries, especially when it comes to war, that we don't really hear about the follow-up. This is a problem. But I do want to say, at least in some of the more recent examples, including one that you brought up, that disgusting behavior from one of the soldiers in Lebanon, mocking the statue of Jesus that was in one of the villages there. There was a response to this. He was removed from operational duty, and those who stood by doing nothing were also suspended. In addition to that, we also had condemnation from right to left, from the very top of the government with the president and the prime minister himself, all the way to community leaders.
Okay, but Emily, my response to that would be, yes, you're right, because there was widespread condemnation all around the world, and because I think the Israeli government panicked and realized how bad it looked, particularly with Christians in America.
Israel, they're blatant. They're belligerent. They really don't give a shit. The only time they care is when, public relations. Like, they really don't care if Israel is, or if Jesus is being destroyed. They don't care if Palestinians are being raped. They just care if people start protesting them. They don't like, and the reason why they respond, it has nothing to do with what those IDF soldiers did. It's just they're upset that their image is being tarnished. It's like the criminal that is only regrets that he got caught. That's what it is. They're just criminals that regret they got caught.
Biggest paymasters and supporters. But then it begs the question, if they can respond that quickly and with such clarity and authority and decisiveness and take disciplinary action, why couldn't they do the same when you had people being killed wrongly in Gaza, as happened multiple times, including, in my estimation, a number of journalists who were just doing their job? Over 200 journalists were killed in that war. And I'm afraid...
obviously, I'm going to dispute you on that figure, but...
Well, no, it's not disputable. The only dispute is whether any of them had...
Because many of these journalists were not journalists.
It's whether they had connections to Hamas.
You're not a journalist. You are not a journalist, okay? You born and raised in LA.
I hear a lot of background noise.
Now you're
I hear a lot of background noise, and I would like to get back to the question that you were asking,
genocidal regime in the Middle East. That's what you are. You're a propagandist for a genocidal regime in the Middle East, talking about...
Can we get back to the actual topic of this debate, please?
No, we're focusing on the topic of the debate.
We're focusing on the topic that Israel commits war crimes every day and then commits crimes of inhumanity equivalent to, what they assert happened in Germany, during World War II. I mean, these are atrocities on that level. Straight up.
Slaughter of actual journalists.
I'm here to speak about what's actually happening on the ground.
Hang on.
As a propagandist for Israel,
I will let you. You can respond in a moment, but I'm making the point, which I think is a valid one.
Get this,
which is why is it the IDF and the Israeli government could respond so quickly to the desecration of a statue of Jesus, but cannot respond with anything like the same speed to the killing of journalists, many of whom were genuine journalists doing their job?
It was well put.
Probably Rob and Doron can answer this even better than me, but I think the most distinct and obvious difference is that one occurs in the fog of war, and it takes time to be able to determine who was where, when.
The fog of war? You mean the fog of you bombing civilians? Fuck you, motherfucker. Fuck you. You don't even have an enemy army. How dare you say the fog of war, bitch? You're fucking slaughtering and massacring innocent, basic, defenseless fucking people. There's no fog of war, asshole. You're mowing people down.
Is there, what information is there available versus a photo where you can clearly see who it was and what happened, and they evaluated that fairly quickly. Now that's
it would be nice if we had videos where we could see clearly who and what did what, but unfortunately your disgusting fucking J soldiers make sure that nobody can see clearly what they do. That's a fucking problem.
I agree with you. I think there needs to be more transparency, and there also needs to be more speedy answers to a lot of these things. We're on the same page on this. I'm not disputing you at all on that front.
And on the question of the 9,000 or so Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, why is it that so many have not had a free and fair trial yet?
For real.
Good question.
Oh, I agree with you.
Under
Nephilim.
administrative
Bro,
detention,
for real,
Israel
though.
does reserve the right in order to preemptively arrest people up to 6 months with court permission, and that is what's happened. All of those 9,000 are not under administrative detention, but we know that after October 7th, there were thousands of arrests in order to determine who was a part of what happened. In fact, I would go even further than that and point out that a lot of the Palestinians who were arrested, we didn't know because we didn't know on October 7th who had entered Israel. There were people they found many months later that were involved in the October 7th massacres who had been hiding inside of Israel. So there is an over response to what happened.
Yeah, that just sounds like y'all had a black flag going on, and then when shit, oh, they're hiding right here, guys. Yeah, okay, yeah, they're probably your own fucking assets. Now you're just throwing them to the dogs.
In order to get control of the situation,
that's okay.
not really unique to Israel. That's something we see a lot of times in war.
Let me bring in Rob O'Neill back on that one, because of course, you know, anyone who's watched the great, you know, Zero Dark 30 about your incredible raid, which is a brilliant movie, but of course it shows
Great movie.
Yeah, and it shows a lot of the detention scenes are pretty harrowing, and you see people being held at Guantanamo Bay and being, you know, effectively tortured for information. And the thread in the movie shows that ultimately a piece of information that was elicited that way leads to identification of a compound and so on. So you can see a thread through that movie and that narrative that in a way means justifying the ends. But of course, the argument against it is, particularly when Barack Obama himself being a lawyer, is that if you're fighting to defend democracy, including the rule of law, then is it right that you should hold people in detention? For sometimes in Guantanamo Bay's case, there were people there for 12 years or more without ever being brought to trial. I had a real problem with that. It's like, if we're fighting for freedom and democracy, we should be fighting for the rule of law, and it should be the rule of law. It shouldn't just be, well, we're going to ride roughshod over that when it suits us. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm going to start this off by saying I'm not a journalist either. I'm fortunate, though, over 400 combat missions, I was what we call the battlefield interrogator until we softened it to tactical questioner, which means after we take down a house, after we killed people and there's people still alive, I'm the one that gets to interrogate them. So I get to talk to them face to face. And I'm going to tell you, from the time I had, from the first time I did that in Iraq to the last time I did it probably in Afghanistan or Pakistan, I learned along the way, torture does not work at all. So you will get to a point where you hurt someone so bad, they're going to tell you what you want to hear. So what works is just catching them in lies. And the easiest way to catch them in a lie is ask them a question that you know the truth to. Whose house is this? Who are the men of the house? What are their names? If there's 5 guys you ask that, 3 guys have the same answer, guess what? They're not the bad guys. And I mean, look, I've been in places before after a gunfight questioning someone and I had to smack this taste out of their mouth. That's fine. But the torture stuff, I was never into that. I never saw it. None of my guys wanted to do that. I like to say we're the good guys. But again, unfortunately for me, no one on
that kind of shit will ruin your fucking life, man. You do some evil shit like that, you will never forgive yourself. You'll fucking see that every time you close your eyes. It will haunt you the rest of your life. You know, certain things, like, the punishment is you knowing that you did them. That is the punishment of a lot of things. You rape a guy with a dog? Well, you think you're just going to walk away from that and pretend it never happened? Fuck no. That's going to haunt you in your dreams. It's going to, every time you take a piss, every time you take a shower, every time you make love to your wife, you're going to be seeing what you did to another person, another human being.
Battlefield thinks they're the bad guys. I'm just telling you right now, if you can catch them in lies, that's good. You're going to get a lot further with rapport than torture. Anyone that tortures is wrong, and it's not up to me to judge whether or not you cut down a picture of Jesus. Someone else will do that eventually. So I'm just saying what's right or wrong there. It is bad on the battlefield, but it's also really bad on what gets reported because not everything is the truth. What I found, it's a hard truth, and anyone who's listening who's never been to combat, I'm going to tell you, everyone in a war zone, about 99% are not combatants. Not everyone's fighting. The ones who are bad. You try to get the truth. You try to get the targets however you can. But I'm going to say, if anyone's a young soldier right now, I'll save you about 17 years of experience. Torture doesn't work. Try another way.
See, that's a really fascinating and honest answer. And on the particular point that I made, which triggered that amazing response, by the way, holding people in detention, whether it's in Guantanamo Bay, whether it's in Israeli jails, for years at a time, without giving them a trial, it seems to me the antithesis, really, of what a free democracy should be doing. It should be setting the moral and legal code for especially if you're going to, take a morally superior view of the way you run your country. We hear all the time, Israel says we're the only democracy in the region. Okay, well then behave like one. Having all these people in prison without ever giving them a trial seems to me that's not democracy. But what do you think?
Well, no, I mean, you're going to be...
Israel is the only democracy in the region because we made it that way. Iran had democratic elections, and they pissed us off because they wanted to keep their own oil. So we literally sabotaged their own democracy. And we don't allow any other country to have democracies except Israel, because democracies might choose to nationalize their own oil. They might decide that they didn't want to let America steal their shit. So that's why there's no democracy in the Middle East. It has nothing to do with those people being uncivilized or barbaric. No, it has everything to do with the American Imperial project, which includes Israel. Israel is not even really a democracy, but it's the quote unquote only democracy in the Middle East. That's by design. We made sure they're the only democracy in the Middle East.
Keep someone, especially if it's unlawful. If you just thought there's something, you can lock them up. You're going to make a bad guy. And again, both sides of it. I thought one thing, now I think another, because they've locked me up for a decade. I don't like them. I wish I had all the answers, because this would be a much shorter show. I don't. And I'm still trying. I just turned 50. Thank God I can learn for hopefully another 50. But it's like, I mean, and people throw democracy around like it's anything else. Like if you say, hey, I don't want my borders open, let 20 million people in. Well, if I don't do that, I'm against the Constitution. It's like we're losing a lot of definitions because we're bringing too many lawyers and politicians into it. It's a lot of stuff in life I think is simpler. We love to make it complicated. I mean, I'm going to refer back to the beginning of the segment. I'm glad this entire panel is in agreement that rape is bad.
Yeah. Anna,
I think we really need to look at the comparison of what we're talking about here. On the one hand, people who commit crimes in Israeli jails, it's fog of war. We can't arrest. There's no way of knowing. And then in Gaza, you have this massive net where you arrest every single man you see, lock them up, torture them, possibly kill them, and then see what happens later. All of a sudden, the fog of war doesn't matter. You have the widest net possible. And when it's Israelis committing these crimes, no one gets arrested, no one gets investigated. It's fog of war. What can you do? But with Gaza, you can bring everyone in. It just shows that Jews are not held accountable in Israel, and Palestinians are held accountable, whether they committed crimes or not. Every Palestinian.
Women and children, fucking children that could barely talk, are being held accountable. Like in this fog of war, this shit is insulting to me. It's fucking insulting that they give us such bullshit answers. It's bullshit. Fog of war my ass, and they get away with it. That's fucking bullshit, man. And it just bothers me how, like the fact that the way things are in the Middle East is by design. We created everything. Every country, every border, every person in every Middle Eastern country is there because we want them there. Every government is the exact form of government we want those countries to have. And this is why I say that's why Israel is America. It's a front, it's a facade. It's so that American elites and American politicians can do the evil shit that they wouldn't be able to do as American politicians. So they created this little bullshit country and got some patsies that were willing to live there for money, got them to live there, and now American politicians and American elites, they basically, they're like own little fiefdom, like they rule the world with the Middle East, but they oppress the shit out of the Middle East. They murder people. They do whatever they want. That's why Israel is so belligerent. And you know something? Let's say Israel gets wiped off the map. Or the worst happens to Israel, they disappear. What happens to our politicians? Nothing. Because it's just like a mafia front. A bunch of criminal ass American politician gangsters are behind Israel. And it's their Gray Fox mask from the fucking from Oblivion. That's how they can commit all the crimes in the world, and they just take that mask off, and all of a sudden they're a different human being that hasn't committed any of those crimes.
Seen as
well, also
enemy.
on that
and
point,
that's why all these journalists are
well,
being
on that
killed too.
point, and Anna, I will come to you in one moment, but on that point, Emily, for example, the thing that precipitated Ben Gvir getting this cake from his wife with the noose on it was the scene from the Knesset of him celebrating wildly with champagne after winning a new policy going through in the Knesset to have a two-tier system of death penalty policy now, where if you're a Palestinian that the Israelis deem to be a terrorist, then you can be executed. But the same law doesn't apply to Israelis.
We used to be a Golem factory. We started being a Golem factory when our women no longer raised our children. When we literally gave our children to the dogs, that's when we became a Golem factory, because our kids are propagandized. The government has control of the education, and parents have no control over how their children turn out. Does anybody really think that this happened by accident? This is not an accident. They needed to get women out of the home, or they couldn't make. That was in the way of them achieving their imperial ideas, their imperial goals. It makes perfect sense why they pushed women into the workforce. Well, then the kids are yours. The kids are the state's at that point. The mother and father, they have almost no input. They see their kids a couple of hours a day. And the rest, they are spending their time being abused by daycare, propagandized by teachers and the government, the state. It's awful.
Who may commit an act of terrorism. And, this is a country where you've had prime ministers killed by right-wing Israeli terrorists. Okay, so it's not like it doesn't happen. So what do you say to that? Are you comfortable with a two-tier legal system about things like the death penalty?
I am not a supporter of this law. In principle, I don't have a problem with the death penalty being applied. However, I do want to clarify, just for the viewers, that the law that was passed, the one that we saw Ben Gvir celebrating, is less about being two-tier. What it states isn't that anyone who's a terrorist can qualify for the death penalty. It's that anyone who is convicted of murdering people, so it has to be a capital offense, and it also has to be...
Why did they need this law, and why were they celebrating? Because they already have murder on the books. So what's the deal here? Why are they celebrating? Why would they even need this law if it's just murder? If it's just a murder law, a law against murder? Why would they need it? Unless it is literally to single out non-Jays for the chopping block, single them out for execution. They're not just celebrating with fucking noose brooches for the hell of it. Anybody that believes this fucking crock of shit, ugh.
Of a nationalistic nature. That's what it's classified as. Now, how that affects Palestinians differently is because Palestinians are prosecuted in military courts. So it operates through a different system because they are an active combatant. They're considered an active enemy entity to the state of Israel.
Fucking claim that every single person is a combatant.
I do have a problem with the application of it, but all of that being said, it's not going to stand. It's going to get struck down or at least modified by the courts, and frankly, it should. I think we need to be very smart about how we deal with such situations. We don't want to see people like Yahya Sinwar spending time in Israeli prison, being treated by Israeli doctors for brain cancer, and then being released and planning things like October 7th. We need to be intelligent about how we're dealing with murderers with blood on their hands, and I don't believe that this law was the best way to do it, but I do think that we do need to revise how we review some of these cases.
All right, Anna, your response.
I mean, obviously, it is a two-tier justice system when one group of people, and I want to note, Emily Schrader didn't say Hamas. She said Palestinians are seen as enemy combatants. But yeah, the application of this law is obviously meant to, excuse me,
if you murder someone, you are a terrorist.
Bitch, give her the business.
Including Jewish Israelis? You think they should, if Jewish Israelis carry out murder, you think they should, okay, all right, as long as someone commits a terrorist attack,
absolutely.
Or as long as you're applying it equally and fairly. But okay, so can I finish my point without Emily and her screeching voice interrupting me constantly? Let me just finish my point. Okay? The issue is the fact that Palestinians are tried in a military prison, or I'm sorry, military courts, as opposed to, Jewish Israelis. I mean, this law is an extension of the apartheid system that Israel has been operating under for decades now. That is the problem. This law is yet another symptom of that deeper foundational problem within Israeli society. Israelis would like us to believe that they're the only democracy in the Middle East, that it's a wonderful utopia that Americans would love. It's very much in line with the Western world. It is not in line with the Western world. It is very important for the American people to understand that our special ally operates in ways that we would find absolutely horrendous. We would consider it treachery. And the idea that we continue to fund that government, fund that military, despite all of the atrocities that have been committed in Gaza, in the West Bank, now in Lebanon, also in Iran. By the way, quickly going back to your point about we don't know who bombed the school in Manab, we do know. Sadly, it was the United States, because we're the only ones who have Tomahawk missiles, and Tomahawk missiles were used to bomb that school. And it wasn't simply one strike. It wasn't two strikes. It was 4 strikes. Okay, so that was a horrific situation. And I hate the fact that we as Americans have blood on our hands for carrying out that atrocity. But atrocities happen. It's one thing to realize you've committed an atrocity, use actual punishment to prevent it from happening again. But that's not what's happening here.
These aren't accidents.
It's certainly not happening in Israel. It's not happening with our government, certainly under the leadership of Donald Trump. I mean, the guy thinks that we're winning the war in Iran. He keeps telling us that he's decimated their military. We just got New York Times reporting yesterday saying that Iran was able to access most of their mobile, missile launchers along the Strait of Hormuz. 70% of their missiles are still intact. Just, it's lie after lie after lie, Pierce. And we have to be honest about what's actually happening right now, or we're going to keep compounding the same mistakes over and over again.
In a way, this plays back to what Rob O'Neill said, which is there's a lot of lying goes on in wars.
Yeah, Iran's out of the fight. Their entire navy's on the bottom of the ocean. Jesus.
But isn't the truth?
Their navy was never an issue. It was we were never afraid of their navy. Their navy never even stood a chance. It's that they have control over the strait. The navy doesn't mean dick. It never did mean dick. Iran spends less than 1% on their military. They spend less than 1% of what we spend on our military. 1 fucking %. That's insane, man. That is insane.
But Rob, isn't the truth?
Right.
Isn't the truth about the Iran war, Rob, that what the Iranians have discovered is they can get pounded militarily, but as long as they can control the Strait of Hormuz in the way they have done,
Pierce,
as long as they can fire off rockets,
and that's pressure on the Chinese, Pierce. There's logic to all of that. There are so many points here.
Okay, Doran, let me come to you in a moment. I just want Rob to. I mean, it's
no. I'm just saying, with all due respect, Anna just said the New York Times says, yeah, okay. I didn't know Baghdad Bob from the first war in Iraq had a job again. The Americans are committing suicide by the thousands. Their Navy's sunk. Their army doesn't matter. They've been physically destroyed. It's a matter of you and the media waiting it out with them. I mean,
then why haven't we opened the Strait of Hormuz? If their military's been decimated, why haven't we militarily opened the Strait of Hormuz?
The Holy Land of Saudi Arabia, and then Iran and Straits of Hormuz are going to be obsolete. That's why we're giving them a chance. Do you want to still be in Iran? If not, fine, beat it.
I think the problem with giving them a chance is that Donald Trump has constantly set new timelines for this. It's going to be over in 2 or 3 weeks. Then it was 6 weeks. Then it was 8 weeks. And I think the problem is, if I was advising President Trump, it would be like maybe less is more in the constant announcements about all this.
I didn't want to start a war in Iran. I'm just saying Iran is not in this militarily. Yeah. They're decimated. They don't even have leadership. Some of these guys are just despots because they have some missiles or launching them because they want to die because they believe in their version of heaven. Get your head in it.
Dude, they've lost. This guy still believes the propaganda they spoon-fed him in the early 2000s. Oh, they hate us because of our freedom. Bro, if you believe that, you still believe that? What human being that has ever existed killed themselves because other people had freedom? Does that make any sense at all in any way? At all. A whole civilization is, we'll commit suicide just so long as we kill you, some of your people too. It's the dumbest shit ever. It's so dumb. They don't hate us because of our freedom. No, that was a lie told to us so that we would find it acceptable. We would find the war acceptable. And if that's the best reason, like that they could come up, you know that's a lie. You know that's a lie. It's one thing for some crazy nut like Ted Kaczynski to be suicidal, but you're talking about a whole civilization? Nah. It doesn't, no, that ain't how shit works, man. Human beings, like nobody, people don't just want to die just for no reason. It's one thing to die for your country, but you don't die so that somebody else dies for their country. That's fucking dumb.
Matter of the media holding out than us being weak again.
Damn, it's late.
That's it.
Nick.
Suicide bombings are
Here's
carried out
another
by Sunni
perspective on Iran,
Muslims,
if
by
I
Sunni
may.
Muslims, not Shia Muslims. Sunni Muslims do the suicide bombings.
Let me bring Doran in. Doran, you want to comment on that?
Just on the point of Iran, the tactical goal has been to eradicate their military. That happened very quickly. The strategic goal is to get the Iranians who work for the Chinese and the Russians to collaborate with us. That calls regime change or having some friendly general lead the uprising. I believe that this is still being pursued. As I said earlier, the Mossad and the CIA are not on vacation right now. And we have already demonstrated, by the way, I'm a US citizen, just to be clear when I say we've already demonstrated that we can take any piece off the chessboard when we choose, which means that if we're okay with the people that we're negotiating with, we probably decided that these are the people we're going to speak with. With regard to the Straits of Hormuz, that's a strategic choke point relative to the bigger chess game, which is China, US. President Trump is on his way to speak with Xi. When the oil that typically China gets from the Gulf is not coming there. 50% of the oil that goes to China comes from the Gulf. So I think that we're comfortable as Americans with that particular leverage points that we have over China. There's no other way to interpret why President Trump is okay with this futile negotiation, because there's no rush until he completes the negotiation with Xi.
Oh, well,
and we have accomplished the tactical objective of eradicating their military in 1 week.
Yeah, look, I don't agree necessarily with all your characterization of the current state of what's happening there, but I totally agree that what is happening right now in Beijing, or tomorrow morning, actually, I think they're all asleep now, but tomorrow morning when they have their first meeting, if some of the reports are right, that President Trump is thinking of offering a gigantic trade deal to China.
I think this it looks like the wind up for a show. You know what I mean? Like it's not. It wasn't showing all the video, and it was just showing the green phosphorus shit.
Build factories in the United States for Americans to have product. It will be a very contentious thing with his base. It will be very contentious with the conservative right in America. But if it takes that for this Iran war to be resolved, to give him enough time to maybe repair the damage in time for the midterm elections, he may well take that deal. So I think there could be some massive announcements coming out of Beijing, and it could precipitate the end of the war, which I suspect everybody would like to happen sooner rather than later. We've run out of time, but thank you all very much indeed. A very interesting debate, and I really appreciate all of you coming on. Thank you. Well, legions of fanatical followers are not something normally associated.
People are innocent until proven guilty, you know, in America. Like, that's how we do when, you know, somebody's broken a law. But when you have, you know, combat zones or conflict zones, or places where the law is questionable at best, you know, that's an ideal. That's like those are ideal circumstances. Oh, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. It doesn't work that way all the time. And not only that, it only works that way if the people that are making the accusation care to live up to that ideal. You know, it's not a law. It's not a you know, a natural law like gravity or something. Like, it only exists in the mind of people. Not everybody lives by that shit.
CEOs, but
I feel like it's like this is the okay. This might be. I feel like this is the role that he plays just before it comes on, but maybe not. The ick is girl copium.
Before I start this video, I want to clarify, I'm not talking about all icks ever, so do not don't say some bullshit like, no, I actually got the ick one time, because like, okay, I believe you. But here's what I'll say, right? As a girl, and like I will say, the term ick has been around for what? Like maybe 5 years now. It's been around for a minute now. And it started off as like a haha funny, right? Like oh, this person did something and it really turned me off of them and now I can't find them attractive anymore.
Right.
And at first they were like valid reasons. Like they were like semi-valid. It was like, oh, this person is disgusting. They have like no fucking hygiene. I looked in their shower, they had no body wash. Like, and those are legitimate things. Like, yes, that's really gross. Right. You should have a body wash. If you don't have that, I could see why that would be a deal breaker. But then it devolved into this thing where it was like, oh, like a guy chased a ping pong ball and I never liked him again after that. Or like, oh, like,
right.
You know, I watched him do something that everyone fucking does ever. And now I just can't find him attractive anymore. And I'm about to drop a truth bomb on you guys. Like 70% of the time when I hear an ick, from a girl, it's usually she didn't like that guy that much to begin with. And then the remaining 30% of the time, she actually dated him for a period of time after the quote unquote ick happened, and now the ick is like a retroactive copium, right? And so here's what I mean by that, right? Like, if you already don't like a guy, okay, if you're a girl and you really like someone, there is like very, very little that he can do to actually get
nothing. You can't, the guy can do no wrong. Like, I've been with chicks that felt that way about me. It's, like, there's nothing you can do wrong. Everything you say is the funniest shit ever. Every request is obeyed. I mean, it's lovely, to say the least.
Not like him. And I know this because I am a girl and I have many female friends and we talk about this shit all the time. And I will tell you, if a girl decides that she likes you, she's attached to the idea of you, the fantasy of you, there is very little you can do as a man that doesn't involve her detaching from you with her, like, from her own, like, sheer willpower that will get her to like suddenly not like you. Like, I've watched women like oh my god, I've talked to girls and like, this is so bad. But like, I had a friend who, she was seeing this guy and she really liked him. And, you know, they hooked up and he was like scooting, off her bed and he left a skitty mark on her bed. And she still talked to him for like a few months after that because she liked the guy. And I'm telling you, like, if a girl really likes you, there's very little you can do to give her the ick. So 70% of the time, I do think the ick is like, just
and
something
she was talking shit about homeboy behind his back the whole time she was still with him too. That's why she knows about it, because her homegirl was talking shit the whole time while her friends are like, like a skid mark on the sheets. Whoa. Like, whoa, man. That's why, you know, we wear pajamas and whatnot, like, just in case.
Out that they were like, oh, this made this person, like, this person, I already wasn't that into them, but this made them absolutely fucking repulsive to me. So I'll say like 70% of the time, that's what the ick is. Now, the remaining 30% is where it gets tricky, right? Because I will say, the remaining 30% of the time, whatever people tell me about their icks, I feel like it's just retroactive copium. And what I mean by that is, like, this girl really liked this guy, he did not want to date her, and then now she's like, in hindsight, looking for reasons to dislike him so she doesn't have to cope with the rejection. Because if you're a girl, right, and I'm not saying this is the case for all women, and I'm not saying that, like, oh, women are like, less suppressed than men are. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying, right? But like, if you're a girl, you on average, I would say, have to deal with rejection less than men do. And so whenever you do deal with rejection, it's like, whoa, like, it's like, oh my god, this is the worst thing to ever happen to me. I'm a piece of shit. I deserve fucking nothing.
I'll tell you this much. I don't reject women. I make sure that they think they're rejecting me. Like, for sure. Like, because I've dealt with a woman after, like, a spurned woman. Holy fuck, man. She will make a special project out of your ass. if you spurn her. Like, ooh, just don't do it. It's not worth the trouble. Like, just try to get her to think that she's leaving you. That's the only safe bet.
It feels like when you're a girl. Oops, I hit it again. Okay. But that's what rejection feels like when you're a girl, because like you just don't deal with it that often. Like you're not the one who has to go out of your way and like ask like 80 dudes on dates, and like maybe 5 of them will say maybe, and then 2 of them will say sure, and then they both cancel type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to deal with that kind of rejection on a day-to-day basis. And so like whenever a guy rejects you, especially if you were in like a months-long situationship with him, it's easier to cope with that by saying, oh well, like, you know, I didn't like the way that he, I don't know, like showered, or I didn't like the way that he looked in the mirror and like posed sometimes, than to be like, oh yeah, like, you know, I slaved away and did all this like bullshit for him and then he rejected me. Like, why the fuck would you say that? That's so much more embarrassing. It's easier to be like, yeah, I saw him running after a ping pong ball and the way his ass jiggled made me never like him again, than to be like, oh yeah, like I watched the way his ass jiggled, but that I was still in.
When you, like, I don't know if anybody's seen that movie, So I Married an Axe Murderer, but it's with Mike Myers. But you know, he had a like a problem, like where he would break up with women as soon as it started getting serious, and his friend starts like really getting on him, like, bro, you have a problem, man. Like this isn't good. You need to fix this. Because he, you know, he was getting rid of these women for nothing. Like he says, one of the women smelled like soup. That's why he left her. And his friend's like, bro, what the fuck? His friends started getting on him about it. You know, people, when if you do something like that, if you have a good, you have a good community around you, like a strong, like relationships, good friends and family will say, yo, man, you know, you need to get over whatever your problem is, because you're like rejecting these relationships. You have a commitment issue or something, but you're harming yourself by kicking these women to the. It's the same thing with these women in the kicking with the ick. They make up the ick because they don't, you know, if they said, well, you know, if the ick is there so their friends don't bust their balls about having commitment issues, or about, you know, none of them want to admit that they've been propagandized into being afraid of having kids, being afraid of what their body will look like after having kids, being, you know, just all these different things to be afraid of, you know, and they don't want to feel any social pressure. They make up excuses because, you know, people used to do that. Like if you were stepping on your own dick, your friends and family would pull you aside and try to help you through it. To me, that's what the ick sounds like to me, is they're just trying to get around that, because they really have a problem with peer pressure is a big deal to women. You know, they fitting in is an evolutionary response. You know, they need to fit in. So it makes sense that they would come up with mental gymnastics, you know, to make their situation, make them feel better about things, make them feel better about reality.
I was still into him. I was still simping for him. I was still spending all this money trying to see him, all this stuff. And then be like, but it didn't work out though, but he rejected me though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I do feel like icks 70% of the time the girl just wasn't into you to begin with. 30% of the time it's retroactive copium. And I'm not saying that there aren't women who genuinely were like really into a guy and then something gave them the ick, but like usually when that happens, it's something at like it's something at like another fucking level, like her safety was at risk type shit. Like it was like I found out he beat his ex-girlfriend and had a criminal history, or like I found out he secretly had like 3 kids. Like, but at that point, that's not an ick. That's just like a whole ass like lifestyle difference. That's just a whole fucking like fucking lie that like you straight up just didn't know about. And so like I really do think
wonder why Nick is
that like the majority of time when a woman talks about an ick, she either didn't like the guy or she's just like coping in some way, and it's some some sort of like defense mechanism. And, you know, obviously I can only speak on like my personal experiences and the personal experiences of like my friends and like what I've observed and what I've seen and, you know, the context that I've used the word ick in. But I do think this leads to like a fundamental divide, because then guys on the internet will be like, oh, well, we give the women the ick when we do fucking anything at all. But it's like, no, like they're just pinpointing out these goofy little things because they're either coping or they just didn't fucking like you to begin with. And I'm being honest with you here. That is what that means. And I've seen like so many gender war debates on the internet start over the topic of icks as a whole, or like icks in general, because a woman will say like, I don't know, some bullshit ass ick, right? Like, oh, I didn't like that his earring hole kind of smelled, or like some fucking bullshit like that. You know what I'm saying? So like she got like one whiff and she's like, oh, like I could never talk to him again, despite the fact that we talked for like 4 months. That 99% of the time did not fucking happen. Like if a girl has decided to like you and like date you for months and months and months, there is very little you can do to actually turn her off, let alone something really fucking stupid like that. Like, and on top of that, like I do think that I do think some of them are stupid, and I think they're stupid on purpose, because like if you can take this minuscule thing and make it seem like you walked away because of this tiny thing, then you retain some level of like ego, some level of respectability. You can tell yourself, oh well, like I respected myself so much that this tiny thing turned me off, and I just, you know, I never looked back because I have such high self-worth. But like most of the time that's not what actually happened. It's like you got played, and then like retroactively you're looking for reasons to make it seem like you rejected him, and like it wasn't like a he rejected you despite the fact that you were simping for him type shit. You know what I'm saying? Type shit. Like you guys get what I mean? And I do think that this word is misconstrued. I think it's been thrown around a lot, and I think like now at this point it's just some other shit that like literally like it's just not what it once was. It started off as a haha funny, and then I think everyone started taking it personally. Everyone got their feelings hurt, and I do think, right, like this is another case of like the denotation versus the connotation. Like I think the denotative definition of the word ick would be.
She's just rambling.
Hello chat, it's literally 11 p.m. but I had to make this follow-up video, so I posted a video today, and it was basically called Why Icks Are Girl Copium, and in it I was essentially talking about how when women use the word ick, especially on like TikTok and other short form content sites, especially on the internet, 70% of the time the ick didn't exist because they didn't like the guy to begin with, and they were just looking for more reasons to reject him essentially, and 30% of the time it's to cope with rejection. It's an you can't fire me, I quit type of situation. It's a you're ugly anyways type of situation, right? Where like women are not socialized to cope with rejection in the same way, and so they pick two main things, right? I cited one is I'm getting a lot of women saying I'm pandering to men. I will address that in this video. But two, I cited this example, right? And as my reasoning for saying this, I basically said if a girl really likes you, there is very little you can do to actually give her the ick if she's genuinely invested in you. And basically, I cited an example of my friend who was in a situationship with a guy. They hooked up. He was sliding off her bed, and he left a skitty on her sheets, and she still talked to him for like 3 months after. So I will address both points in this video, the pandering to men and the skitty on the sheets in this video, and we can cohesively tie them into one sociological observation. So first, the skitty on the sheets, right? A lot of people in the comments are ripping her apart. They're saying, oh, like your friend needs to respect herself more. First of all, fuck you. Second of all, I don't think it's a matter of like self-respect, right? And I say this because my audience is primarily male, and I understand like where the pandering accusations come from, but that's also because I don't make content that is consumed by women. Like most women on YouTube consume beauty content and wellness content and stuff like that, or how-to videos.
Yeah, I know she's
it's literally you can
Sims.
Google this information.
I could tell, like she gets a shit ton. She didn't really have that many subscribers. She only had 20 like earlier last week. She's getting like 50,000 views a video. I mean, whatever she was doing, it was working. I don't know if she's 30 though. I mean, she looks mid-20s maybe. Goodness. Why is he doing this? Dragging it out.
Pilot, guys. We're going to try to open up the phone line so you guys can call into the debrief. Okay. So I'm waiting for Brett to get home. So once Brett gets home, we're gonna try it. Hey, no promises. We're gonna try. Okay.
I want to go break down this case. I saw Riyadh and his brother Myron texted me real quick. But
Goodness.
Wait, what? I didn't text this nigga. What?
There's not shit on. French Revolution. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw it on. Nick's the clip that he put out yesterday. Like, you know, he clips his streams into smaller videos. Clipped one about Dan Bilzerian being a J. Oh wow. Hell, girl power. No shit. Gifted girl power. Hell yeah. Powerful.
So if you missed the show last night, I think that was a pretty must-watch, important show. And I talked a lot about this divergence. There is a split in the Israel critical movement. I think that clearly there is now a contingent of grifters and just all around low IQ people.
Only the
that have
diehards are
glommed
going to
onto
catch the show this morning. Only the diehards that stick it out till almost 6 in the morning. Like literally in the lobby, waiting until like 6. He's done this before. Like I think I heard that he had did this where all the way till 6 in the morning, and he still had like 30,000 watchers.
Israel issue, and are really at this point saying nothing intelligent or useful or insightful about it. As we all know, for a very long time, nobody was able to talk about Israel or the Jews in any kind of honest way or critical way or negative way because of censorship, because of cancel culture, suppression, debanking, all these things that you're very aware of. And in just the past few years, it's become very acceptable to talk about. And you could say also it's become actually popular. It's trendy to talk about. And I think this has created this perverse incentive where now a lot of really unremarkable, unintelligent, uninsightful people are just meeting a market demand. They're just pumping out as much anti-Israel content as the market will consume. And typically this takes the form of very repetitive, very overly simplified, very base kinds of sentiment. It's people every day saying, fuck Israel, it's the Jews, Israel sucks. We've heard this every day, all day for like 3 years. And there's a contingent of people that I don't even know that they really even care about the issue, know that much about, or even understand the issue on a deep level. But at this point, it has just become something like a cottage industry. And that is just a self-reinforcing loop that a lot of people are stuck on, which is, this is what we tweet, this is what gets the engagement, and so that's what we'll do tomorrow and the day after that, and this is the path to some kind of political change or political victory. And I think we need to step outside of that. I think that that has basically run its course, and I think now there are just simply diminishing returns. I think that a lot of the anti-Israel or anti-Jewish stuff, let's be honest, I think it's on its way out. I think it has become passé. I think people are tired of it. It's become stale, and it's become a drag. Now, don't misunderstand what I mean when I say that. I'm not saying it is no longer true, and I'm not saying it's no longer worth talking about, and I'm not saying that it's no longer a central issue and arguably the most important issue. I'm not saying any of that. But what I am saying is that, like anything, every political tactic has a shelf life, and every fad and every trend has a shelf life before inevitably people become disinterested, apathetic. They're ready for something different.
Got a power
and so
potion,
what
guys.
I'm saying is not that we need to stop talking about the issue, but that we need to be dynamic as opposed to static. And so instead of the same very simple message, which never is refined, never is recapitulated in a new or interesting way. Instead of, in other words, every day it's just fuck Israel, fuck it's them, it's the Jews. We need to find interesting ways to talk about it. We need new things to say about it. And I think the best way to do that is to simply become interested, genuinely interested in the subject matter. So, for example, when we talk about the Middle East, we're not still talking about the liberty every day and 9/11. We're talking about the unfolding conflict in real time. And we're talking about the grand strategy doctrine of each country involved. And we're talking about how the war is being fought. And we're forecasting how it might develop in the future. These are ways that we can remain dynamic. These are ways that we can, in my opinion, keep it fresh and keep it moving, keep it progressive, moving forward, as opposed to spinning our wheels, saying the same thing for increasingly less engagement as everybody sort of moves on, as people sort of recognize and say, okay, we've heard this before. We got it. We got the message. And now we're kind of over that. That was fresh and outrageous and novel, let's say maybe a year, 2 years ago. And now we all sort of get the point. So I said this last night. I think there is a meaningful opportunity here to actually separate and create a foil and say, yeah, there is a cast of characters that does not seem to want to evolve beyond a very base and arguably toxic, counterproductive obsession with this issue. And we want to maintain that the issue is important, but put it in the context of a much more positive, bigger picture program for the country. Anyway, that was the gist of the show last night. And all of this came in response to an attack by Dan Bilzerian last week. He was very frustrated that I'm not talking about Jews enough. I didn't blame the Jews for killing Charlie Kirk. I didn't blame the Jews for ICE killing those protesters. I am backing a Jewish Democrat in Ohio. Jew, that's really the issue that he has with me. And so we've been in a feud for the past 4 or 5 days. And it's been this battle on Twitter. The Groypers are routing this guy and everything. Well, the big development comes this morning when, come to find out, and this was, I don't know, did people know this? Was this a shock to everybody? But we come to find out this morning that Dan Bilzerian, the fuck Israel guy, the it's the Jews guy, the give me a gun, I want to go exterminate Israel guy, the guy for whom I was not anti-Semitic enough, he himself, Dan Bilzerian, is Jewish. I didn't know that. I don't think anybody.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck yes. He better come on like ASAP. 202 is when it went out. Second. talking for like 5 hours. So I just want to relax for a second. Hines just sent out his message. 202. Be on any second, any minute. Here we go. This is it. He's on. Biggity bam. Ooh. This is Bob. This reminds me of A Clockwork Orange, big time. Kind of has a synth feel. Shit, I thought for some reason I can't hear it either. I don't think, yeah, he's muted. Yeah, everybody's saying he's muted in the chat. Might be. Damn, Nick, don't do us dirt. Come on, man. Wow. You know he's going to be pissed when he realizes. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Bob. Mr. Marquez. Marquez. I love pronouncing the Q like that. But you know he's going to be pissed. This is, oh, somebody's finally alerting him. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. I told you he's going to be. Oh, it's still off. I know. Oh, no shit. He actually does have a fucking, he has people there. Y'all see it. I didn't realize he actually had. Well, you know, it makes sense. I believe he lives in an apartment complex that he built, or an apartment block. I would imagine he has that so that his guys can just live in the same building with him. You know, I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me anyway. If you have a team. No fucking way. Bastard. Fucking bullshit, man. Played that. But it makes sense to me, you know. I mean, I might would do that, you know, if I had a team that were my production crew. Yeah, you know, it would be a good investment to purchase an apartment building. I mean, you know, maybe you know, that could just be a benefit. Like, yo, you know, you could afford to pay a little less hourly, you know what I mean? Just like, yeah, room and board included, or at least room included. Yeah, that would probably be a pretty good idea. You know, get you like a little 6 or 9 apartments, or maybe 6 or 8. One of them little 2-story ones that's just got a few apartments. That's what I figured. A Oscar. I mean, I've never heard such, but it makes a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense for him to do that. Because when I heard that he had like that, because he said it, he's like, yeah, you know, I just have a regular apartment building. I'm thinking, an apartment building, but that's not like a regular house, bro. That's like a, oh, true, yeah, security as well. Yeah, that's a good point. Because even if he was in a house, he would still have to provide like a security shack, or at least he would have to provide them with space to work out of course, right? Makes sense. But I mean, you never see anybody else on camera when he's live. I haven't. I've been watching him for almost a little less than a year now. It'll be a year in August. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, just have that as like a benefit. Like, yeah, you know, you're just gonna pay slightly less, and everybody has on-site domicile. That's fucking sick. You know, and like, I suppose they're obviously the guys that can't work remotely, or they would be working remotely, but that'd be pretty dope if you had the apartment and you worked from the apartment. Like, that'd be legit. And all, like, and Nick, he's kind of lucky. He doesn't have to employ anybody he doesn't like. You know, he could I bet you he only employs people that he likes. That way he's like good friends with everybody as well. That's how I would do it. We'll do it in 5. Fuck it. What's up, Jesse? Yeah, right. Chicago. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live in Chicago either. Oh, you have it. That's your first time seeing him too. Yeah, man. Same here. Like, bro, it's been almost a year, dude. So I've seen over 100 episodes, I would imagine. Pretty sure. But oh, yeah, well, at least 100. And I've never seen nor hide nor hair. You know, like Nick, he's very self-conscious about, like, I don't mean that like a derogatory way, but you know, he is concerned, and he's a public man, so of course, you know, he's very concerned with his image and with his reputation, and you can tell that he I would imagine he probably beats himself up a little bit when anytime he makes a butch. I could see him, you know, being pretty hard on himself. Because he holds everybody else to such a high standard. Anybody that holds other people to a high standard, chances are they hold themselves to an even higher standard. You know, like Nick gets upset when, you know, chubby middle-aged losers with hey dudes on wear his hat and his shirt. And somebody who has that high of a standard for people around him, you know, they tend to just have that high of a standard on them. It's a good thing, honestly. Modernity, like nobody has standards, it seems like, anymore. Everybody just does whatever the fuck they feel like, and it sucks. It's gross. You know, and also, I bet you, yeah, he doesn't show people because, you know, people are just going to be targeted. You know, if people know who that guy is, they're going to target him. So honestly, it makes perfect sense that Nick kind of goes out of his way to make sure, like, they probably cut away because he, you know, that guy, you could see that guy in the camera. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Welcome, Tubby. One Tubby. 2 Tubby. swimwear. What do they do?
Good evening, everybody. You are watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Wednesday. Are we back? Are we good?
Yep.
Do we have sound? Apologies, we had some technical difficulties. I don't know what's going on in the studio. It's a few things. Last night, the computer crashed. Today, the camera was broken. And then the microphone doesn't work. We're under.
I want to sync it up.
We had some technical difficulties. I don't know what's going on in the studio. It's a few things. Last night, the computer crashed. Today, the camera was broken. And then the microphone doesn't work. We're under some sort of attack, spiritual karmic attack. It's okay. We're all right. We're back. But we got a big show for you tonight. Lots to get into, lots to talk about. There's really not a lot to talk about at all. We're here very, very late. I didn't even want to do a show. I don't even think I was going to do one, but I left you guys hanging until 1 a.m., so I literally have to do a show, even though there's nothing going on in the news at all. But our featured story tonight, we're talking about Chud the Builder. Yeah, because there's literally nothing else going on. And we're going to talk all about the latest drama. I'm sure you have seen it, but the live streamer Chud the Builder was arrested today and charged with attempted murder and reckless discharge of a firearm after he got in a confrontation outside a courthouse in Nashville. He antagonized some black person who hit him, and then he shot the guy, and I understand they're both alive. Chud the Builder grazed himself in the shooting, and then he shot the other guy, I believe, in the head. I shouldn't laugh. The head and the chest, I think. I'm not totally sure, but 5 rounds were fired, if I'm not mistaken. There's no video of it, only the audio. That's we're going to talk all about that tonight. Kind of like a sad, sad story. And not for nothing, but I was diplomatic in my criticism of Chud the Builder, and he tried to put a curse on me.
Oh, man.
Just saying, screenshots are out there. Huh. I said, I don't like that style of content. That's his whole thing. His whole shtick is he goes around, he's an IRL streamer, in real life streamer, and he goes around antagonizing people. Now, his defenders say he is never the antagonist. He just gets himself in these situations. I've seen enough, and it looks confrontational, and it looks hostile, and it looks like a big public nuisance. I don't like that.
Othering private people.
I don't like people making a big spectacle in public. I don't like that.
Making fun of people.
I don't like to encounter that. I wouldn't want to be a part of that. And so I said this a few weeks ago. I said, I don't really like that whole approach. That's not my style. And he replied to the clip and said that he's putting the Chud curse on me. He said, I'm cursed by him. Yeah, well, I think that backfired a little bit. No pun intended. It's been a bad week. So it seems like the Chud curse was deflected back onto him, and now he's having not a very good time. Another victim. You hate to see it. I don't really have any animosity towards him. I don't know him. I don't have strong feelings toward him. That's just ironic. That's all, okay? So we'll talk about it. That'll be our main story. We're also going to talk tonight about inflation, which is out of control. New inflation numbers are 3.8% for the month of April.
Bullshit.
Fastest rate of inflation increase since 2023. Not good. And this is being driven, as you know, by the war in Iran, among other things. Trump was asked about this on his way to China earlier this week, and he said, I don't care. Press asks him outside the White House, what do you think of the rising inflation,
I don't care about
stagnant wage
Americans'
growth,
finances.
real purchasing power
Scum.
being eroded? Trump literally said, the only thing I care about is that Iran doesn't have a nuke. I don't care about the financial security of Americans.
Fuck him.
That's the quote. And you see something like that, and it just reminds you, this is what they are able to do. And by they, I mean the Republicans and Trump. This is what they are capable of doing for everybody other than you.
Yep.
Think about it. Inflation is what got Trump in the White House. It was because inflation was so bad under Biden, that was probably the single biggest indicator and maybe the biggest causal factor, which is why Trump even won the election, as well as swept the House and the Senate. It's because inflation was so out of control. And he knows that, and the Republicans know that, and they know how bad inflation will be for them in the midterms. And they know how bad it will be for them in 2028 as well, even though that's a little bit of a ways away. And yet, in spite of how unpopular the war is, and in spite of how damaging to their prospects inflation is, which is a direct result of the war, inevitably, they're pressing ahead anyway. And they say, we don't care. Now, contrast that with how they've treated mass deportations. What did they say every week in the beginning of this year? We had a news story every week starting in January coming out of the White House that the administration was abandoning mass deportations because they were too unpopular and they would hurt us in the midterms. We heard that in the first week of January, and then all that trouble started in Minneapolis, and then we heard it again at the congressional retreat at Trump Doral in Florida. And then we heard it again from Tom Homan, and then again from the White House in the West Wing at the press office. Trump said, we're only focusing on criminal illegals. We don't want to bother those people that have been here for 20 years. Why? Too bad for the midterms. Okay. So when it comes to immigration enforcement and mass deportations, it's a no-go. Sorry, but the circumstances changed and we can no longer keep our promise. There will be no more mass deportations, even though they already allocated the money for it. Not happening. War with Iran on behalf of Israel? Well, we don't care how bad inflation gets, how high the gas prices go, how unpopular it is, how low the approval rating goes. Pressing ahead anyway. And people make excuses. I had a big debate about this with Steven Crowder yesterday morning about whether we're going to vote Democrat or sit it out and what the plan is. And he told me, well, we can't vote Democrat because then a Democrat will win in the presidential race in 28, and there's no guarantee that a good Republican might run. I want to say, Steven, how long you want to play this game? How many years? They promised to build the wall in 16. They promised to fix it in 18. 20, 22, 24, 26? How many years do we want to play the game of making excuses and waiting for Republicans and blaming it on Democrats? So we'll talk about that too. Should be a pretty good show. Like I said, though, it's a very slow night. I'm going to try to give you the best show possible. It might be a little on the shorter side, might be a shorter show, just because there's nothing happening. We are living through the worst content drought of all time. This is the worst content drought of all time, and it couldn't have come at a worse time.
That's like good news.
I need it. I need the news. I need something happening to, just keep myself going here on the show. We got nothing. It's brutal. And by the way, I just hate this cast of characters. I look at the cast of characters that are in public life now, and I hate all of them. Like, our life is now Trump, who is horrible, Vance, who is horrible, Tucker, who is horrible.
Can't be trusted.
I'm so sick of all these people. It's like Dan Bilzerian, these low IQ anti-Semites. And then on the left, it's so much worse. It's Zoran Mamdani and all this other crap. I'm just looking for the bright spot. I think it has to be me. I think I need to reinvent myself, become the content, because it's just Chud the Builder. Oh, it's so bad. Like, everybody all week is talking about Chud the Builder, and you watch the content and you're like, what the fuck? I thought we were past this. I thought we were past the IRL content, the Wignat stuff. I'm like, this is the worst timeline ever. Can anybody relate? There's nothing good to watch on YouTube. There's nothing good to watch on TikTok. There's nothing good to watch on Reels. Trump is evil. The Democrats are worse. We live in hell. We live in hell. Who's the slate? Vivek Ramaswamy, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. And then who are the saviors of the space? Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. It's like, and some of them I like more than others, as you know. But nothing that I'm really jazzed up about. So someone needs to save content. And I don't know who it's going to be. But anyway, so I'm complaining, but whatever. It's a slow day. We're going to move on. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. What do you think about this show? This show is still fresh because I feel like I'm still honest about it. You know, I'm keeping it relatable. Like, we're all in the same boat together. The content blows. So it is what it is. But anyway, remember to check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. We have our spring and summer collection. New hat. New hat. Let them know you're all that. We got the gym shorts, sweatshirts. Look at this. Panty raid. And we got the America First hoodie. If you're trying to blend in with the normies. We got this one. How can you call it a movement when you have no motion?
Beach.
We got this one. America First. And it says 8 p.m. sharp or whenever, right? And then we got the white quarter zip, white Epstein quarter zip, causing a lot of consternation among the disabled.
Consternation.
The dumb, the disabled.
The
Cognitively impaired. Epstein quarter zip. Let them know you fuck with Epstein. Yeah, we fuck with Epstein. I like people that aren't retarded. I like people that aren't hospitalized right now. I like people that don't lie that they're not Jewish when they really are. When they're 12. And then cope and say, Hitler didn't think I was Jewish. That's like diabolical. So check it out. Fuentes.store. Look at this little combo. This is this is like a great little summer combo. I want to see all of you. I want to see all of you wearing this combo.
Oh, what? So we can look like we're going to the country club for a match of tennis.
Remember to support the show at AmericaFirst.plus, $15 a month. You get access to the archive, every episode of the show, every debate, speech, collaboration, everything. It's all there. $100 a month, you get access to the group chat with me. And I'm in there hanging out, giving you updates, letting you know what's going on in my world. That's at AmericaFirst.plus. Okay, with that, we're going to dive into the show. First thing I want to touch on, actually, the first thing I want to get to, this is actually kind of creepy. What I'm about to show you is a little bit disturbing. I have said in the past that there are efforts to skin suit my movement. People are trying to copy me and emulate me in order to steal my thunder. People are trying to sound like me and talk like me and look like me. And I said they're trying to steal my mojo, like they're trying to come for my movement. They're trying to steal my thunder. I never expected that this person would be trying to do this. But I'll show you what I'm talking about. And this is, like I said, this is a little bit disturbing.
He looks just like Nick. It's weird.
But I'll show you what I mean. We're going to pull this up for you. This is from Twitter, and I saw this earlier today. Get a load of this.
Bro, what the fuck, dude? What a thief.
Now, this is uncanny. Get a load of this. Now, this is uncanny.
Bro, except he has a wedding ring on.
What's going on?
Except he has a wedding ring on, Nick.
Look at it. Look. And watch, he's going to do a monologue. Watch this.
This is the Middle East we're talking about. America's had its tentacles in the Middle East for 25 years.
Dude.
Longer than 25 years, but certainly
this is
accelerated in the past 25 years.
He's straight up biting.
What's going on?
As a regional power.
It's like, dude, it's uncanny. What is happening? What is going on? First, in the New York Times, they write an article, is there an America First without Nick Fuentes? And they try to do AFPAC without me. They literally tried to do AFPAC without me. with every other candidate, every other B, C, and D list, anti-Semite.
Foreigner.
And now it's Hassan Piker. We're wearing the same outfit. How did he know? This was the next tie in the rotation. Navy suit, purple tie, the hand gestures. Wow. He's trying to do some kind of monologue about Israel.
He doesn't have the weird hands, though. It doesn't work.
Look at this. Look at it.
Blowing up American military bases, blowing up radar installations, and even destroying the idea of Dubai. They've been able to do so successfully by making it uninhabitable for Western capital, making it uninhabitable for expats.
He's so retarded. He's so retarded. The only reason it isn't really working is because he's got no flow. He's got no motion. He's reading from a script. He can barely make it happen.
Yep.
Reading the words, trying to get it to flow, trying to riff a little bit, trying to make a point or something. It's not working.
It's Hassan Piker.
But is that not the freakiest thing you've ever seen in your life? I saw that today. I didn't even think it was real at first. And people are just posting the screenshot, the side-by-side, the monologue, the hand gestures, the suit and tie. First, they said he was only doing it to make his head look bigger because his head is tiny on a bigger frame. He said, I'm wearing a suit to make my head look bigger. And he said he's doing it for the moms. Then he just like became me. Then in like 24 hours, he just became me. Should I get my glasses? Like,
shit, bros.
I kind of want to play it again. Look, dude, that's the money shot. You ready? Dude, he's literally doing it. He's doing the thing. Look. Look.
That's hilarious.
He's squinting. He's got that. Guys, it's getting really uncomfortable around here. I need to just go somewhere. Where can I go? What am I going to do? You guys, they're going to kill me and replace me with somebody else, with some kind of clone.
Because you are on the Democrat now. I'm just kidding.
So anyway, I thought you should see this. I saw this on Twitter. I couldn't believe it. The resemblance is the Navy suit, purple tie, the hands, the monologue. He's monologuing about Israel and geopolitics. But honestly, I should be flattered. Because it just goes to show I am the archetype. I'm him. People say, how do I be a live streamer? Be like him. Because that's who I am and you're nothing.
He puts me to sleep too.
It didn't work.
At least
what kind of outfit? I feel like he was being clowned on for wearing some type of outfit a few weeks ago. He was LARPing as like Mao Zedong. He went to Minnesota. He was going other places. And he was wearing like the Hillary Clinton, like Galactic Senate outfit. You know what I'm talking about? Like the communist, like button down thing with the collar. And I think people were clowning on him for that. So then he just said, who's a live streamer that monologues and talks about politics? I know. I'll dress like that guy. So it's flattering. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I will take it in the spirit in which it was given, which is as a compliment. And I appreciate it. But bro, look, do your own thing. Get your own motion. Do your own thing. Be your own character. That's crazy. And what's also weird is how they're all comparing us now. There have been all these news articles lately saying the Democrats have a Hassan Piker problem. He's just like Nick Fuentes. He's just as anti-Semitic. And Hassan is like, no, I'm not anti-Semitic at all. He's a Nazi. I just hate Israel. And now he's like stealing my whole flow. He's biting my whole flow. Little bro, not like this. Little bro, come on now. You had it, I don't know, if I were like some big, tall Chad, I would just own it, you know? This is just who I happen to be. I'm the skinny, fat, nerd, incel. Dan Bilzerian said victim weight twink. Thank you very much. I worked very hard to get to this victim weight. Did you see that? I called Dan Bilzerian a Jew yesterday on Twitter. And I said, shut up, man. Let the Gentiles are talking. And he replied and said, be careful when you go outside. You're a victim weight twink. I said, thank you very much. I worked very hard to get to this victim weight. Thank you very much. I worked very hard to get this skinny. I appreciate it. But it's like, so this is who I am. This is who I have to be. I can be nothing other than this. If I were in LA and I was like a cool liberal and I was going to the Lakers game and I had a stylist and I had a mansion and I was tall, I would just dress cool. I would dress cool like that. So it actually makes me feel a lot better. This is like a message of hope, actually. Because it just goes to show, like, this is a Chad and he's emulating me. He's emulating the Sigma male. Kind of, I don't know. So I'm getting a little ego boost. The more I talk about it, the more I'm kind of like, you know, I'm actually appreciative. But anyway, I just can't get over, dude, I can't get over the visual. It's the hands. Here, can I move this? Dude, he literally, I want you just to see it's the hands. Let's, dude. I just want that screenshot. He's like, that's insane. Because I saw somebody found a screen grab from my stream exactly like that where I'm doing, but it's like, that's uncanny. It's actually an uncanny imitation. So anyway, yeah. And if you actually watch the monologue was shit. Well, I'll play the clip again. I wasn't really focused too much on what he was saying, but it's like, the guy is not articulate. Here, let me do this.
No, and Nick's kicked his ass in
the region. This is the Middle East we're talking about. America's had its tentacles in the Middle East for 25 years. Okay, longer than 25 years, but certainly accelerated in the past 25 years. And if Iran, as a regional power, is capable of blowing up American military bases, blowing up radar installations, and even destroying the idea of Dubai, as they've been able to do so successfully by making it uninhabitable for Western capital, making it uninhabitable for expats, then what the fuck do you think China could do to South Korea, to Japan, and also to Taiwan? America knows that it does not have the defensive capabilities to even protect their own assets in that region, because that region is in striking distance.
I love the fixing the glasses is crazy. Dude, look at his tiny fucking peanut head. Ugh. Disgust. What a gauche, disgusting human being.
He's got weird proportions.
The monologue sucked. His whole live chat was clowning on him, saying like, dude, can you read? Like, he's reading from a script, trying to riff off of it. It's not working. But you could see that he is deliberately trying to imitate my style, I assume, for the clips. He sees Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. It's my clips where I'm monologuing about politics, monologuing about Israel, whatever. And so he's just going to be like me of the left. He's going to put on the suit and tie, read off the script, do the monologue, and he's going to be like the progressive Marxist version of me.
He's a suit guy.
And that's like the most insane cargo cult I've seen in the space of all time. So anyway, there were a bunch of clips like this. This person was posting them. Yeah, there were more. So he did like a whole stream like this. So anyway, we're gonna get back to the news though. But I thought that was hilarious. It was like hilarious. I just showed you the hands, the squint, the shirt and tie, the suit, trying to do like a version of my show. I have to just be like, what are you doing, bro? What are you thinking? That's correct. He thought no one would notice. He thought nobody would make the comparison. Nobody would put two and two together, the side by side. Insane. Anyway, so that's that. Hassan, just be yourself, bro. Just be yourself. He can't, though, because he's like unappealing. And I see them clipping his stream, trying to do the same thing as me. Like, for example, they posted a clip of him trying to be funny, and the caption was something like, Congress says this guy's a terrorist, him in reality, or, you know, something like that, trying to get at, oh, he's not a left-wing anti-Semite pro-terrorist. He's actually funny and cute. And it just doesn't work. It's like, bro is not funny like that. Bro is not funny. He's not animated. He's not funny. He has no charisma. I really think the only reason he's popular is simply because he has not been banned. If Hassan was on an alternate platform like Kick or Rumble or whatever the other ones are, I seriously doubt he would have any kind of an audience. He's just institutional, like so many of the other streamers are. He is a semi-articulate left-winger who young, has a live stream, not a bad-looking guy, and he's on the front page of Twitch every day. And I think that's literally what it comes down to. Because I watch this stuff and I'm like, and I've said this before, I watch his clips, interviews. He's not smart. He's not smart. He's arrogant, not compelling, not funny. And now he thinks if he wears the costume, he's going to have the Groyper effect. It doesn't work like that. But it is funny because he's only the latest one to do it. How many different little imitation acts, little tribute acts have there been? And typically they come from the conservative side. They tried to find, I think in some ways they wanted that Nick Shirley to be a version of me, and I like him. But I think they groomed him to be like a Gen Z, pro-Trump, pro-America guy that isn't going to talk about Israel. And it's Nayland Haley, and it's John Doyle, and it's at National Review they were trying to do something like that. There were a not insignificant number of attempts from the establishment right to find and groom like a provocative, outrageous, Gen Z, far-right influencer, and they couldn't get it together. And now the latest effort is coming from the left. Kind of funny. Anyway, so that's that. I do want to move on. I want to talk a little bit about Chud the Builder, another live streamer. And I'm sure you've all heard what happened. Big story. And this guy's been all over my timeline for the past week and a half. I just can't get away from it. I don't actually know. It's hard to quantify how big he is, but from anecdotal evidence, anecdotal experience, I can say that's been my whole timeline for the past 2 weeks, is this guy's clips and streams and people talking about what he's doing. And for those that don't know, this is a live streamer. I'm not sure exactly how old he is, but as far as I understand it, he is an advocate for just saying the N-word in public. That seems to be the big idea. I don't want to say that for certain because I don't watch his live streams. But what he is known for is going out, doing IRL live streams, antagonizing, provoking people, saying the N-word, and effectively provoking black people into hostile confrontations, into altercations. So he's at the park, he's at the gas station, he's in the mall, he's in a restaurant, and he's getting in fights with people. They don't want him to live stream, they kick him out. He goes and says the N-word, he gets confronted by a black person. They almost get in a shootout, he walks away. And apparently this has been escalating. As he has increased in infamy and notoriety, his streams are getting more attention, and people are now looking to find him and trying to start trouble. And the noose is tightening, so to speak. Walls are closing in. He's having problems with his family. He's having problems with the law. People are stream sniping him. They see that he's live. They see where he is during the live stream, and they pull up and confront him in real life. Sometimes armed, sometimes not. It's turning into a very ugly situation, very precarious. And a lot of people have been saying for the past few weeks, there's only one way this is going to end. And that is that somebody's going to confront him and they're going to get in a shootout and he's going to die or he's going to kill somebody. If your whole shtick is you're apparently at war with the black community,
stupid.
It seems that the goal is to offend and provoke as many black people as possible. And you could say that's the intention or not, but that is the end result. That's the effect. People are saying the inevitable result, and he himself included, have said it is going to come to that where he's going to get in some kind of a fight. He's going to pull his gun out. Someone else will pull the gun out, and someone's going to die. And finally today, that's what happened. I guess he went to the courthouse in Nashville for some reason. He was approached by a black person. It's hard to know exactly what happened because the stream cut out. The black person walked up to him. He said some words to the black guy. Black guy starts hitting him. He shoots the guy, apparently shoots himself in the arm in the process. Now he's been charged with attempted murder and reckless discharge of a firearm. He's facing between 20 and 30 years in prison. So they booked him, they charged him. Sheriff says they're not going to tolerate violence and they're going to bring the full weight of the law down on both people involved. This is a story from the Associated Press. It says, quote, a man who goes by Chud the Builder and live streams himself saying racially derogatory statements to black people in public settings was arrested and charged with attempted murder after a shooting outside a Tennessee courthouse on Wednesday, said authorities. Dalton Etherly and an unidentified man were involved in a confrontation that resulted in gunfire, said District Attorney Robert Nash. Nash wouldn't say why Etherly was at the courthouse in Clarksville, what he was doing, or what prompted the confrontation. Etherly was being held at the Montgomery County Jail until bond can be set at an arraignment hearing. Etherly was also charged with employing a firearm during a dangerous felony, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. Claire Martin, who works in an attorney's office across the street, said that Etherly is well known in Clarksville for antagonizing people to see what he can get them to do. She said he yells racial slurs at people while filming them. He is not a contributing member of society, she said. So I saw this go down. I see what happened. And I just want to say at the outset, I do not want to pile on because this guy seems like he's having a lot of problems. And I saw a clip yesterday, seemed to be having some kind of a breakdown, crying, saying that his ex-wife wants to change their son's name because she doesn't want to be associated with him, and saying that his parents don't talk to him, and he's being confronted in public. And I guess he was apprehended by the FBI at some point this week where they took his devices, interrogated him. He's unable to access his accounts because they deleted his Google Pass, his authenticator app. So he's been having a lot of problems. I don't want to pile on. It's obviously an unfortunate situation. But I do want to say that this just so typifies the kind of behavior that I have been trying to tell you for a long time is not going to lead anywhere productive or beneficial to anybody. Not to the movement, not to us, not to anybody. And I've seen a lot of people today on Twitter try to make this guy out to be a martyr. And they're saying, well, blacks are violent and we have a civil right for free speech and to say the N-word and all these kinds of things. And I want to say, that's not a martyr. What is actually the objective? What are we trying to achieve here?
Right, it doesn't
First
help
of all,
anybody.
you're an
It's
IRL
stupid.
live streamer, so that means you are out in public with a camera streaming. And let's be honest, I'm a live streamer, so I know, and I've done IRL streams with other people before. When you are an IRL live streamer, you are looking for altercations. You are looking for interesting things to happen. It always necessarily lends itself to problems and drama. And in many cases, yes, fighting. You know about Clavicular. Clavicular is another huge IRL live streamer. Every other week, it's something similar. He's being arrested. He's shooting an alligator. He's getting in a fight with a girl. People are pulling up on him in the street. He's getting choked out. It's always like that. That is what happens when you are an IRL streamer. It never goes anywhere other than that. And for obvious reasons, if you are a successful IRL streamer, you are going to attract a lot of attention. And so then when you go out and do your IRL streams, people are going to look for a problem. They're going to stream snipe. There's going to be issues. What's more, if you want to remain a popular streamer or become one, you have to look for viral moments, which means drama, conflict, problems. And if you want to remain a successful streamer, you always have to up the ante. Always has to intensify. Always has to get more extreme. And so there's really no way to do an IRL stream without it eventually going there. Eventually going to a place where it's too hot. Where you get into legal problems, you get attacked in public. The drama consumes your life. So in the first place, let's just be very honest. I see a lot of people saying this is political. I put out a clip not too long ago criticizing this guy, and people in the replies said, well, the difference between you and him is he's out there doing something. He's a civil rights activist.
Bullshit.
It's political. He's out there in the real world doing something. And I want to say, what exactly is this accomplishing? What is this doing for anybody? Because I could tell you what it is doing for this individual in question. It is ruining his life. What's happening to Chud the Builder? His life is cooked. He's unemployable. He's estranged from his family. He's putting himself in physical jeopardy every time he goes out in public, especially on a live stream. So not good for him. What's it doing for everybody around him? Causing problems for them too. They're being harassed if they make some kind of appearance on the stream and it's negative. They're being annoyed because they have to witness all this going down. It's being imposed on them if you're in the restaurant or the mall or the park where this is going down. And then in terms of the broader conversation, is this actually changing the conversation about race relations in America? I think that black people were doing a pretty good job of exposing themselves perfectly fine before Chud the Builder came along, were they not?
Somebody to make us look bad.
You know there's a problem in this country, which is that black people don't know how to behave for the most part. It's not all of them, but I think even a lot of black people will admit it's a lot of them.
They do.
And we see the clips. We see the clips from Spirit Airlines, and we see the clips from the trampoline park and the water park and the teen takeovers in Florida and in Chicago. And we see the brutal attacks on people in the subway in New York or on the train in Chicago. We get the idea. We know. And I like to think actually that the tide was turning in our favor for years because this has become, I think, a lot more transparent. These videos have gone viral, and I think there's been a lot more honesty about it. Does it actually push the conversation forward to add a white person to the mix, acting like them?
No.
Getting in fights, screaming racial slurs.
We have the moral high ground for the last half century, we have carried ourselves with class and honor, and we don't need this guy fucking it up for us.
All this sort of, I think it actually does the opposite. I think that if anything, all it does is create some kind of justification for their behavior. It says, well, maybe here they were minding their business until this guy started screaming a slur that is offensive. What is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of doing this? And people now say he's a martyr. He's a martyr. Well, the black people were chimping out. Well, I don't know. If I were standing around and a black person was live streaming near me and they started saying things offensive to white
black people have a hard enough time without us helping. You know, they don't need our help. We don't need to make life hard for them. They fuck up just fine on their own.
People. Yeah, maybe I would feel a certain type of way about that. Maybe, isn't that sort of our whole thing? And there's something ironic about that. You have a lot of people who are pro-white, and it's all about racial pride, and it's all about beating their chest, and it's all about saying, oh, you know, I'm white. Don't try that stuff around me. Don't insult white people around me. So much racial pride. But then there's this double standard where it seems that white people want to go out in some cases and offend the sensibilities of other people. They feel emboldened, for example, to use harmful stereotypes about other people, say racial slurs about other people, be provocative towards other people, and that's fine. That's free speech. That's funny. Hey, man, can't you take a joke? Hey, man, it's just a word. And when black people get pissed off or take umbrage or they attack, oh, well, you're chimping out. But then when the roles are reversed, if somebody says something anti-white, if someone says something exclusionary to white people, it's those same white people that puff up their chest and say, how dare you? You would never say that about a minority, this, that, and the other. Yep. How much abuse have you? Let's just be perfectly honest. Let's be fair. A lot of people aren't going to like this monologue. I don't care. This is what's fair. This is what's true. I see on the timeline how many out and loud and proud white people are saying Indians are fucking Jeets and blacks are niggers and Mexicans are spics and all this kind of stuff. And making jokes about you shit in the street and you like watermelon and all this kind of stuff. And they're the same people. They don't want to hear anything negative about whites. And how do I know that? Because I say negative things about all groups of people. Mm-hmm. And it's the same people that die laughing when I make fun of one group. Ha ha, that's hilarious. I love when you say nigga. I love when you do that bit. I love when you say you're not going to go to the gas station if there's black people. That's hilarious. When I say Polish people are slipping on a banana peel or they can't change a light bulb, it's the same people saying, hey man, you're anti-white. You say Albanians aren't white. Fuck you. So which is it? So I actually don't know how helpful it is to bring that into the real world, actually. I don't actually know what that's doing for anybody. Him, the people involved, the political discourse in America. I'm not sure what's positive about any of that. I think if anything, it's negative. You want to do your live stream on the internet? Yeah, knock yourself out. I express myself on this show because I'm talking to an audience that chose to watch me. I'm doing my show for anyone who is interested. I turn on the camera, I go on my channel, I promote it. If you like the show, watch the show. If you don't, turn it off. But to go out in public and deliberately antagonize and provoke and create drama, I think that's just a bad reflection on all of us. I think that's a bad reflection on white people. I think that's a bad reflection on pro-white people. Oh. I think it's a bad reflection on yourself. And my message on this show has always been for the people, look, I'm an entertainer. I'm a live streamer. My job is to create interesting, compelling, funny monologues so that you can watch them on your way to work. That's my job. Okay, my job is to create this production and think about jokes and think about a different perspective, think about a different way of looking at things. And I perform it. I'm a performer for 2 hours every night so that you can enjoy it on your way to work. So you can enjoy it on your break. You can enjoy it when you get home from work, when you're watching TV. That's what I do. But I tell all of you that are watching, my advice to all of you in this political struggle, what is your job? Your job is to make the most of yourself. Have some self-respect. Believe in yourself. I tell everybody watching the show, do everything in your power to increase your own power. Take care of yourself. Stay away from drugs and alcohol. Avoid legal problems. Pay your taxes, for crying out loud. Read books. Learn a language. Go to college. Get a good job. Find a family. Get a family. These are the things I tell my followers because those things are good. Those things are good for you. They're good for the people around you. And ultimately, they're good for the country. My message is we can't make the country better. We can't change the country unless we make ourselves better, unless we make a change within. Because those decisions we make in our interior life, they radiate outward. If you become a responsible, stoic person, you take accountability for your own life, you become a role model, you become an example, and you actually become a rock for everybody around you to lean on. Your siblings, your parents, your children, your spouse, neighbors, friends, colleagues. And if you encounter other like-minded people, we can all lift each other up. This is positive. This is good. This is uplifting. This is the kind of positive vision I'm talking about. So I even tell my own followers, do not talk like I talk. Don't broadcast your political views the way I do, because it's going to hurt you in the long run. I tell people, hide your power levels. You want to be funny and based and edgy with your friends? Okay. But when you're out in the world, you got to put your game face on. You got to put your best foot forward. Because we actually have life goals, practical goals. This is how we're going to make a positive impact. And moreover, when I think about why I'm proud to be white, why I'm proud to be American, why I'm proud to be a Catholic, when we watch these videos of the archaic civilization that has died, what are those things that we miss about the way things used to be? What is it about the way we are that we take pride in? It is that we are or were civilized, that we are or were refined, educated, literate, sociable, groupable. These are things, that's the basis of our pride and our identity. It's not, you know, well, I'm me, so that's why I'm proud, because I'm white, and that's what I am, so that's what I'm proud of. It's because objectively, our people were doing things that were civilized, admirable, positive. We take pride in those behaviors, in those virtues. And it seems like there's a very different version of racial pride, which says we're just going to beat our chest, and it's really just a base form of tribalism. We're proud of who we are because it's who we are, and there's nothing else to it. And so it means that we're actually going to be like them. That's why we call them wiggers. In the same way that black people are, you know, they're proud to be black, proud to be black. Why? Because that's what we are.
I'm black and I'm proud.
And it's always that chorus, always that refrain. It's the same thing with a lot of these white people. A lot of learned helplessness, complaining, toxic characteristics, victimization, blaming everybody else for your problems. And so here's a person, for example, Chud the Builder, good-looking guy, physically fit, seems smart enough, entrepreneurial. And look at his situation. He's got his ex-wife trying to remove the son from the equation, estranged from the parents, credit card debt, legal problems, arrested because he skipped out on a bill at a restaurant, arrested because he shot some guy. What kind of life is this? This is not productive. This is not admirable. That doesn't make you a martyr. None of this is good. And so I really think, it's actually kind of perfect timing with everything happening with Dan Bilzerian and the rest of them. This is time for us to take control of the message and say, we don't want to be a part of the ghetto. I don't want to be a part of this weird political ghetto that is filled with a bunch of foul-mouthed people that can't control themselves, have all these problems.
Yes.
It's very hateful. It's very ugly. It's very negative. I don't want to be a part of that.
I wouldn't want my kids to grow up around it.
And I have my moments of candor. I have my moments of honesty. It's not like my language is 100% clean, but for the most part, I try to be a good role model. And again, like I said, it's an entertainment show. So I really just want to create some distance. I don't want to be associated with that. I'm tired of that. We have to move beyond that. We all do. We all have to get a little bit more serious. What do we want for ourselves? What do we want for our country? I don't want to be around that embarrassing freak show. I don't want to be, to borrow a phrase, with these ugly, stupid freaks. I don't want to be a part of that. When I look at the things that are going wrong in our country, I look at the people leading the country, we have to want to excel in the fields that they operate in. We should want the best and brightest. We should want the most college educated. We should want the most sophisticated, cultured, refined. We should want people that can keep it together. High functioning people. This is what we want to be a part of. This is what we want this very young movement to aspire to be. So I see a lot of people on the timeline defending this behavior saying, yeah, well, we should be able to say the N-word. I don't know. I don't want to be a victim of crime. I don't actually necessarily want to be out in public confronting black people, calling them niggers. Like, I actually don't want to do that. I don't think people should be fired for uttering the word. And I think it's a funny word. I don't think it should be treated like a blasphemy, but let's be honest, it's not a nice thing to say. It's actually not a very nice thing to say. And I don't know that we should actually be out there saying, hey, man, we should be able to go up to black people and start blasting a slur that offends them without expecting them to be offended. Was that really ever the rallying cry? To me, it was more like, stop smoking weed in public, stop driving on the shoulder, talk more quietly, don't be on speakerphone all the time. It's more things like that. So I don't know what creating two obnoxious underclasses of victims, I don't know what that does for anybody. I don't know that lowering ourselves to their level is actually the solution. So before, we had an underclass of offensive, inconsiderate people breaking laws, not paying their credit card off, getting in trouble with the law, bothering everybody. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to become an obnoxious, inconsiderate underclass of permanent victims, getting in trouble with the law, having, you know what I'm saying? Like, at a certain point, we need to choose to rise above all of it. We have to choose to be better. We have to choose to be better than that, better than what they want us to be.
Better than
Better than them.
Yes.
And we have to shine for everyone else to follow. That's a choice. So I saw that. I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him. I feel bad for him.
And we are better. But we have to show people that. We can't just say, yeah, we're better and feel, yeah, we think we're better. No, we have to show them that we're better and continue to show them. Telling them is anybody can say that. As white people, we have to show them who their betters are, their superiors.
Pity him. He screwed up royally, and now he is done. Because what's going to happen, first of all, they threw the book at this guy. So he's facing some serious problems. He's got a record, so there's going to be no leniency. And then he's got all these tweets. He's got a mountain of tweets saying, I'm inevitably going to shoot somebody. I'm inevitably going to kill one of you. How's that going to play in front of the judge? Not so funny now, huh? Let's say he goes to jail for 10 years. You think on year 8, he's going to feel good about his civil rights martyrdom to IRL stream and provoke people screaming and saying provocative things? I'm not so sure. So, yeah, it's very sad. And look, 2 wrongs don't make a right. We do have a problem with that other underclass. Let's not become like them. Let's rise above them. Let's separate from them. Let's focus on our goals. Let's try to take control of the situation. This does not help anybody. And you know what? You know what the saddest thing of all is? Because I see this all the time. I see these IRL live streams of the protests and fights, and I see it really is just like a lot of poor people fighting each other. That's all that is. Like, for example, I see an anti-Trump protest, or I see some kind of political demonstration, and you've seen this scene before. It's a bunch of people blowing whistles and banging on drums and screaming at each other and punching each other and getting separated by cops. And you got to think, how must the rich see us? What an embarrassing sideshow. Who would want to be a part of that? It's so sad and ugly and filled with losers. Who would want to be that guy, like the protester wearing some kind of costume, getting punched in the face? Are we not all so above that? Are we not all so much beyond that? And I think this is just a bunch of poor losers fighting each other, a bunch of poor losers creating a big public spectacle, fighting each other, and to what end? Saying it's about politics, it's about how? It's about the right and the left. You want to get involved in politics? Please, make $50 million. You want to be some kind of hero? Here's how you can be a hero. Make $50 million, make $100 million, make $1 billion, become a lawyer, become a powerful private executive, become an elected politician. People say they're doing it for politics. That kind of street activism, it's glorified clout chasing. People that are hungry for fame, people that can't get it together, too unremarkable, too unexceptional, or unstable to get a job or make money or become a professional. So they resort to these cheap public stunts, cheap public attention-getting stunts. And then they want to call it politics. They want to call that martyrdom. You want to get involved in politics? Get involved in government. Get involved in the private sector. Go to school. Make some money. Do something productive. Do some research. Do something artistic. Do something generative with your time. Use your time and make something that is worthwhile. Make something that is worthwhile to think about, look at.
This is all I talk
something that people will pay you for. Do generative work that actually gets people like us elected.
Give people
do
value,
something like that
value.
Instead of this. Let's go and do public stunts. Let's give homeless people a rotisserie chicken to say nigger.
break
and I'll
into
be the
people's-
hero that everybody's watching on a live stream do it. Like, let's forget about that. Let's leave that in the old days. So it's such a sad state of affairs. I see this stuff and I feel like that old Negro. I feel like those old Negroes, they look at the young black people that are getting in trouble, gangbangers, and they go, boy, that's how I feel. Pull your pants up, boy, brother. You got to get educated. That's how I feel. I feel like the Big Brother program, with all these wiggers. It's disgusting. So anyway, very, very disappointing to see all this stuff. You'd think we would have been better by now, but you know what? That's why this is a refuge. This is a safe harbor. The good news is this show exists. You don't have to slum it with the ugly freaks and that spectacle. We don't need to be a part of that, but that's that. I do want to move on. I want to take a look at our other big news story. I guess we have time. We'll talk a little bit about inflation, and it's not anything you haven't heard before. Like I said, there's just not too much going on. Our big news story for the night is all about the economic situation, and the big development from today is that the inflation numbers are in, and it so happens that inflation is now increasing at the fastest pace in 3 years since 2023. Inflation ticked up to 3.8% last month. All the economic numbers are in the toilet because of this. Inflation is up, wages are stagnant, consumer confidence is low. Everybody is feeling badly about the economy. And this is a story from Axios. It says, quote, President Trump flew to Beijing on Tuesday under some of the darkest economic conditions in recent memory. A new CNN poll found that 70% of Americans disapprove of Trump's handling of the economy, a benchmark that never crossed 50% in his first term, even during the pandemic. 70% of Americans disapprove of Trump's handling of the economy. Not a good bellwether. 77% of Americans, including a majority of Republicans, say Trump's policies have driven up the cost of living in their own community. Asked before departing for China whether Americans' financial struggles were motivating his push for a deal with Iran, Trump replied, not even a little bit. He said, the only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran is they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. A great statement, great soundbite in a midterm election year. Inflation spiked to 3.8% in April as the Iran war pushed the national average price of gas above $4.50 a gallon. Economists fear the energy shock is beginning to ripple through the broader economy, pushing up the cost of groceries, airfare, electricity, and other essentials. Tuesday's inflation report showed that prices are outpacing wages for the first time in 3 years, erasing gains in real purchasing power. A new YouGov economist poll found that 59% say the economy is getting worse, just 15% say it's improving. More than 2/3 of Americans say the country feels out of control. Atlas Intel, ranked among the most accurate pollsters of the 2024 election, found this week that Democrats are leading the generic House ballot 55% to 40%. Now, it's no secret that this is going to happen no matter what, whether we open the Strait of Hormuz or not. We could open it tomorrow under any conditions, and the economic pain is already baked in. People don't understand this. You don't disrupt energy for this long, that kind of volume, and then you just go back to normal. What's more, even if we open up the Strait of Hormuz tomorrow, and we're not, even if the Strait opened up tomorrow, all those ships are still stuck there, and it's going to take a long time for them to get out. It's only been since the war started, I think 15 ships have gone through the Strait. That's been the maximum, 15 or 30. We're talking there's 2,000 ships stuck inside the Persian Gulf. It's going to take a long time for them to get out. And then it's going to take a long time for them to ramp up production, for things to get back to normal. And at that point, you're going to get that delayed shock in every other sector. You're going to get it in transportation. You're going to get it in groceries. You're going to get it in everything. It's already there. And inevitably, this is what happens. There's an energy shock, and then what follows is an economic contraction. Every time in 73, in the early 90s, 2008, this is what always happens. So you're going to get, in other words, it's going to get worse no matter what happens on the diplomatic front. Now think about this. This is really the big picture. So we know why this is happening. It was predictable. Strait of Hormuz is closed, huge energy shock. Consequently, the economy is going to get worse. And it's going to have political ramifications for Trump and the Republicans. But I want you to think about it in this way, and maybe this goes without saying, but they knew this going in. They knew that bombing Iran would be unpopular. They knew that bombing Iran would cause the strait to close, and they knew that would cause an economic contraction. They did all of it anyway. Think about this. So everything that is happening follows from this imperative to go to war with Iran. Every step of the way, it's unpopular. It's unpopular to do the war. But then you get the energy shock. Then you get the economic contraction. Then you get the huge deficit in the generic ballot. Republicans are going to suffer because of this. Trump's favorability will suffer. They will lose political capital because of this. And they knew all of it would happen, and they did it anyway. And I think about, very similarly, you had a very big problem with mass deportations at the beginning of the year. ICE and Customs and Border Patrol surged thousands of personnel to Minneapolis to root out all of the fraud and all the illegal immigration in the city. It provoked these huge riots and protests. Protesters were killed. It put the spotlight on ICE and how they conduct their raids and arrests and how they're carrying out their orders from the White House. And when all of that controversy erupted around the deportations and ICE, what was the response from the White House? Well, they said, we're going to retreat. They said, if the deportations are making us unpopular, if they're going to hurt our prospects in the midterms, then we're going to get rid of the deportations. But it goes further than that. Actually, the similarities are even more than you would think. Do you know what else caused the deportations to stop? There was enormous pressure from Wall Street as well. It was Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan. It was BlackRock, Larry Fink. They phoned the White House and said, you cannot do mass deportations because it's going to increase the labor cost. You deport millions of people, and then you're going to have to increase wages to recruit their replacements from the American labor force. Not only that, if you deport millions of people, not only are you deporting workers, you're also deporting consumers. You're also deporting renters, homeowners. So this actually, money. If you understand economics, if you're literate, this in itself causes an economic contraction.
No one.
Wages have to go up. That eats into profits. Consumption and demand go down because illegals aren't buying anything because they're not in the country anymore. If there's all these vacancies, there's no more renters, there's no more homeowners where illegals used to live. Now there's going to be more buyers than sellers. Or I'm sorry, vice versa. There's going to be more sellers than buyers. There's going to be more apartments for rent than people that want to rent them, more homes for sale than people that want to buy them. So what does that mean? Rents go down. Housing prices go down. Who does that hurt? The investors that own them. The people that derive their net worth from their ownership of appreciating assets. This causes an economic contraction. So think about it. Think about two policies in the Trump administration. You had these mass deportations. They were going apace. They allocated $200 billion to recruit ICE agents, buy detention facilities. They tried to get it going, and they were doing it. They were surging personnel to Chicago, New York, Minneapolis, LA. And they were getting these people out, or at least trying to get the numbers up. But what happened? They realized it became unpopular during an election year, and they got the call from Wall Street that this would cause an economic contraction. So they stopped. They, in a word, prioritized their political prospects and their donors over their voters. The voters voted for mass deportations in 24. But we were denied what we were promised because it might compromise the next election and it's going to hurt the donors. So they shut it down. And what did they tell us? They said, well, it just isn't popular anymore. We're only going to deport the criminal illegals. Is Wall Street happy now? It was in the Wall Street Journal. They were pumping out editorials saying mass deportations are going to hurt the economy. So they took it off. How about the war in Iran? Does the war in Iran not do the exact same thing? War in Iran is the most unpopular war in modern history. Something like 34% approval when the war started, when things were going well, arguably. When we were in that first phase, we killed the supreme leader, sank their navy, hit him really hard. It looked like we were winning. We had dominance over the country. Only 34% of the general public approved of the war, making it the most unpopular war in modern history. And it's only becoming more unpopular over time. This week, there was a new poll. It said that 60% of Americans think we lost. It's still ongoing, and it might restart any time, but the majority of Americans think we lost. Not to mention, as this article says, it is having a huge economic effect. As we all knew it would. After we launched the war, Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, choked off 20% of the world's oil, and it's now causing an energy shock, leading to an economic correction, leading to an economic contraction. The price of LNG, oil, has gone up. The price of other commodities has gone up. Other commodities that we source from the Middle East. And this has a ripple effect on everything. If energy gets more expensive, then electricity gets more expensive. If electricity gets more expensive, it makes data centers not economical. The economics no longer work. The only way that you can make an economical data center, a profitable data center, where they're making these huge investments to build them, and then they're buying chips and wafers, and they're borrowing a lot of money to do these things, and then they're hiring a lot of people to run these data centers, and this is the basis of the valuation of these AI companies and tech companies like NVIDIA or Anthropic or Google. How is that going to work when energy goes up 100%? Price of oil was $60 a barrel before the war started. Now it's almost $120, or was at its peak. And if energy gets more expensive, electricity gets more expensive. Now you're seeing 50% of currently in progress or planned data centers are stalled. Only makes common sense. And by the way, construction of data centers is the only thing that's keeping the economy afloat. It's replacing all the other commercial real estate. There's no other construction going on. There's no growth going on other than that. It is AI and data centers and chips, which is literally driving the stock market, literally driving the whole economy.
And it's all hinged on its ability to replace humans, on its ability to destroy jobs. So our entire stock market is betting on the fact that we're not going to have fucking jobs in 10 years. Our entire country is behind the idea that AI is going to make business cheaper because they don't have to pay our sloppy asses anymore.
That is based on cheap electricity, cheap energy. All of that investment, all that money, the investments in construction, the investments in the labor force and R&D, valuation for these companies, and then growth in the stock indices, it all comes from that. But it's not just that. It's going to increase the cost for transportation, so that increases the price of everything. Food, clothes, anything that goes on a truck runs on energy, runs on fuel. It's also going to increase the price of airfare. So that's tourism, that's everything, okay? All prices are going to go up because of this. And by the way, we were in a crisis of inflation. That's what got Trump elected in the first place. And it has been a contentious question with the Federal Reserve Chairman how aggressively they're going to cut interest rates, because it is only because the interest rates were hiked, I should say, under Jerome Powell, that we got inflation under control in the past couple years. Now you have all these other effects increasing prices. It's going to create a real economic problem. It already is. Now consider that Republicans, and Trump in particular, they're willing to stomach all of this. So the economy is going to take a shit. We don't care. The war is unpopular. We don't care. It's killing us in the generic ballot. It's going to kill us in the midterms. We don't care. Now consider when it came to mass deportations, they wouldn't do it, breaking their promise because it would hurt the donors and it would hurt their prospects in the election. When it concerns no new wars, they broke that promise too, even though it hurts their prospects in the election, even though it hurts the economy. Why? Because Israel wanted it. Because Israel wanted it. That's who drove us into the war. Make no mistake about it. And that's what everybody is saying. It has been represented to us by people inside the administration that Netanyahu came to Washington and his people lobbied Trump, and they basically told Trump it's going to be easy. They told Trump it's going to be like Venezuela. Iran will not close the Strait of Hormuz. The government will not be resilient. They won't survive the initial strikes. It'll collapse. Allegedly, the Israelis are the ones that tricked Trump in a way. At the minimum, we know they lobbied Trump. And so it was the imperatives of the national security state in America, in Washington, but also with intense pressure from Israel, which is why we got the war. Now, this is a pill that you need to swallow. For all these people that are out there saying, hey, man, Trump is trying his best. The Democrats are standing in the way. Well, the State Department put out a graphic that said remigration. You need to look at this picture. You need to look at it soberly and realize they do not care. You don't think it's a national security problem that we got infinity illegal aliens? They don't care. They don't care that you're uncomfortable with immigrants. They don't care that they're taking your job. They don't care that they're committing crimes and that they've killed people. They do not care. It is at the bottom of their list of priorities. And no amount of posting on Twitter or supporting Trump or trusting the plan is going to change that. It's not an imperative for them.
Yep.
Who are they listening to on immigration?
It only hurts
They're not
them.
listening to some guy in a small town who's bitching and saying, I don't recognize my small town. Okay, shut up. We don't care. The administration is listening to...
If you say something, they might just ship more immigrants to your small town just to, shut up or we'll make it worse, assholes.
Banks. The administration is listening to the major asset managers. And what are the banks and the asset managers telling the White House? They're saying, mass deportations, you got to be kidding. Who's going to buy all the stuff? Who's going to pay all the rent? Who is going to do all the cheap labor? You can't deport all these millions of people. These are our slaves. These are our slaves that we make money clothing and feeding and sheltering them. And those are the people that do all the work. You can't deport them.
And they vote for us.
And Trump doesn't even think twice. Think about it. Last year, the Trump administration was doing job site raids. Then they stopped. Why? Because Wall Street told them to.
Yep.
The Trump administration did raid a meat processing plant in Nebraska. They did raid.
It started scaring all the immigrants. And especially the legal ones or illegal ones, but even the legal ones. But, it really, all their people quit showing up. Remember? All over the country, people quit showing up. That couldn't stand.
A Hyundai plant in Georgia. They were raiding Home Depot parking lots. And you know what happened? Wall Street called up and said, hey, why are you deporting all of our slaves?
You're freaking
We need
out
those
the
Hyundai
slaves.
workers. We need those people working in the fields. We need those people working at Home Depot.
And now Trump
Who
says
will do
we
all
need
the
them.
jobs? Who are all the government contractors who are going to do all the inspections, construction? Who's going to do all of it? So, no, this is what you need to understand. People consider the immigration issue, and I debated this with Crowder, and they say if we import millions of illegals, this country's over. They're all going to vote Democrat. This country's unrecognizable. It's like, well, someone should tell the Republican leadership because they don't seem to care at all. And we all think that it's like, Trump is on our side. He's pushing. He understands the plight of the white man becoming a minority. He does not care. Republicans do not care. Trump does not care. They are part of the problem. Why? It's not ideological for them. You are a stupid ideologue. You are some stupid asshole with the job with all these opinions. They don't have opinions. They have interests.
Yep.
Okay, do you think Bernard Marcus has opinions? He has interests. Okay, he runs Home Depot. He wants the illegals taking the jobs and buying the stuff at Home Depot for their home repairs and renovation jobs. And the same goes for big agriculture. Big agriculture operates in all Republican states. Where's big agriculture? Iowa, Nebraska, Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama. Like, that's where the farms are. And big agriculture goes to their girl, Brooke Rollins, at Department of Ag. And she calls up the president and says, we need 600,000 H-2A visas to keep the illegals here.
Yep.
So you just have it twisted where you say, like, oh, we're in this fight every day. I think remigration is winning. If we just tweet more, we got to just post our way through this. We got to trust the plan. Trump is going to come through for us. Bro, they're not doing it at all. It hurts the economy. It's going to hurt them with Latinos in the midterms. They understand they need to reach these new demographics to win elections in the future. They're done with that. And if Trump isn't going to do it, who is? Jeet D. Vance? Jeet D. Vance will not be a bigger remigration hawk than Trump. Trump has been running for 10 years, 30 years on building a wall and deporting illegals. And he has a cult of personality. You think Trump, if Trump doesn't have his heart in it, if Trump isn't willing to go there, if he won't deport all these illegals, you think Jeet D. Vance, the Evan McMullin voter, the Obama enthusiast, married to a first-gen immigrant, you think he's going to do it? He's going to be Caesar Augustus? Not a chance. Not a chance.
The thing you have to realize is that the human population is shrinking. And that means every economy on the planet is about to shrink like mad. So the way that our leaders see it is, we need to keep as many of these people as we can, because in a few years, we're going to wish we kept them, because every country is going to be losing people, losing population. So they're thinking ahead, we got to keep these people here. They will keep our economy stronger for longer. It's literally a dollars and cents issue and a dollars and cents argument.
It's not that they can't do it. They won't. They aren't. They refuse. Well, the Republicans, they can't get it through Congress because Democrats, bro, they could get anything. They want a $1.5 trillion military. We're at war with Iran. And then they tell us it's all this procedural stuff and you eat it up. You go, well, the reason that we doubled the money supply, went to war with Iran, closed all the businesses. The reason we could do that, but not remigration, is because of some convoluted Senate procedural rule. Like, they want you to believe that. Look at what they do for Wall Street. Look at what they do for Amazon. Look at what they do for Israel. They move mountains. Double the money supply. Sure. Bail out all the companies. Shut down the economy and only let Amazon and Walmart stay in business. Go to war with Iran. They ask for a $1.5 trillion military. Sure, why not? We got to cut Medicaid $800 billion, but a 10% corporate tax cut and a $1.5 trillion military?
That's insane.
Sure, why not? Make it $600 trillion. Right. It doesn't matter.
Why not?
Oh, you want a border wall? Best we could do is $1.3 billion.
Huh.
And you accept it because they tell you, well, but you see, we don't have enough votes in the House to get that. The reason we can afford a $1.5 trillion military, but we can't afford a $20 billion border wall is because the Democrats have 7 votes in the Senate. Right. Ah, shucks, we'll get them in the next one. And you buy that?
Right.
You're an idiot. You seriously buy that? There should be pitchforks and torches, metaphorically. That there's no mass deportations, but there's a new war. And they told us we can't do one because of the economy and because of the midterms and whatever. That's why we can't do it. And you go, oh, okay, war with Iran. What's the excuse there? Super unpopular, destroying the economy, and yet here we are. What's the excuse there? There is no excuse. This is how it works. So this is where you need to take your own side. Take your own side. Stop listening to their excuses. Stop listening to the apologists.
Propaganda.
With the talking points, the memo from the GOP. Well, Trump was always in favor of war with Iran. Well, we are getting net negative migration. That's my favorite one ever. Net negative migration is like when they put a label on something that says like ice cream flavored product, like milk flavored product. You know what I'm talking about?
It's to trick you.
You know how they'll like when something has objectively inferior ingredients, they'll have to like change what they call it.
Yeah,
because the FDA won't let them call it ice cream if there's not enough milk in it. Or they won't let you call it juice if there's no orange juice in it. You know what? It's like Sunny D. It's just like sugar and artificial flavors.
Yeah.
It's like that. Like mass deportations is your name brand. And then what you're really getting is net negative migration. It's like an ice cream flavored treat. It's an what do they call it at Chick-fil-A? An ice dream frozen treat? Something like that. And you people buy it anyway. It's crazy. So anyway, so those are your inflation numbers. Yeah. Turns out we're royally fucked. Okay. It is May. The midterms are in 6 months. And 80% of Americans think that Trump is making inflation go up. Inflation is faster than wages. 70% of Americans think Trump is mishandling the economy. And it's all because of this rotten war that Israel made us get into. And you are making excuses about why we're not deporting millions of people. It's insane. But yeah, let's give it another shot. Let's reluctantly vote for Vivek. Okay, and let's reluctantly vote for Rubio. And no, burn it all. Literally burn it all down. Figuratively burn it all down. That's where I'm at. All right, but we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. Like I said, pretty slow news day. So we're just having fun. It's late and we're just having fun tonight. This is an unranked, non-competitive match right now. All right, let's take a look. We're not playing comps right now. This is just unranked skirmish. Okay, let's take a look.
Goy from Scranton sent $20. Since we are all going white, can't we have America First stickers? It would only be fitting. Duff sent $20. Clap Sprinter is too good for Amy D. When I see her, I take penicillin just in case. She was the village bicycle in Australia emoji.
Is that true? Well, I don't really care about her.
Agartha Kang sent $20. Eat box, pray for enemies, love my knicker.
No eating. Come on now. No
Wait, 36 sent $20. Crowder's boomer coping. Diverts your point that GOP is more Christian. Claims youth are. Meanwhile, we get veggie prayers.
Yeah, that was because I just had to ask him straight up. I'm like, do you seriously think the GOP is more Christian than it was 20 years ago? He's like, well, the young people are having, it's like, oh, okay. So the answer is obviously no. The coping is out of control.
Compromiser sent $50. Say the name of the dark horse and nobody gets hurt. Crowder.
Yeah, that was funny. The dark horse will emerge.
George Floyd sent $20.
When it's
the border
time.
wall is a perfect visual representation of all the MAGA promises falling short and a monument for Trump's legacy.
It really is.
NP Crowd KJV sent $20. Laura Loomer's face looks like a slightly microwaved marshmallow.
Yeah, she's not looking so hot. Well, I'm not reading that one.
Brother Please sent $20. Steven didn't understand that we're getting complacency action from the Repubs, nothing substantive. But the wall, Nick, rolling eyes face emoji.
Well, it's more than the Democrats would have built. Okay.
Heart of the Wolf sent $20. Not a purity test,
We
but for the
wouldn't be
retards among
having
us.
these
Please explain your definition of a Jew and which Jews are a problem.
A Jew is a Jew. What do you mean, what's my definition? A Jewish person is somebody that is that has Jewish ethnicity. So if you have Jewish ethnicity, you are a Jew.
Were they raised as a
it's an ethnicity and
way of life.
Which Jews are a problem. Well, the problem is not Jews per se. The problem is that they are extremely organized
and
powerful, and they represent a state within a state effectively. It's a fifth column.
Yeah, they're a fifth. Exactly.
They represent a nation within our nation. And arguably that wouldn't be an issue, but they are too powerful. So they need to be, I think, regulated or disorganized, disrupted in some way. That's really what it is, to put it very simply.
Northern Groy sent $25. Send the army. But sir, we have a paintball tournament.
The paintball tournament. He's down to 3% odds on, oh no, he just came back. On Polymarket, he went down to 3% a few hours ago. I think now he's up to 7. It's funny, though, how a lot of people... Did somebody put in just like one big order? I feel like the trading volume just spiked. Anyway. But yeah, dude, his odds are in the toilet. He was at 40%. Now he's down to 7%. Yeah. Paintball tournament.
Logan 304 sent $100. Really like the debate with Crowder. I think it's pretty simple. Neither of you think these current changes are enough. Steven just doesn't want to see regression. You want actual change before it's too late. The answer seems clear to me. Thanks for everything you do. We need you.
Thank you for the big super chat. Interesting vague post, but I appreciate it. No. Crowder does not see it as inadequate. It's just how you play the game. And I told him, you're playing not to lose. I'm playing to win. You don't care if we win. You just don't want to lose. But the Democrats, but it could get worse. And it's like, dude, if we go Republican, we still lose. You have to play to win. You have to create opportunities where we can actually win. And that's the issue. He doesn't seem to be preoccupied with winning. It's just about not losing. Because I told him, I'm like, look, if Vance and Rubio are the candidates, this is a shit sandwich. And that's where it's going. Like, think about it. If you get a Democrat versus Vance, we lose. If you get a Democrat versus Rubio, we lose. Those are two terrible Republicans, and the Democrats are terrible. These are all losing options. And yeah, one is going to be a bigger loss than the other, but it's all shit. And I'm like, don't you see that as a problem? How about a winning option? Wouldn't you like a winning option? And he goes, well, let's not make perfect the enemy of the good. Well, it's a purity test. Who's going to give us everything? It's like, I want to create opportunities where we can win. I don't want to play around with this like, well, we'll lose less badly if it's this guy. I want to win. I'm serious about winning. I want to take the risk. And he said, so you want to risk getting a Democrat in the hopes that we get a winner? Yeah. I would rather a matrix or a set of options where we either get a winner or a shitter rather than two shitters. Two losers, one worse, one better, or a loser and a winner. I want an option where there's a winner. He doesn't seem to be concerned with this. He wants to get, he's defending the administration. Well, it's good enough. I'm like, no, it's not. We're not getting what we want. Winning is winning. Winning is a border wall. Winning is 1 million deportations a year. Winning is not being in Iran. He's like, well, but it's not a forever war. Well, but we have some wall. Well, we have some deportations. It's like, it's not enough. It's not enough. We don't win. It's not enough. If you deport 500,000 people, that's nothing. We're not winning. If you have a war in Iran and it's ongoing, we're entering, this will be 3 months and 2 weeks. That's not winning. And by the way, the whole proposition of Trumpism was we would have a real victory. Trump said in 2016, politicians are all talk, no action. We don't win anymore. I'm going to win. You're going to get bored with winning. We're going to deliver a real victory. We're literally going to take the country and make it great again. That's a far cry from what we have now, which is, well, at least it's better than the Democrats. It's the same shit. So, time to flip over the table, straight up.
Logan 304 sent $200. Sorry, sending this as I'm watching the debate lol, but I'm not answering what the Democrats can even really do if they win 2026 was interesting. It's not like you're offering them full power over the country. I know you know this, but you're truly the only one thinking strategically about this. I wish Dan B would have gotten on board the right way.
He's an idiot. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, you wish, and that's the best part. I get people telling me it's your fault. What more can I do? I got a guy, coordinating an attack on me. They're all going to lie about me, call me a fed. Sneako's telling me, well, you just need to, unite everybody. It's like, bro. I can't do everything. I can't do my job and your job for you. I can't do the work for everybody. So, it would be nice if people would help me rather than hurt me. That would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice if people made your life easier rather than harder? Wouldn't it be nice if people were running to you to help you rather than you're always having to chase them and get to where they are and try to help them understand? So Dan, the reason we're doing this is because blah, blah, blah. It's like, can't you just, you claim you're worth $300 million. Can you spread some of the money around? That would be a help rather than your fucking terrible advice. But anyway, I wish people would get it together too.
Beth Murray sent $20. Matt Frad should leave Daily Wire too.
Oh yeah, I won't hold my breath.
Angelo Groy sent $25. Nick Slay, who cares? We get 2 hours of intro. It doesn't get enough credit listening since 2019 intro only keeps getting better.
Okay, the glaze is a little...
American in Poland sent $50. Speaking of beautiful white people, it's such a good feeling landing in Warsaw. Feels like sunshine on a cloudy day. I like the welcome home sir in the US, but the sea of women 60 kilograms plus is depressing. Jack Moxley sent $20. Nashville DA Glenn Funk is a lifer Democrat and will likely press murder charges on Chud the Builder after today's shootout.
Damn.
Blizzierian speechwriter sent $25. Chud the Builder is Rabbi Shmuley for the low IQ anti-Semites.
Yep.
You're the goat, Nick. Fuck these mouth-breathing retards.
Thank you.
Niggas in Paris sent $20. Would love to see you do a show with Taylor Marshall. You could explain the geopolitical history of Israel. Pretty please. Catherine Alexandria sent $20. The Iowa Republican primary for governor is June 2nd. 5 candidates: Andrews, Feenstra, Sherman, Steen, Lan. Who is most America first?
No idea.
Content Cop sent $20. Hashtag Beardson 2028.
I saw Beardson declared the dark horse is in the race.
Liz Baduo sent $100. I hope Chuck Daddy will be okay. Sad face emoji.
Yeah. Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah.
Super Scalar sent $20. Nick, saying hi again. This is hands down the best show out there. You do a great job every episode. Atagoy.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
NC336 Roy percent $20. You seem like a kind and genuine person. Many can't comprehend rigidness can be paired with strong empathy simultaneously.
Yeah.
Landlord Chad sent $20. Summer collection shirt idea, Trump, James, and the giant peach picture with put this nigga in a peach. Nick at Night sent $20. Didn't mean to make your stream crash last night. I'm a lawyer and telling friends here to vote D. Is Snigga going dem too?
I don't know. We'll have to talk about it.
High Speed Sneeze sent $50. Tulsi Gabbard's office got raided by CIA today. Also, did the OKC help Israel in any way, or was that just a Clinton and FBI thing that also covered Whitewater in the anthrax scandal? Stay safe, Nick THX.
Yeah. They're all related. It's all one thing.
Jake Shields Grok History sent $40. When's the next Sam Hyde collab? Need more content with the two goats together. Peace, love, and hugs for Fuente.
I don't know, man.
Deport Vivek sent $20. Crowder's own the lipstick feels dated already. Leave it in 2020. Time for the right to evolve and try something risky.
True.
Cyborg Assassin sent $20. Hilarious how to this day you are still derided as non-white by the autistic and retard right when you're 80% European. If you were 80% African, they surely would refer to you as if you were black.
Who cares?
Sean Vance from IT sent $20. I was grabbing my brother and I the schizo tea, and I came across a website ripping all of your merch. Not dropping the link here because I don't want people to use it, but we'll DM the show on X.
Yeah, DM it to me,
Pennsylvania
please.
Mog sent $20. Great show on Steven Crowder, except you didn't talk about the Jews enough. Eat, pray, and love for NJF.
Very good.
Duluth,
Well
Minnesota
done.
Groy percent $20. No Alex Jones today? Also named top 3 dead American patriots, then top 3 alive American patriots.
No, we moved it to tomorrow. I should have announced that. He had a dentist appointment today, so he wanted to move it to tomorrow. So we're doing it tomorrow, 1 p.m. Top 3, I don't know, bro. Who knows?
Willie the Groy percent $50. I will be eating, praying, and loving for Nicholas J. Fuentes forever.
Thanks.
Green Jelly
great.
sent $100. My favorite anime quote has long been, to live, is to fight. From Rosen Maiden. I recently learned it's also in main conf as he who would live must fight. Well, I haven't read the book. Does it have any other gems?
Thank you for the big super chat. I really hate anime, and anime just gives me such an ick. It's such a turnoff. It's just one of those things that bums me out. I just don't want to hear about it. I wish it just didn't exist. I hear people talk about anime, and I'm just like, ugh, like just go somewhere else. So I didn't need to hear that, but I appreciate the big super chat. My favorite anime from Rosen Maiden. Ugh.
Deport Vivek sent $20.
Gross.
In the wage cuck, so I wish the show started earlier, but I get that late nights are where flow and creativity really hit nigga. Robbie Allen sent $100. I'm still here. Maximus Fuentes. America first or bust.
Yes. Thank
Milkman
you for the big
47
super
sent $20.
chat.
Listen to Gadsot on JRE today. I think Joe was surprised by the malice oozing off of Gad and sees through the Hasbara. Prediction is it triggers his curiosity enough to finally have you on.
Okay, we gotta get real. Like, please, I'm begging you. I think Joe was surprised by how Jewish he was. He sees through the Jewish wise. Hopefully it triggers his curiosity as Nick Fuentes on the show. Bro, it's so... Oh, I need to retire. I need to kill myself or retire as soon as possible. It's just getting to be a little bit too painful. It just hurts a little bit too badly these days. It's just, I need something to take the edge off. It's getting to be a little bit too much. Guys, it's just getting to be a little bit too much. It just hurts a little bit too much now. I can't do it anymore.
Willie the Groy % $20, or if you prefer, eat bucks, pray for Nick's safety, and love watching the downfall of his enemies. Laura Deeg B sent $20. What's up, Nick?
Thanks, thank you.
Turn 6 million synagogues and Holocaust museums into J. Kerr education camps. Groy % $20. Surprised nobody has talked about the 30 Jews arrested for insider trading using info from an entry-level Jewish associate in a merger. Laura Deeg B sent $20. Can you get married to one of the Groy pets? They're always talking about getting married, but not are getting.
Please,
Taco
like,
Dog sent $20. If I were you, you'd be watching me live at 2 a.m. talking about how we should be making love to Seiko.
I can't do it anymore. Seriously, dude, it's just like one after the other. That feels like the end. Remember the end of Requiem for a Dream when they all get in the fetal position? That's like me right now. The song starts playing and they all get in the fetal position. This is like just being raped. It's like, when is Joe Rogan going to have you on? Surprised no one talked about the 30 Juice arrested for... Can you marry one of the Groy pets? Goodness gracious.
Mr. Serpent sent $20. Mr. Fuentes, you link deindustrialization to women dominating men. How does losing manufacturing lead to social decline? Zach Upgrades America sent $20. How do you avoid becoming a misanthrope?
I'll let you know when I figure it out.
And Miami Grower Pet sent $1,000. White pill, peace and protection for Nick. Folded hands emoji.
Wow. Thank you for the big super chat, Goat. North Miami Groypat, if you can hear me, please save me. Please marry me. Please save me. No, thank you for the huge super chat. North Miami Groypat. It's like the Aeneid, dude. It's like the Odyssey. North Miami Groypat is like how in those ancient stories, the hero will get help from one of the gods. One of the gods will reach down from above and clear a path, clear his way. Will neutralize the tribes in Algeria. Well, what is the story in the Aeneid? In Libya? Thank you. Thank you, North Miami Groypat. God bless. Appreciate the big super chat.
Raf Ramos sent $20. Time to get back on track. Ignore the petty social media drama.
Shut the fuck
Buffalo
up.
Bat sent $20. Free show. No ads or commercials. Incredible humor. High IQ breakdown of politics I get nowhere else. And it all comes from a high-tier skinny chud who mugs everyone. Here's my money.
Thank you. Yeah.
Amy Cannon's acting sent $20. I know it's Eat, Pray, and Love for NJF now, but can we still have a little R, please?
Yeah, do that joke. Dude, I shouldn't even make jokes anymore. I make one joke, and then you faggots do it to death. I make one joke. I say, it's not rape, kill, and die. It's Eat, Pray, Love. And then I get literally 100 super chats. Eat, Pray, Love. I'm going to kill myself soon. No, I'm kidding. I'm obviously joking. I'm not homicidal. Suicidal, I mean. But yeah, very good. Very
Bro,
good.
You did
the thing
Jimbo's
again.
randomly
Very
opened
good.
Haas on stream today and within 20 seconds clocked him doing an obvious America First impression. Said he's trying to be clippable like Destiny tried last year to compete with you.
Yeah, we covered that, so.
Dumb and Poor sent $50. Chud the Builder acts like an African-American in public, baits someone into attacking him then shoots him. Claims self-defense.
Yeah, exactly.
Euthanized Golden Retriever sent $25. When is Peterson going to become Catholic? In 2026. Please kill yourself. Lana Del Rey Groy % $20. If you ever gave Faith Merrill a chance she'd sell you out, expose you for attention and move on to the next guy. Tony Sierra sent $20. Nick, I'm 21 and a wagey. I'm putting in 80 hours every week but don't stay here. Any ideas on what to branch out on? Also back picking up books. Scott, thank you for arguing. Ivke sent $20. Let's pour out some liquor for Chud the Builder after he tried to kill someone today. Rest in solitary confinement, loser. Those ninjas are gonna tear that ass up. Ninja.
That's crazy.
Frank Slide sent $100. The Jeep truck driver who deboned a bus full of teenage hockey players in Canada killing 16 is now out of jail after doing only 3.5 years. He's lawyered up and fighting deportation. His wife has a GoFundMe. All these white people donating. Jeet hell.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, it's pretty terrible, man. Everything's pretty
Dex Sign sent $25.
horrible.
Bunker.
There's no reprieve. Never gets any better.
Smooth Jazz Enjoyer sent
Everything
$22.
is awful.
Why is Tucker countersignaling Thial on ion data centers? Shouldn't he be pro-tech and IFE and Thial are so close?
I didn't see that. I'll have to watch that.
Lamb sent $20. How did we let a lesbian woman who is married to a tranny to get a green card become one of the faces of our movement?
Who? Amy. Well, she's not. Is she a face of anything? I don't think she's a face of anything.
Bryce sent $50. The right will only defeat the left and the center if it's more creative, more energetic, more radical, more intelligent, more sassy or cooler. That's the only way it will win. Jay Bowden. Prophetic.
Oh, I love that. Bowden was prophetic. I really like him. Shame. Gone too soon. But yeah, Bowden was remarkable. I like that. Very sassy. More sassy or cooler. Oh, we got that covered.
White America First sent $20.
We got that
Well,
locked
we're in
up.
China with $11 trillion in wealth for the people who accompanied Trump. Is this data center cooperating or something else with the Iran war? Keep doing what you're doing, bud.
Huh? What are you?
Yappenheimer sent $20. Were your shows with Jake Shields part of your community service? They always gave Make-A-Wish program vibes.
Dude, it was so hard, man. Like, and even hanging out with him, it was brutal. Brutal. Yeah, dude. I literally got to my hotel in Vegas after hanging out with Dan and Jake and was just, I wanted to like break down and cry. I was like, this is horrible. Like, I don't want to be with these people. These two numbskulls just like, it's a fucking Jews. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, how did I wind up here?
Weedman Bat sent $20.
Truly.
Roy Hyperman on Fortnite. Top G Roy % $50.
Struggling.
Nick and Beardson said no more Twitter spaces because they don't want us to hang out without them. Trevor B25 sent $20. There is a chance that getting the Dems into Congress could backfire in a huge way. Because they will uncover fraud and they will impeach him. This will make a right-wing candidate unappealing. Are we winning? Sent $20. Stop with the Amy Dangerfield LARP, dude, it's not cute.
Huh?
Fedmaster 21 sent $20. For new audio equipment. Jedi Wine Tricks sent $20.
Thanks.
Use your bet and AI advice for a 94-1 golf bet win. Chud can tame, fake black thug. Real niggas shoot first, both are. American Groip sent $20. Is the Chud curse from Chud the Builder going to deflect onto JD? Or maybe, it has already been done. Doobie2718 sent $20. You attract what you deserve. You think that JF Pat Buchanan had a talk show? His super chats would be. Joseph Camel Groip sent $20. The Nick Fuentes apology form is going to be filled out soon by Chud the Builder if he has any sense. Kenner Daniel sent $50. Everyone wants to act smart, but honestly we'd be fucked if you weren't doing this. Please don't stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
White America
Appreciate
first
it.
sent $50. I truly respect your political foresight. I really hope you bring forth the leader we truly need, and in spite of recent events you are always on point. Except
Thanks.
CC Red 95 sent $35. Do you remember that psychotic video of Destiny swimming in a pool pretending to be a seal and making seal noises for his wife?
That was crazy. What the hell was even that? Was that some kind of like fetish thing? Remember that? Destiny was in a pool pretending to be like a dolphin or a seal or something, and his wife was like feeding him treats. It's like, that's just like next level. I thought I was a freak. Then I saw the dolphin play, the nautical play. That's great. Nautical play category. What the hell? I mean, were they just being funny? Was that just like a joke? I don't know what that was. That sexual? I mean, I don't even know. Maybe they were just being silly. Maybe a little moment of levity.
Luke Smith 0602 sent $20. Debate Hassan's dumbass somehow in the content drought.
He don't want to. I would debate him, but he doesn't
Solar
want
Nat
to.
sent $20. Recent polls don't look good for Massey. Praying he can pull out a victory. Ed Ballrain is completely artificial.
I saw that. It's a shame.
Saint Saxon sent $50. Grab Hassan Piker by the neck and squeeze. Sniffy Bump sent $20. Hassan looks like an absolute faggot in a suit and tie. Nick, you mogged them all to death in a suit. They will never be able to emulate you. They are literally skin suiting the movement with no motion.
Wow, amazing. Good job.
White America first sent $20. Let Jesus know when they do, and there's still good people here.
Yep.
Bob the Minion sent $20. Hassan copied your characteristics down to the minute detail. Even did the nose rub you always do.
True.
Alex Pacheco sent $20. They can imitate, but they can never duplicate.
True.
Sniffy Bump sent $20. Chud the Builder. Never heard of him. Sounds like a total Chudlite. Pun on. Chudlite. Clavicular greater than Chud the Builder.
True.
Valor Merc sent $20. Hassan Piker is basically the taller and browner version of Jackson Hinkle. Same IQ level, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Recum Navarm sent $20. Niggas stay stealing swag. White America first sent $20. This Chud was representing free speech, but that clearly is not the message you want to represent. You say he's unemployable, but you've never held a real job in your life. What say you?
No, that's a really good point. Very good point.
Open Door 1235 sent $20. People who go out and look for trouble, especially if they do it while carrying a gun, are just actually looking to kill people and then try to claim self-defense. Hope he rots in prison.
Okay. Dude, my stomach is killing
Lockapenny
me.
sent $20. Hassan can't afford a teleprompter.
Yeah. Okay.
Bolo sent $50. Unmatched perspicacity tonight. What do Clav and a 4 feet 9 inches Chud kidnapping rapist have in common? Your girl gets taken. One's genetically superior, the other's a true Machiavellian. I disavow.
What? These are so bad, dude. Who's writing these? Who is writing these? These super chats were written by like some kind of AI torture model. Did somebody program an LLM? They refine the model millions of times, psychologically torture a person until they die. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Amused at Skepticism sent $20. Candace Owens, Peter Thiel, and Vivek Ramaswamy were key.
I looked into that. That's fake.
Conquer sent $20. Dan Juzillian asked to leave your phone in another room, so feds could clone it. Everyone should travel with a burner phone. White
good
America
advice,
first sent
thanks.
$20. When you get going on a subject, your now breathing pattern indicates a deviation of the septum. Booger cigar.
Okay.
Adept sent $20. Hey Nick, what is your thoughts about the hantavirus?
It's whatever.
Chicken
Who cares?
Diego I percent.
Oh, I hope it kills everybody.
Chicken Diego I percent $20. Chud was entertaining and funny. Agree it's cruel, but it's refreshing in a way.
Okay.
Dom Cheltenham sent $50. Sources say that Need has lost all credibility after a recent embarrassing headline change. National Chronicle will be taking over as America's paper of record.
Oh, amazing.
Slay 3R8888 sent $100.
Thank you for the big super chat.
Counter-Strike
Appreciate
Growiper
it.
sent $100. Honestly, you said we're just having fun, but tonight's monologue around why we're proud of who we are was among the best I've seen. Also, I appreciate you playing more pre-show lobby music after the audio mishap. Smiley face emoji. Also, thank you for everything you do.
That's totally deranged. But thank you for the big super chat. Bro said, I'm grateful we got to hear more of the pre-show when your audio wasn't working. Like, what is this glaze? This is...
Infamous Nutsack sent $107. Do we vote Thomas Massey? We have the Kentucky election next week. Thoughts for guidance?
Yeah. Vote for Thomas Massey. Thank you for the big super chat. I've been saying that. I support him.
Ciagroiper 1999 sent $20. Great monologue. You're the level-headed balance the Growipers need. The future goes through the Growipers and who we eat, pray, and love for NJF. Year sent $20. Can you do a whole episode just unmasking the Electoral College?
What the fuck are you talking
Tex-Mex Lover 8 sent $20. How long till Hassan drops the act? Eats Groiper sent $100. W Squareface.
Thank you. Yeah, Squarehead.
Ed Bevic sent $23.
Thank you.
So let's start a walking club. We call it the Ambulators. In all towns we wear our hats and shorts while walking together. Dov sent $100. I take a lot of shit for supporting you, but it's okay, you vindicate me every time. You changed my life for the better.
Good.
Best content in the game. God bless you and your family.
Glad to hear it. Thank you for the big super chat.
Austrian
I appreciate
Painters sent
it.
$20. I liked you more when you were fat.
Yeah, me too.
American Groiper sent $30. Nick, you're the helm. Stay locked in. Quite literally the last reasonable and coordinated political movement. Iqbal.
Thanks.
Hillsdale Groiper sent $30. Nobody stood for Erica Kirk at Hillsdale commencement. Shit was retarded.
That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay, all right. That's our last super chat. Ugh.
Fuck yeah.
That's our last super chat. That's all we got for you tonight. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment, whatever.
Right, hook me up. If you don't mind, if you could hook me up with a like or two, that'd be great. Anyway, that's it for this evening, fellas. Fucking definitely a late one. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. I will see you guys in the next one. Good night and God bless.